I clearly have a powerful tycoon mother. Yet I can only work tirelessly every day to make a living. Even my dad would rather live in a rundown house and eat pickled vegetables than look for her. Simply because my parents divorced when I was young, and my mother left with my sister without a trace, while I stayed with my dad, who raised me by himself. Whenever I ask about the reason for their divorce, my dad always trembles all over and refuses to talk, until my dad suddenly ran away with the money, leaving me with just 99 plus messages. I still didn't realize that a crisis was approaching. After all, who would have thought that my own mother was actually a yandere? What I didn't expect even more was that I had already been targeted by the yandere young ladies of the Magic City. At that moment, I had just returned home after delivering food. The instant I pushed open the door, I was stunned. The living room lights were still on, the table was overturned, and the vase was shattered all over the floor. The whole house looked like it had been ransacked. My home had been robbed, and a wave of unease surged in my heart. Dad, are you home? Are you okay? I hurriedly pushed open my dad's room door and saw clothes scattered all over the floor, the drawers of the cabinet all pulled out, and the suitcase next to the desk was also missing. Everything was telling me that Dad had left with some things and was in a great hurry. What are you doing? It's such heavy rain tonight. What's Dad up to? He wouldn't have offended someone, would he? Now they're coming to find him, right? A heaviness settled in my heart, and I couldn't shake the feeling of an ominous premonition. At that moment, the phone rang with a ding. I looked down and a series of messages kept popping up. Dad said he encountered some issues and needed to go on a long trip, and he wouldn't be back during this time. He told me to go to the Magic City alone when school starts, and to remember not to mention him to anyone in the Magic City, nor to contact him. This matter is very important. He also said whether he can survive depends on me, and I don't need to worry about where he went or be concerned about him. We will meet again when this is over. Finally, he urged me to live well and to remember not to go home, but I was already at home. And as soon as the message was sent out, a red exclamation mark appeared in the chat interface, indicating that Dad had deleted me. I raised my head in disbelief. The front door was still open, and the hallway was pitch dark, eerily quiet. Dad, are you selling me off because the situation looks bad? I have remembered this grudge. I walked towards the door without hesitation, leaving first and talking later. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the hallway, sounding like more than one person, and the footsteps were hurried. Definitely not like a neighbor. I stopped in my tracks. Cold sweat mixed with rainwater soaked my entire body. This is bad. They have come looking for me. I glanced at the wardrobe in the room. No way. Hiding was out of the question. I gritted my teeth, put on my hat, zipped up my delivery uniform to the top, lowered my head, and walked out of the house towards the hallway. The motion sensor lights in the corridor lit up in unison. I lowered my head and took out my phone, pretending to be a delivery guy confirming an order. But my peripheral vision was closely watching the movements in the corridor. After a while, a few men in black suits and sunglasses entered my line of sight, and my heart instantly raced to my throat. But I still forced myself to stay calm and stared at the phone screen. Excuse me, this guy, please wait a moment. The leading man in black stopped me, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead, but I spoke in a calm tone. What's wrong? He took out a photo, compared it to me under the light, and said, it's nothing. May I ask which company you are delivering takeout for? Aunt Wang on the top floor. I casually made up a name. The man in black frowned. How do you know her last name is Wang? It's written on the takeout order. I remained expressionless. Have you seen this person? He flipped the photo and handed it to me. I glanced at it, and the young man in the photo was my dad. Etion, with 1,000 beasts running wildly in my heart. Sorry, I haven't seen it before. If there's nothing else, I have to go. The next order is about to time out. The man in black nodded and continued to walk upstairs. The delivery person looks like the person in the photo. One of them leaned in and whispered to the leader. The leader shook his head. This photo was left by the head of the family decades ago. That delivery person was still young. It couldn't be Lord Hitian. As they spoke, they rushed into my house and, upon seeing the open door, their expressions changed instantly. Oh no! I arrived a step late. Lord Hitian may have already escaped with the young master. They turned the house upside down but found nothing. At this moment, a lazy female voice came from the headset. So, have you tied him up? Master. The old man took the young master and ran away. The man in black said seriously. He, Xiao Luo. This time I won the bet. A middle-aged woman in a black evening gown laughed mockingly at the entrance of the community, sitting in a black stretch limousine. Beside her sat a black Lolita girl, anxiously leaning against the car window, wiping away the fog to look at the community gate. In the night, she only saw a yellow figure running out, but couldn't see the face clearly. No, I want to go to my brother's house. The girl suddenly pulled open the car door and rushed out. Miss, It's raining heavily outside. The driver hurried to catch up and hold the umbrella. Oh dear. Little Luo is even more anxious than I am. The woman sat alone in the car, pulling out a crumpled photo from her collar, in which Tian was taking a shower. Dear, you clearly said you would come to find me once I inherited the family business. Now that no one can oppose us, why are you unwilling to see me? She propped her chin up with one hand, her sickly smile becoming even more gentle. But it's okay, dear, do you want to play hide and seek with me? Okay, but if I find you, her pupils gradually turned crimson. But there will be punishment. You know, bad Tian. Miss, what are you doing here? As Xiaoluo stepped through the door, several men in black looked at her with confusion. Where is my brother's room? If I'm not mistaken, it should be this one. The leader of the men in black pointed to the locked door next to them. Open it. Yes. One of the men in black took 2 steps back and kicked the door open. If there's nothing else, you can go find my mother first. The several men in black obediently retreated, and the driver waited at the door, leaving Xiaoluo alone in the room. She raised the corner of her mouth and directly pounced onto the bed. Xiaoluo hugged the pillow tightly, buried her face in it, and took a deep breath, afraid that the familiar scent in the room would slip away. Brother now has this kind of smell. It's different from before, but Xiaoluo likes it so much. Likes brother the most. Xiaoluo's eyes were dreamy, and she was completely enchanted. Why doesn't brother come to see me? Mom clearly sent a message to tell dad that we would come to find him. She pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. Did dad not tell brother? My brother must be playing hide and seek with me. I will definitely find my brother. What should I do after finding him? After a bout of wild thoughts, Xiaoluo reluctantly got out of bed, opened the wardrobe, hugged all the clothes to her chest, picked up the pillow with her other hand, and walked straight out of the room. Miss, are you here to confiscate the property? The driver looked surprised. You don't need to worry about it. Miss, do you need me to help you with that? No. Xiaoluo blared at the driver, and he immediately shut up, silently holding up the umbrella and no longer speaking. It was pouring rain, and I ran all the way to a shop far from the community to take shelter. After confirming that the man in black hadn't followed me, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The owner saw that I was soaked through and looked at me as if he had seen a ghost. He tentatively asked, "Young man, do you want to buy something?" I awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm just hiding from the rain. I'll leave soon. Please don't do this." Before I could finish my sentence, the door slammed shut with a bang, and I was pushed out directly, losing my balance and falling into the rain. No, please, I'll really leave in a moment. I pressed my face against the glass door, looking longingly at the owner. "Young man, you scared all the customers away." The boss threw me a plastic umbrella. "Go home quickly. This umbrella is a gift for you." I sighed, took the umbrella, opened my phone wallet to check the balance, gritted my teeth, and paid with a scan. Payment successful. Balance 10.06 yuan. I never take things from others for free, but this time, my already empty pockets are made even worse. The money I earned from my part-time job was all given to my dad, and he was in charge of the expenses. As a result, he ran off with the money and didn't leave me a single dime. This 10 yuan is my last savings. Dad, I can't spare you. I curled up under the bridge, shivering, opened my phone, and clicked on a contact. Is the landlord there? Brother is in trouble. Will you help? I have no home. Can I borrow your place to stay for a while? I will pay the normal rent, but I might owe you for a while. I will pay you back after I find a job. I'll be there soon. This contact named landlord is actually not a landlord, but my good brother Lu Ruyen. She owns several properties. Her parents are not in Chuan City, and she lives off the rent, so this is the nickname I gave her. Soon, a girl with pink hair got out of the car that had just come to a stop. She was holding a pink blanket in her arms, looking around, and when she saw me huddled under the bridge, she jogged over and draped the blanket over me. Good Chang, I, almost frozen stiff, finally felt a bit warmer wrapped in that blanket. I looked up into Lu Ruyen's beautiful eyes and smiled awkwardly. I almost froze to death. I owe you my life. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water for you. Stop. Don't say that. She quickly interrupted me, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at me curled up in a ball, and took my hand. Come home with me. To your house? I was a bit surprised, thinking she would take me directly to the new rental. Stay at my house today, and we'll look for a rental tomorrow. She wouldn't let me refuse and directly pulled me into the taxi. So, what exactly is going on? Shen Luoying turned her head and looked at Zhang Yi, who was sitting next to her. Zhang Yi was just about to open his mouth to tell Shen Luoying the truth when he suddenly felt that this was inappropriate, in case the people who came to look for his dad came to look for trouble from him. Zhang Knight, if he told Shen Luoying the truth, he might get her involved in trouble. He, Zhang Yi, was a one-man operation, and although even he didn't understand what was going on, there was absolutely no way that he would let his own brother be put in danger, let alone the fact that his own brother was just a girl with no hands. Jiang Knight avoided Shen Luoying's probing eyes and spoke. We owed the landlord a bit too much money and were evicted tonight. Shen Luoying narrowed her eyes. Really? I asked you long ago if you wanted to come and live in my rented room. Why did you reject me? I'm not even charging you rent. What are you still dissatisfied with? After saying that, she skimmed her head and pouted, pretending to look sullen. I, Jiang Knight, will not earn my brother's small advantage even if I die. This is the bottom line. Jiang Yi said it righteously, amusing Shen Luoying on the side. She surveyed Jiang Knight with a wicked smile on her face. Then, how are you going to repay me for saving your life? Jiang Yi pondered for a while and shook his head. I don't know. Feel free to mention it, as long as it's something I, Jiang Yi, can do. That's what you said. Shen Luoying left Jiang Knight with a meaningful look. Jiang Knight didn't care. What bad thoughts could a good brother have? It was nothing more than asking himself to be a cow for her, which was what happened when he borrowed her money before. Chapter 4 Shen Luoying's plan. Jiang Knight looked out the window through the car glass, and the colorful neon lights melted away in front of Jiang Knight's eyes through the rain-soaked windows. Charters, I really envy rich people like you. Jiang Knight couldn't help but lament. No need to look at the face of the customer or think about what exactly to eat at the end of the month. What's that saying? Your life my dream. A hushed voice came from the side. Certain people obviously have the chance to live like this, but they don't know how to take it. Jiang Knight turned back and pointed at his nose, a little dissatisfied. Are you talking about me? Are you kidding me? Other than winning the lottery, I can't think of anything that can make our family salty. Shen Luoying threw him a blank stare and stopped talking. The cab traveled for a long time and stopped by a large villa. Ha! Chartered. You moved? It wasn't the first time Jiang Knight had come to Shen Luoying's house. Their two families are not very far apart, so when she was a child, Shen Luoying often called out to Jiang Knight to come to her as a guest. At that time, Shen Luoying's parents would come back to visit her from time to time, and Jiang Knight was also very familiar with them, and the two families were more like a family. I moved here right after my high school exams, and I asked you to come over and hang out, and you still didn't want to. Jiang Knight snapped. It's not that I have to work part-time and don't have much time to come. Shen Luoying fished out a key from her pocket and handed it over to Jiang Knight. This is the key to this villa. Go in first and take a shower. Jiang Knight took it in confusion. Aren't you going home? I'm going to get you some clothes, and after the shower, you've got to change. But, it's not too safe for you to go out by yourself in this rain. I can skip the shower. Get lost. It's disgusting. With a disgusted look on her face, Shen Luoying handed Jiang Knight an umbrella and then squeezed him out without mercy. Okay, you remember the money for the clothes first, and we'll return it to you together when the time comes. Jiang Knight didn't think much about it. It's okay for a big man like himself to get dirty, but it's not good to dirty someone's home. After saying that, Jiang Knight walked towards the villa. Only Shen Luoying and the cab driver were left in the cab. Miss, next, to the South Lake Apartments. This wasn't an ordinary cab. It was merely a private car in the guise of a cab, and this driver was hired by the Shen family as Shen Luoying's personal driver. Shen Luoying was not some ordinary chartered lady, but the eldest lady of the Shen family, one of the four great families in Magic City. Due to the internal turmoil of the Shen family, Shen Luoying came to Chuan City as a child as a form of protection from her parents. Later, even though the family's internal conflicts had been resolved, Miss Shen decided to stay in Sichuan City. Only, this was not clear to Jiang Knight. In Jiang Knight's eyes, the Shen Luoying he knew was just an ordinary rich woman. For Shen Luoying, she has been pretending to be poor in front of Jiang Knight. Let me see. What will the dear do? The corner of Shen Luoying's mouth hooked up slightly. Don't let me down with this arrangement. Saying that, she took out her cell phone, and on the screen was the very scene inside the villa. Jiang Knight took off his wet takeout suit and wrung it under the eaves to make sure it was no longer dripping before entering the villa. The lights of the villa were not turned off, and Shen Luoying seemed to have set out in a hurry. Jiang Yi looked at the huge chandelier above his head, then at the high-class lazy sofa in the living room, and took a deep breath. The decoration of this villa was even more luxurious than before, which opened Jiang Knight's eyes. Knowing that the chartered lady is rich, I didn't expect to be so rich. Jiang Knight's eyes were filled with envy. I also don't know how Dad is doing now. Jiang Knight looked out the window. The rain outside the house had no intention of stopping. Instead, it was even bigger than before. My son doesn't ask you to give me any big villa, but how come you rolled away my son's living expenses? Jiang Knight sighed. He looked around the first floor and couldn't find the shower, so he walked up the stairs to the second floor. A long corridor stretched out in front of him, with quite a few murals hanging on the walls. He looked at the paintings in shock, not surprised at how good they looked, but rather, They were all from Jiang Knight's hand. When he was in elementary school, Jiang Knight liked to draw, but his drawing skills were all over the place. It just so happened that Shen Luoying was good at drawing, so she often became Jiang Knight's drawing teacher. After the painting was done, Shen Luoying would put it away for him. Jiang Yi didn't expect that she would actually hang all these paintings on the wall. My dear, now, you can understand my feelings for you. Shen Luoying watched the scene with interest, anticipating Jiang Yi's reaction. As expected, Jiang Knight's eyes reddened a bit. I didn't realize that the chartered lady was so sentimental. Jiang Knight was very moved. Worthy of being my good brother. The voice reached Shen Luoying's ears, and the young girl's face instantly darkened. Beneath the mural was a room door as well as a window, and Jiang Knight looked through the window for the shower. Strange, how come such a big villa doesn't have a shower? Jiang Knight walked all the way to the end of the corridor without seeing it. Ding! Jiang Knight's cell phone rang. He opened it to see that it was a message from Shen Luoying. Chartered, I forgot to tell you, there's no separate shower in the villa, only in my room. Chartered, my room is on the second floor, the one with the light on. Isn't this good? Shen Luoying hadn't replied, so Jiang Yi looked up at the lit room, hesitated for a moment, and then pushed the door in. The walls of the room were pink, and a giant teddy bear was placed on a large white bed. It looked like Shen Luoying was using it as a pillow. She still has it. Jiang Yi instantly recognized it as a birthday gift he had given her when he was a child. How did it break into this? Jiang Knight saw a number of small holes broken in the teddy bear, only they were all sewn up by Shen Luoying. That's right, oh dear. The corner of Shen Luoying's mouth slightly hooked. I've kept it until now. In order to show how much she cherished the bear, she even deliberately poked the bear, then carefully sewed it on for them and placed it on the bed. Now, you can see what I have in mind. Really? How old to be sleeping with a bear in your arms? Shen Luoying, is that the point? Next to the bed was a workstation as well as a computer desk, and on it was Shen Luoying's diary. The diary was open, and there was still writing on it. When did the landlady start writing a diary? Jiang Knight remembered that Shen Luoying didn't have the habit of writing a diary before. This was Shen Luoying's carefully prepared diary, which recorded every bit of her and Jiang Yi's life. My dear, after reading the diary, you will surely understand, before the words are out. Really, you don't know to put away the diary when you're done writing. It's lucky that the person who came is me. What if there are other guests in the house and someone else sees it? Jiang Knight helped her close the diary, and thoughtfully helped her clip the pen between the pages. It's okay. Shen Luoying held back the urge to rush home. There's still one last trick. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Jiang Knight was startled. He turned back violently and looked at the closet in the room. No, why did she put the alarm clock in the closet? Jiang Knight frowned and just wanted to open the closet and take out the alarm clock. This was the alarm clock that Shen Luoying had set in advance, and as soon as Jiang Yi opened the cabinet, he would find a photo of her and Jiang Yi plastered all over the inside of the cabinet door. This doesn't seem too good. This is a girl's closet after all, Jiang Knight thought, withdrawing his hand. Tell her to take it out herself when the time comes. What a would. In the cab, Shen Luoying's eyes glowed a silky red. Her smile twisted with anger. Haven't you noticed at all how I feel about you? But it doesn't matter. I'll make you understand when I get back. Now, well, let's collect some interest first. Her fingers slid on the screen, and the surveillance scene came inside the bathroom. Shen Luoying's expression gradually became wonderful. After a while, Miss, we're here, came the voice of the cab driver. The cab stopped at the bottom of an apartment building, which was one of the rentals owned by Shen Luoying. TSK, how come it's at this time? Shen Luoying put down her cell phone fondly. So MS, what exactly are you going to do? Nothing, just wait for me here. Shen Luoying got out of the car, opened the trunk, and dragged out a white sack. We're not buying clothes for Mr. Jiang? The driver asked in disbelief. Shen Luoying didn't answer. She strained to carry the sack, walked out of the cab in the pouring rain, went up the stairs, and entered one of the rental houses. Her hair was wet from not having an umbrella, but she couldn't care less about that. Where would be a better place to put them? She opened the sack, which was filled with uncountable miniature cameras. Under the dim light, Shen Luoying seemed to have forgotten to control her expression, and her saliva accidentally flowed down. Let me decorate your new home properly. Chapter 5, Taking a Bath. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Knight was unaware of all this. Ruggedly along the winding path, follow the spilled moonlight to the top of the mountain. He hummed his favorite ditty and let the hot water wash over his tired body. It's been so long, why hasn't the landlady come back yet? Jiang Knight was very familiar with Chuan City and remembered that there should be a clothing store right around here. He was a little worried and was just about to pull out his cell phone to ask a question when he heard a heavy slamming of the door from the first floor. it was the charterer returning. Accompanied by a rush of footsteps, Shenluoying ran up to the second floor and came into the room. Jiang Knight, have you washed up? I've brought you clothes. Thanks. How much is it? I'll keep it in mind and pay you back afterward. And yeah, that alarm clock in your locker keeps going off, so turn it off. Shenluoying was a bit embarrassed, but luckily Jiang Yi didn't continue to press her on why her alarm clock was in the cabinet. Soon the sound of the alarm clock came to a screeching halt. The room fell into a brief silence. But soon, Shenluoying's voice came again. The money for the clothes will be counted in the rent for you together by then. She doesn't buy clothes at all, so of course she doesn't know how much they're worth. Jiang Knight didn't think much about it and agreed readily. I'll come in and give you your clothes. Open the door. This. You hand me. Wrapped in a towel. He moved to the bathroom door and opened it a crack. Stinky Jiang Knight. So stingy. Shenluoying muttered in dissatisfaction, grabbing the bag and coming to the bathroom door. Soon, a slender white arm squeezed in and handed the bag to Jiang Knight. I'll be in my room waiting for you, so get dressed and come out quickly. Jiang Yi opened the bag, and instantly, an ethereal aroma drilled into his nose, causing him to instantly frown. Which store's clothes smell so good? Do stores now have to specially spray perfume on their clothes when they sell them? And why does this smell so familiar? Jiang Knight bellyached, but didn't care much. He grabbed a piece of underwear and put it on his body in a sharp manner. Why does it feel so tight? Chartered. Did you buy a smaller dress? Shenluoying's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. I don't know the size you wear. It's not like I've ever bought you clothes before. Oh well, Jiang Knight felt indifferent. Tighter is tighter, as long as he can wear it. He fumbled around in the bag for a while longer before pulling out a chubby. Jiang Knight looked at the pink triangular chubby with a cute cartoon pattern in his hand and fell into deep thought. Charters? I didn't think you'd buy me this kind of. A mortified voice came from the door. Put it on. I'll ignore you if you talk too much. Unsurprisingly, the chubby seems to be a little tight as well. No matter though, just wear it for a day anyway. Looking at the still bulging bag, a warmth surged in Jiang Knight's heart. It couldn't be seen that the charterer was actually quite attentive, buying all the clothes he needed to change into for the next few days. Although the sizes weren't quite right, it was fine for Jiang Knight to be able to wear them. Then I'll keep these clothes for now. Thanks brother. Good. Outside the door, the corner of Shenluoying's mouth rose in a bizarre arc. Now it's time to buy her own clothes. When Jiang Yi walked out of the bathroom, Shenluoying was sitting at the head of the bed, her eyes staring straight at him. What's wrong? Jiang Knight asked. It's nothing. Shenluoying hurriedly withdrew her gaze. It's my turn to take a shower. She strides toward the bathroom and closes the door. Stinking Jiang Knight, do I have to go this far? Shenluoying belabored. But it doesn't matter. I'm not as petty as you. It doesn't matter if a girl takes the initiative a little bit, right? She licked her red lips and looked at her flawless cute face and petite figure in the mirror. I'll have you know that people are girls, not good brothers. No peeking she said, followed by the sound of rushing water. Jiang Knight sat on the chair in boredom, rolled his eyes towards the bathroom, and then began to swipe his cell phone. A post quickly caught his attention. Xiao Qingshua's first concert tour will be launched in a month's time at the Magic City's Heavenly Domain Theater. When? Xiao Qingshua's concert? Jiang Knight's eyes lit up. He swiped down the post, which was attached with photos of Xiao Qingxue from her past appearances. The girl in the photo had long snow-white hair, and her hand holding the microphone was as white as jade. Against the background of the starry sky, her smile seemed to freeze time, becoming the focus of the universe. Jiang Knight usually didn't have much of a penchant for listening to songs, but Xiao Qingshue's songs were an exception. Jiang Knight knew that she was the second daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City, and also a singer who was popular in the north and south. Her voice was like magic, which could clear away Jiang Knight's fatigue from work. Jiang Knight usually lived on a shoestring, but still saved up to buy her album. Only, Xiao Qingshue's speed of releasing songs is relatively slow, and recently, she hasn't released any new songs for a long time, which makes her fans have a big headache. I didn't expect Xiao Qingxue to actually open a concert tour, and the venue is still in Magic City. Jiang Yi sighed. If only I could go see her concert with my own eyes. Jiang Knight still had to think about how to fill his stomach for the next meal, and spending money to go to a concert was even more unthinkable. Now it's better to find out what part-time jobs are out there that fit the bill. He swiped through a variety of job postings on the recruitment app until Shenluoying's voice came from the middle of the bathroom. Oops, I accidentally forgot to take the bath towel. Jiang Knight, help me bring the bath towel over. No more bath towels in the bathroom? Usually I live alone. How come I have so many bath towels? There's a spare one hanging on the balcony, so get it for me. Okay. Jiang Knight got up, removed the towel hanging on the balcony, and walked to the bathroom door. Come in. Shenluoying couldn't hear anything different in his tone. Jiang Knight suspected that he had heard wrong. What did you say? Come in, Shen Luoying repeated. Jiang Knight? Are landladies so spontaneous? Or are rich people like that? Jiang Knight's body felt like it was filled with lead, unable to move, staying in place at a loss for words. What are you waiting for? Come on in. Shen Luoying's tone remained flat, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. That, although we are brothers, but brothers can't be this honest with each other. Jiang Knight tried to speak as righteously as possible. Why? Shen Luoying snickered. Because you're a girl, so you know I'm a girl. Shen Luoying muttered delicately. Since this is the case, Shen Luoying revealed a bad smile. Clicking. Jiang Yu heard the sound of the door handle turning. No, landlady, what are you doing? Jiang Knight hurriedly closed his eyes and turned around. Shen Luoying lightly came behind him and came to his ear murmuring in a low voice. What's wrong, Jiang Knight? An ethereal fragrance drilled into Jiang Knight's nose. The room was heated inside and the young girl's words were accompanied by a gust of heat, like an invisible wave of electricity passing through Jiang Knight's body. Jiang Yi felt tingly and goosebumps all over his body. Isn't it not good to make jokes like that between brothers? What's wrong? We're good brothers. Shouldn't good brothers be open and honest? Shen Luoying's voice was soft, and she was a different person from usual. What you said about being frank and what I said might not mean the same thing. Jiang Knight took a step forward and tried to escape. What is she doing? How do you feel that today Shen Luoying is a little bit different? Only, before Jiang Knight managed to escape, Shen Luoying grabbed Jiang Knight's hand and, like a dancing elf, came to Jiang Knight in a spin, blocking his way. The room was warmly lit, and the young girl stood on her tiptoes, her forehead pressed against the teenager's. Jiang Knight, by now, don't you understand? The young girl's delicate voice was like it could seduce people. Jiang Knight froze like a statue, not moving. Seeing this, Shen Luoying continued. Actually, I seem to. Wait a minute, landlady, I got it. Jiang Knight closed his eyes, probed the young girl's forehead with his hand, threw the bath towel on the bed, and then pulled out his legs and ran. Thump, thump, thump. He tripped over a chair and fell to the floor, but not caring about the pain, he got up and rushed towards the door. Only Shen Luoying, who was at a loss for words, was left in the spot. Thunk dash the door of the villa was closed, and Jiang Knight left. Chapter 6, You Have a Fever. Shen Luoying's gaze was dull as she looked in the direction Jiang Knight had left. Jiang Knight, it seemed, had rejected her. Her face plummeted into a grimace. He. Jiang Knight, is this your answer? I've obviously done this. 2 lines of clear tears crossed Shen Luoying's cheeks, and her eyes once again transmitted a horrifying red light. Anger and sadness filled her mind, and Shen Luoying's breathing began to become constricted. Jiang Knight, the young girl kept murmuring. She turned back violently, opened the closet, looked at the pictures pasted densely inside, and haphazardly pulled them off. The hand that clutched the photo trembled slightly as she kept flipping through the photo in her hand, like a drowning person grasping for the last straw, the strength in her hand increasing, causing a crease to appear on the photo. The photo was a bit of their lives, from the time they met until they graduated from high school. Looking at the photos gave the young girl just a little bit of relief. Jiang Knight, Shen Luoying gasped, a flush attached to her face. Why just don't you understand it? Why do you want to run away from my feelings? I was obviously close to telling you straight away. Why did you run away? After all we've been through together, why did you reject me? Jiang Knight, I hate you. Shen Luoying turned her gaze to the teddy bear on the bed. She slowly walked over, picked up the teddy bear with one hand, and brought it to the side of the workbench, copying a hobby knife from the table. He stabbed it hard into the teddy bear's head. Cotton, like the blood of a teddy bear, gushed out of the teddy bear's head and spilled onto the table. Hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you, slash after slash. The teddy bear gradually became disfigured. Jiang Knight, why? Shen Luoying's scarlet eyes stared straight at the teddy bear in her hand. Talk to me? Jiang Knight. She kept shaking the Jiang Knight in her hand, hoping that Jiang Knight could answer. She kept shaking the Jiang Knight in her hand, hoping that Jiang Knight could answer her question. I get it. You don't like me enough, so you can't accept my feelings for you yet, right? In fact, you understand it all, only pretending not to know anything, and then coming to lie to me, all the time, lying to me for so many years. Am I right? River Knight. The River Knight in his hand did not move, acquiescing to the girl's question. Oh, I knew it, but it doesn't matter, my dear. I will slowly cultivate the feelings between us until I appear inside your world. I will take over your entire world, and there is only me, and only me, inside your world. Shen Luoying's eyes were mesmerized, completely immersed in her own world. The teddy bear was held tightly in the young girl's arms, falling apart under her squeezing, the white cotton instantly bursting all over the place. Jiang Knight. Shen Luoying instantly slumped to the ground in agony, her trembling hands constantly scouring the ground for cotton, clumsily stuffing it into the teddy bear's interior. All was in vain. Jiang Knight, don't leave me. I was wrong. Shen Luoying anxiously repaired the teddy bear. Only the more anxious she was, the bigger the breakage on the teddy bear became. Finally, the teddy bear spits out the last bit of cotton in his stomach and turns into a fabric with numerous wounds. I was wrong. Jiang Knight, I shouldn't have let you leave me so easily. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Knight, I'm going to make sure that you don't have the right to reject me. I'm going to make sure that you stay by my side forever and ever and ever. Honey, this is all because you forced me to. An inconspicuous locator had been installed on Jiang Knight's underwear, and as long as Shen Luoying turned on her cell phone, she could immediately learn his location. As long as he was found and a few bodyguards were dispatched to bring him back, Jiang Knight would be locked up in this villa forever, and no one would be able to find him. One could enjoy all of him and have him by one's side forever, just like the time one had spent with him earlier. Without the slightest hesitation, the young girl picked up her cell phone and opened the location software. Only the moment she saw Jiang Knight's location, waves of shock rolled up in the young girl's good-looking eyes. Why? The young girl looked at the red dot on the map, which was moving at a rapid pace. It was in the direction of the villa. Squeak dashed downstairs. The cottage door was opened. Landlady, I'm back. Jiang Knight's voice came. The young girl's gaze became dull. Jiang Knight's return was completely unexpected. Why? Shen Luoying repeated these 3 words in her mouth, and for a moment she was somewhat at a loss for words. Jiang Knight will be coming up soon. What should he do? Shen Luoying violently broke free from the madness, her brain racing. How should she explain this messy room to him? At the moment, teddy bears were abandoned on the floor and cotton was even spread all over her room. Jiang Knight, wait, don't come over. What's wrong with you? Chartered? I am changing. You are not allowed to come in. Ha? I was just told to go straight into the bathroom. Why can't I do that now? Shen Luoying was lying on the ground, her hands busy cleaning the cotton on the ground. Pervert, I was wrapped in a towel at that point. Didn't you ask me to get you a towel? I need 2 bath towels to wipe my body. No? Phew. Scared the hell out of me, Charter. Brother, I'm almost impure. That's fine. You hurry up. Shen Luoying certainly wasn't wrapped in a bath towel at that time, except that she was still just an innocent girl in front of Jiang Knight right now. She scrambled to clean up the floor, then shoved the cotton into the closet along with a stream of broken fabric. Then, she hurriedly climbed onto the bed and buried her head into the pillow, not letting Jiang Knight see her tears. All right, come on in. The door to the room was pushed open, and Jiang Knight sat down on the edge of the bed with a bag in his hand. Jiang Knight, what are you doing back here? Shen Luoying's head was buried in the pillow, muttering in a small voice. Why can't I come back? Jiang Knight's face was filled with questions. What are you doing back here? Taking pity on me. Shen Luoying was still lying on her back, gritting her teeth, not daring to look directly at Jiang Knight. What? Jiang Knight was even more confused. He recalled for a moment and said, Chartered lady, didn't you have a fever? A brief silence fell in the middle of the room. Jiang Knight tilted his head. Unspecified too. I thought you had a fever, so I went out to get you some medicine. He raised the bag in his hand. It's getting late. If we go any later, the pharmacies will be closed. Ha? Shen Luoying was a bit confused. The room fell into silence, and after a long time, she rolled over, her large eyes full of surprise. She couldn't care less about this pearly, pitiful look of hers, and tearfully looked at Jiang Knight. I have a fever? It was when you brought your forehead up to take your temperature that I realized you had a fever. My feeling might be a little more obvious than yours. Your forehead was really hot at that time. Jiang Yi reached out his hand again and probed Shen Luoying's forehead. The burning is very serious. Oh, you can touch it yourself. Jiang Yi felt that Shen Luoying had sensed that she herself might have a fever and was using his forehead to measure her temperature, so she brought her forehead over. Chapter 7, Who asked you to be your own brother? Ha? Why are you crying? Is it hard? Jiang Knight was a bit at a loss for words and looked at Shen Luoying with a heartbroken face. Shen Luoying didn't respond. Jiang Knight was a bit flustered. It was not right to speak. It was not right to not speak. He walked briskly to the bed, tossed the medicine aside. And, is it hard? Jiang Knight was most afraid of seeing Shen Luoying cry, regardless of which exam she didn't do well on, or if she encountered something unhappy, Shen Luoying would be the first to find Jiang Knight, crying and pestering him to comfort herself. Jiang Knight would always patiently accompany Shen Luoying. What caused Jiang Yi a headache was that he had no idea how to comfort a girl. There were times when his words even made Shen Luoying cry even more. As a result, Jiang Knight was both heartbroken but somewhat at a loss when he saw the pearly Shen Luoying. He felt that Shen Luoying was crying like this because she was having a hard time with the fever. At the thought, he hastily organized his words, but didn't know what to say. I realized you had a fever. So I rushed to get medicine. I know you're not well. When you get wet you catch a cold. And when you catch a cold you get a fever. And the cold won't go away at all if you don't take your medicine. Shen Luoying didn't move. Her good-looking eyes were still staring at Jiang Knight's face, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Jiang Knight was even more anxious. Had he said something wrong again? All of this sounds like a defense that doesn't help at all. He was always like this, talking without any logic at all, saying whatever came to his mind. And the more he talked, the more confused he became. And now he didn't even know how to explain it properly. Shen Luoying must have gotten caught in the rain while buying clothes for herself or going out to look for herself, which meant she had a fever because of herself. This made Jiang Knight want to slap himself a few times even more. Shen Luoying must be blaming himself for why he didn't buy the medicine back quickly, but he didn't know how to explain, so he just apologized directly. Oops, chartered. Luoying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made you wait so long. Mainly, I only have $10 left. I can't afford to take a taxi, so I can only run to the pharmacy to buy medicine for you. So many of the pharmacies in this neighborhood are closed. I had to run to several before I could get you medicine. Jiang Knight put his hand on Shen Luoying's forehead, and then on his own forehead, comparing the temperature. It's hotter than just now. You lie down quickly. I'll go soak the medicine for you. He turned, and was just about to get up to fetch the kettle when his own coat was taken in a death grip. Was this not going to let himself go? Jiang Knight felt like the sky was about to collapse. Jiang Yi turned back his head, a little scared that the chartered lady had gotten angry at him. He was also a little chagrined that he shouldn't have let a girl run out to buy clothes for himself in such heavy rain. But more than that, he was ashamed that he had made Shen Luoying cry, and that he hadn't done his duty as a brother. Are you angry? Jiang Knight asked tentatively. No, or perhaps due to the fever. Shen Luoying's face flushed a little. This feeling, so familiar. They grew up together, and Shen Luoying's parents were always away from her. Usually when she was sick, the nanny at home would be responsible for taking care of her. Only, every time she was sick and took a vacation, Jiang Knight would come to the house to visit her. There are times when she brings her homework to her, times when she helps her catch up on her missed homework, and times when she helps her nanny take care of her own care responsibilities. After growing up, her own body seemed to have gotten a lot better, and she hardly ever got sick, especially after she went to high school. Jiang Knight was busy with her studies and hadn't come to her house for a long time, let alone taking care of her like this. Oh, then I'll go make you some medicine, Jiang Knight said and was about to get up. No go. Jiang Knight, a huge force tugged at Jiang Knight's clothes, causing him to fall onto the bed without standing still. Then a soft body hugged him from behind. Jiang Knight, I'm so scared. The voice was soft, and there was a weak sobbing tone. How? What happened? Jiang Knight felt that Shen Luoying might be burned confused. Nothing. After taking the medicine we'll soon be fine. You bear with it, ha. He gently pushed Shen Luoying behind him, only for the latter to stick to him as if she were a dog plaster. Alright, it's not like you're a kid anymore. Get some rest if you're sick. Jiang Yi's gentle tone seemed like it stimulated Shen Luoying's nerves, and she pushed harder and harder, her hand movements getting bigger and bigger, strangling Jiang Yi's waist. Gently, landlady, when did you get so strong? Jiang Knight grimaced in pain. Shen Luoying was like this when she was a child, and she liked to hug him like this when she had a fever. Only, after growing up, the landlady's strength became a lot bigger, which made the strong and sturdy Jiang Knight a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Knight, you take care of me so well, how can I repay you? Shen Luoying rubbed herself behind Jiang Knight. Just give me back the $10 you bought for the medicine, Jiang Knight replied. Don't. Shen Luoying seemed to have really gotten burnt out, her voice breathless. Ha? Jiang Yi's face was full of questions, and he couldn't help but belly laugh. Why is the chartered lady so stingy? However, he looked back at Shen Luoying, who had already closed her eyes and was tightly attached to her body, and smiled and joked. So what are you going to send me? Hearing this question, Shen Luoying wooed a few times. Jiang Knight frowned. He didn't hear it, so he bent down and put his ear to Shen Luoying's mouth. I want to stuff you into my. Jiang Knight froze, and before his CPU could resume functioning, his head was immediately held down on the bed. What are you doing, landlady? If you want to fight, you should wait until you're better. Jiang Knight. Shen Luoying squinted her eyes slightly, love bubbling in her peach-colored pupils. Want to try it out? 39° me. Jiang Knight? This girl was really burnt. She didn't even know what she was talking about. However, Jiang Knight looked at this delicate face with a flushed face, making him unable to resist pinching it. That makes his own brother look kinda cute. Good girl, good girl. Jiang Knight, good girl. Shen Luoying's voice became smaller and smaller, and not long after, her breathing became even and calm, seeming to be asleep. Even after she fell asleep, her hands were restless, like she was jerking a cat or petting a small child's head. Put. Jiang Knight didn't hold back a light laugh as he said in his heart, "Can it be that I'm a small animal in her heart? Or a small child who cries?" Jiang Knight didn't expect that the charterer would still talk in her sleep at night. At that time, won't I be able to ask her to do a lot of things? Like, make her pay me back for my medicine. As soon as he said it was done, Jiang Knight took out his cell phone, disliked Shen Luoying's face, and took several pictures in a row. Then he opened the recording and brought the phone to Shen Luoying's mouth. That's okay. Jiang Knight smiled badly and tried to get up. Only, he realized that although Shen Luoying was asleep, her body was like she was hanging on herself. Shen Luoying wrapped her hands around Jiang Knight's neck, her chin resting on Jiang Knight's shoulder, and from time to time, hot air came out of her mouth and breathed on his face. No, how am I supposed to sleep? It couldn't be helped. Seeing as it was his own brother's sake, he, Jiang Yi, endured it. Chapter 8, It's my turn to take care of you. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight passed through the room's floor-to-ceiling windows and hit Shen Luoying's face. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Jiang Knight lying next to her. Jiang Knight was wearing a huge black eye circle, his eyes glaring deathly at Shen Luoying, his face full of grudges. He felt a bit uncomfortable. His arms were pressed by Shen Luoying's body to death, and he was no longer conscious. But he was afraid of waking up Shen Luoying, and had not dared to make any big movements. Also, there seemed to be some weakness in his own body. Shen Luoying was still a bit confused, and her head still had some vague pain. She did have a fever, and she was ignorant of her condition until Jiang Knight told her. At this moment, Shen Luoying narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the handsome and familiar face in front of her. Under her daze, she subconsciously put her face toward Jiang Knight. Jiang Knight, good morning. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, and after she finished speaking, she closed her eyes feebly again, her delicate body pressed up against Jiang Knight's body, ready to sleep a little longer. Landlady, do you want to take a look at what time it is? Jiang Knight said without a good breath. Only his voice was a bit hoarse. Since the morning, he had noticed that his throat was a little uncomfortable, and he was afraid that he had been infected by the chartered lady. He was tortured alive by Shen Luoying for a night. He wanted to escape but couldn't. There was no way out. He could only obediently lie on the bed, being bound by Shen Luoying to death, being used as her hugging pillow. That's right, Jiang Yi hadn't closed his eyes for a night. Only, Shen Luoying acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to wrap her arms around Jiang Knight's neck, lying quietly in his arms. Jiang Knight secretly sighed in his heart. Shen Luoying was sick like this, all because of himself. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's indignant emotions calmed down a bit, and his eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at Shen Luoying. Just like this, he continued to act as Shen Luoying's humanoid pillow, not even taking off his jacket, lying quietly on the bed. Am I being treated like that teddy bear by her? Jiang Knight yawned. Strange, where did that teddy bear go? His eyes glanced around inside the room, but there was no sign of the teddy bear. It was here before. Until noon, Shen Luoying finally opened her eyes, her spirit compared to before a lot better. The brain also gradually from a piece of paste become gradually clear. Did the chartered lady sleep comfortably? Next to him, Jiang Knight spoke word for word. Well, it's quite comfortable. How about you? Jiang Knight, did you sleep well? Shen Luoying sat up comfortably and stretched. The sunlight passed through her thin pajamas, outlining her exquisite figure a bit. Then, let's go check out the rental, Jiang Knight said, and wanted to sit up. But just as she finished speaking, she was held down on the bed by Shen Luoying. What are you doing? Charterer, you're sick? Shen Luoying keenly captured the abnormality in Jiang Knight's voice, and as she looked towards Jiang Knight at this moment, a strange light flooded her good-looking eyes. The Jiang Knight at this time was very different from the past. Jiang Knight always looked energetic in front of her. Even yesterday, under the bridge hole, Jiang Knight was freezing and shivering, and when Shen Luoying saw him, he didn't show the slightest bit of fatigue. Jiang Knight always maintained the image of a sunny and cheerful big boy in front of her. As for the current Jiang Knight, he was lying quietly on the bed, his eyes were lifeless, and from his cheeks, to the tip of his nose, a hint of redness had risen. This was a sight that Shen Luoying had never seen before, because Jiang Yu had never been as powerless as he was today. Landlady, what are you doing? Seeing Shen Luoying's strange look, Jiang Knight was a bit puzzled. Shen Luoying swallowed her saliva, stabilized the impulse that surged to her heart, and said calmly, you seem to be sick as well, so just stay in bed and rest today. Harm, I thought it was something? Jiang Knight bitterly smiled and shook his head. This little illness is nothing at all. I was so burnt that my legs were weak before, and I even went to work a part-time job for a whole day. When was it? I don't even know." When Shin Luoying heard this, she couldn't be bothered to appreciate the battle-damaged version of Jiang Knight, and hammered Jiang Knight heartily. "Was it during the vacation? You didn't even tell me when you got sick." "It's fine. It's fine. What kind of a brother tells his brother as soon as he gets sick? It's not too late. Let's hurry up and get going. Let's go see the rental." "No." Shin Luoying's voice was very resolute. "You'll just lie obediently at home, and when you get better, I'll take you to see the house. Speaking of which," Shin Luoying's voice trailed off, "I haven't taken care of you when I was sick. Jiang Knight's body is very good, basically never gets sick." He didn't tell Shin Luoying about the occasional major illnesses, and just pulled through silently by himself. His father persuaded him to go to the hospital several times, but he refused, reasoning that there was no need to go to the hospital for minor illnesses. Therefore Shin Luoying had never taken care of Jiang Yi when he was sick. Instead, Jiang Yi always came to take care of her when she was sick. This was a perfect opportunity, so of course Shin Luoying wouldn't let it go. Although Jiang Yi's illness had nothing to do with herself, she still remembered all that she did to Jiang Knight yesterday, including herself going crazy because he left, and herself pestering him while she slept. Shin Luoying watched her eyes and nose, and as long as Jiang Knight talked about it, she pretended that she was too sick and didn't know anything. Jiang Knight lay on the bed lifelessly. He hadn't slept for a night, and with the fever, his consciousness was a little blurry. For him, now he could finally get a good night's sleep. "Okay, then, please." After saying that, Jiang Knight slowly closed his eyes and never opened them again. The sound of even breathing echoed in the quiet room. He. Jiang Knight seeing Jiang Knight completely lose consciousness. Shin Luoying squatted beside the bed, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. "Let me take good care of you." She put her hand to Jiang Knight's face and rubbed it. At this moment, Jiang Knight's face was like a ball of fire, somewhat red. In the room where the heating was turned off, his face was constantly bubbling outwards. So cute, I want to eat it in one bite." Shin Luoying saw that Jiang Knight didn't have any reaction, and gradually began to let herself go. Her face felt like it was attracted to Jiang Knight's face and clung to it. Like a kitten, she rubbed against Jiang Knight's cheeks, feeling the hot temperature burning on her face like a flame. Shin Luoying's expression gradually distorted, completely and utterly sinking into it. Only after a long time did Shin Luoying reluctantly get up, one hand resting on top of Jiang Knight's cheek, her thumb constantly rubbing that somewhat rough face, while her other hand kept stroking Jiang Knight's head. "Jiang Knight, be good." She was like a mom, coaxing Jiang Knight who had already fallen asleep. She squatted in place obsessively, not caring that she still had some soreness in her body. "Jiang Knight is so good. What kind of reward should I give you? My dear must be hungry already. Let me feed you some good food." Chapter 9 Telephone Calls. Shin Luoying walked out of the room, took out a piece of bread from the kitchen, and once again returned to the bed. Her red lips parted slightly as she gently bit down on a piece of bread, chewing it delicately for a few moments and ferrying crumbs of it onto her own tongue. Jiang Yi's nose was completely out of order, so he could only rely on his mouth to breathe. Looking at Jiang Knight's slightly trembling lips, Shin Luoying was a little excited, and in her body, an inexplicable desire instantly surged up. She foolishly moved down, about to use the conveyor belt to send the imported breadcrumbs into Jiang Knight's mouth. Jingling dash. Just at this time, Shin Luoying's phone rang in an inopportune manner. She was already a little weak from doing such a bad thing, and was so shocked by the sudden ringing that the food on the conveyor belt accidentally fell to the ground. She froze for a few seconds, her face instantly grimacing. Who was calling her at this hour? She was a little depressed. It didn't matter though. She wasn't answering the phone no matter who it was. No one could ruin her day. With that in mind, she ignored the phone in her pocket and took another bite of bread, ready for her old trick. Only, Jiang Knight seemed to have been disturbed by the commotion, and he twisted his body a few times and rolled over, turning his back to Shin Luoying. This made Shin Luoying's plan to secretly feed her completely fizzle out. Shin Luoying wanted to turn his body over, but she was afraid of waking up Jiang Knight, and after hesitating for a while, she chose to give up. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times before she grimaced and headed straight out of the room. Eyes full of resentment, she pulled out her cell phone and it was her mother calling. "Hey!" Shin Luoying's voice was listless. "Luoying, are you home?" A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Aha! Both ends of the phone fell into silence, and after a few seconds, Shin mother's voice came again. "What's wrong, Luoying? Not feeling well?" "No." "Is there some kind of trouble?" "Then, no." Shin mother fell into silence, not knowing what to say. At this time another middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Shin's father. "Then, It shouldn't be Jiang Knight bullying you, right? It's not. Shen Luoying pouted and muttered a few times. Jiang Knight is the best to me. Although the voice was small, Shen's father and mother all heard it clearly. Mother Shen forced back her laughter. You're not with Jiang Knight right now, are you? Shen Luoying didn't expect her parents to actually guess it so quickly. Her small face quickly turned scarlet. Well, he's in my room. So it's like this. Shen mother instantly understood everything. She said with a smiling face. So it's us who disturbed you too. What? When Shen's father heard this, a nameless fire made him a little uptight. This kid, not honest at all, actually ran towards your home. When I see him, see if I don't take scissors to him. Dad, what are you thinking? Shen Luoying hummed lightly in shame and told Shen's father and mother about Jiang Knight's home, while slightly abridgedly telling them about Jiang Knight's illness. After hearing this, Shen's father and mother were both shocked, and both of them sucked in a breath of cool air for a long time before opening their mouths. No wonder we couldn't get in touch with Jiang Ling in the past few days. Their family is really something. They don't even know to look for us to help them out when they have something to do. Why don't you bring Jiang Knight to stay at our house in these few days? Didn't he also go to Mordor University? You guys can still have a companion this way, and Jiang Knight won't have to worry about his life. Is it really okay? Shen Luoying's voice revealed a wave of delight. Look at. Shen mother's mouth rose slightly, turned her head to look at the nearby Shen father who was full of black lines, and laughed softly. Just now he was not in the spirit of the spirit. As soon as he heard that he could let Jiang Knight live over, all of a sudden he was so excited. But, Jiang Knight, he won't agree. Shen Luoying sighed. He's a person who is dead set on losing face. He can't possibly live in our home for nothing. Besides, I'm not some big miss of the Shen family in front of him. If he knew my identity, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to socialize with me like this. Shen Luoying felt that if she let Jiang Knight know that she was the eldest young lady of the Shen family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City, there would definitely be a gap between them. You two really give people a headache. Jiang Knight is also really good. Everything is good. Just being like a piece of wood. Mother Shen shook her head. Sooner or later, your identity is going to be exposed. You can't keep pretending in front of him. At least, not right now. Shen Luoying gritted her teeth. There were times when she really wanted to open Jiang Knight's head to see if it was a wooden structure or not. She was prepared to keep it hidden until their relationship was finalized, and she told Jiang Knight herself, let's do it this way then. I'll buy a villa by the side of Mordor University. You'll say that you're going to share a house with him, then move in with him and live in it, and when the time comes, collect a little bit of rent from him symbolically, so he shouldn't think there's a problem, and your identity won't be exposed. How's that? Shen Luoying pondered for a moment. Her eyes lit up, and she agreed. Good, then let's do it. I don't agree. Shen's father was a bit anxious. How can you let your daughter live with Jiang Knight, a lone man and woman? That kid might do something to Luoying. Shen mother blankly glanced at him. It's not like we're not in Magic City. If we really can't, we'll go to their home every day and have a meal, so that you, the old father, can rest assured. It's not like you don't know this kid Jiang Knight. He's very well behaved. If you really make any noise to. Shen mother smiled wistfully. Just tie Jiang Knight back to our family to join the family. Then he cannot refuse even if he wants to refuse. What are you guys talking about? Shen Luoying pretended to be angry and hummed. How could any of you treat your daughters like this? Seems like, it's not impossible. Shen Luoying was calculating in her heart, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Alright Luoying, why don't you go back to Magic City tomorrow, and come over earlier so that Jiang Yu doesn't have to suffer outside? Well then, I'll discuss it with Jiang Knight when he wakes up from his nap, then I won't bother you too. Have fun. Mother Shen finished her last sentence in an intriguing tone and hung up before Shen Luoying could say anything. Jiang Knight, from now on we can be together every day. Oh. He. One could eat with Jiang Knight, go to school together, and even raid Jiang Knight's room at night. Shen Luoying thought about it and gradually forgot about expression management. When she came back to her senses again, she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. It's just a shame that the camera that was put inside the rental was instantly rendered useless. Chapter 10, A Real Nightmare. Where is this? Jiang Knight opened his eyes and realized that he was in a small, unknown and dilapidated dark room. It was pitch black inside the small dark room, and Jiang Knight was sitting on a worn wooden chair, his hands and feet firmly bound. He struggled violently, but it was as if the rope had magic powers. The more he struggled, the tighter the rope would be tied. A beam of sunlight hit his face through the slowly rotating exhaust fan, and the shadows caused by the fan blades slowly brushed across Jiang Knight's face, like a hand from the abyss gently caressing his face. At the same time, the beam illuminated another figure beside him. Dad? Jiang Knight exclaimed. Why are you here? Only. Jiang Ling didn't seem to have heard Jiang Knight's call, his eyes gazing ahead listlessly, his entire person as lifeless as a statue. Dad! Dad! Jiang Knight shook his body, driving the chair to move slowly in Jiang Ling's direction. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Jiang Knight saw that he was about to come to his dad's side, but at this time, a black shadow covered his entire body, blocking the only ray of sunlight that shone down through the exhaust fan. An indescribably depressing feeling swept over Jiang Yi's entire body. He felt as if something heavy was pressing down on him. In an instant, Jiang Knight's figure was unsteady and he fell to the ground. Help me! Dad! 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 Instead of subsiding, the oppressive feeling grew more and more intense. The rope that bound him also seemed to tighten as the shadows enveloped him. Soon, all the light was swallowed up by the shadows, and Jiang Knight's world was plunged into a pure darkness. Not only that, Jiang Knight's mouth and nose felt like they were blocked by something that was depriving him of the right to breathe. The desire to survive prompted Jiang Knight to react. He wanted to break free from the restraints, but hindered by the fact that his arms and legs were unable to move. Jiang Knight could only keep shaking his head, hoping that this would throw off the unknown weight on his body. The current Jiang Knight was as if he was drowning, constantly struggling and trying to poke his head out of the water. Only, there seemed to be an unknown monster in the water, wrapping his entire body in its hands and pulling it towards the bottom. Jiang Knight couldn't fight against this kind of power, and the only place in his body that could move was his head. Am I going to die here? Jiang Knight couldn't speak. His heart was screaming. I can't die here yet. Dad! Where's Dad? He looked around in horror, but where was Jiang Ling's figure around him? Everything in front of Jiang Yi's eyes seemed like a bubble phantom, constantly fragmenting. I can't die yet. Everything was in vain, as if Jiang Knight had fallen into a deep sea without seeing the sky. His consciousness became more and more blurred, and then, Jiang Yi snapped his eyes open, and the strength that erupted in that instant allowed him to successfully sit up from the bed, throwing Shen Luoying, who was originally pressed on top of him, out of the way. Shen Luoying fell heavily onto the floor, landing on all fours and letting out a wail. Hoo 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 hoo. Jiang Knight gasped for air, having just almost suffocated in his dream. How could he have such a strange dream? Jiang Knight hadn't had a nightmare in a long time, and even if he did, he would quickly forget about it after waking up. It was just that the dream just now. Jiang Knight felt both absurd and real at the same time. It seemed as if he was really firmly bound by something, and then he was pressed down on the bed again, blocking his mouth and nose. Ha! Landlady, why are you sleeping on the ground? Jiang Knight was a bit puzzled when he spotted Shen Luoying, who had fallen on the ground. Shen Luoying slowly climbed up from the ground and stroked the hair on her head. The blush on her face had not completely faded. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve and snapped. Nothing, I just fell. She wasn't going to tell Jiang Knight that she had just held him in her arms, pressed him down, and then forcefully kissed him while he was unconscious. Like this? Jiang Knight narrowed his eyes and stared at Shen Luoying's constantly evasive gaze. So, what is this thing? Jiang Knight picked up a few pink hairs from the quilt. It's my bed. It's normal to have my hair on it. Then why is it on my face too? Jiang Knight took up a few more pink hairs from his own face. I wanted to try the temperature of your forehead to see if your fever had gone down. So, just put my forehead against yours a little bit. This way Jiang Knight felt as if there were a few things that made sense, but there was something that wasn't quite right. Feeling better about the cold? The two inquired of each other in unison. I'm fine. Shen Luoying with a hint of squirming, her eyes lowered, looking at the floor, one finger casually playing with the tips of her pink hair. Jiang Knight nodded. I'm much better too. By the way, how long did I sleep? Without waiting for Shen Luoying to answer, Jiang Knight glanced at the wall clock and sucked in a breath of cool air. It's now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In other words, Jiang Yi had been lying in bed for almost a day. Shen Luoying brought a cup of poured hot water from the bedside table and looked at Jiang Yi with a smile. I've been taking care of you for a day. Jiang Yi sized up Shen Luoying. Her head was oozing with fine beads of sweat, as if she had just gone through an intense exercise. It must have been to take care of me that you got tired like this. Jiang Yi received the hot water and was a bit distressed. Then, Shen Luoying wanted to share housing with him to say something. Of course I don't have a problem with it. Sharing housing might actually be cheaper than living in a dormitory. Jiang Knight speculated and nodded. He didn't think much of it, living with his best buddy and having each other to look out for. Not to mention the fact that they got into the same college and it would be nice to go to and from school together every day. Just don't stay in the same room as Shen Luoying. Then it's decided. We'll leave tomorrow. Shen Luoying was about to jump up and down in excitement when she saw that Jiang Yi didn't refuse. Just, what about tonight? Jiang Knight asked. Jiang Knight can continue to sleep in my room. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This villa only has this one room of mine as a bedroom. Oh, so you can only sleep here. Jiang Knight looked at Shen Luoying suspiciously and frowned. And since your fever hasn't gone down yet, I still have to take care of you. So tonight, I'll have to ask you to stay in this room for one more night. Shen Luoying watched with her eyes and nose. No matter if Jiang Knight believed it or not, the other rooms were locked, and the key was in her hand. There was no way she would let Jiang Knight run into the other rooms. Okay ba. Jiang Knight found a blanket and spread it on the ground, preparing to sleep on the floor by himself. Aren't you coming to bed? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes at her. Another night of being tossed around by you and I won't be able to get up at all tomorrow. Chapter 11, Life in the Magic City from the Ground Up. The train has arrived. Mordor Station. Please disembark passengers, check their luggage items and get off in order. Is this the Magic City? Jiang Knight walked out of the station, raised his head, and looked at the tall buildings standing in front of him. At night, neon lights illuminate every corner of the street. There was an endless stream of vehicles traveling between the buildings on top of the elevated. The scent of money permeates the air, blending into the beautiful purple and red lights, interweaving a gorgeous Magic City night scene. Jiang Knight grew up in Chuan City. Although there is no shortage of high-rise buildings in Chuan City, but it is really dwarfed by the Magic City. He carried his suitcase and walked slowly down the street, looking around from time to time. The suitcase was naturally Shen Luoying's, and Jiang Knight, as a good brother, naturally had to do his job of helping her carry heavy things. As for his own luggage, he naturally had none at all. After he was raided, he didn't even dare to return home, let alone bring his luggage out. Even the money for the ticket to come over was advanced by Shen Luoying for him. For the current Jiang Knight, this was the true sense of starting life in the Magic City from scratch. What are those 4 buildings? Jiang Knight curiously pointed towards a cluster of buildings. Those 4 buildings reached up to the clouds, and all the surrounding buildings could only be considered as a dwarf in front of them. Shen Luoying replied, that is the symbol of the 4 great families of Magic City. Usually not open to the public, only when the families have major banquets, they will be used to entertain the guests. Jiang Knight nodded, waves of shock rising within him. These 4 tall buildings directly dominated the center of Mordor. Were they actually closed on weekdays? How many guests can be entertained in such a large building? It's a big family after all. At one time, it's possible to invite tens of thousands of people to the feast. Last time, in order to celebrate the listing of their new company, the Lin family directly threw thousands of invitations down from the roof of the building, and everyone who picked up the invitations had the chance to attend the Lin family banquet. It's illegal to throw things from a height, so guys don't learn. Jiang Knight felt like the world had been turned upside down. For these big families, it seemed like money was really the most useless thing. What's the matter? Want to go in and take a look? Jiang Knight swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded. Put, what are you laughing at? It's hard to believe that you don't want to go in and take a look. Jiang Knight looked at Shen Luoying breathlessly. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Shen Luoying stretched out half of her hand, pulling on the corner of Jiang Knight's coat, and in a short while, her hand was a little red from the cold. Mom and Dad have rented us a house and we can move in now. The two hailed a cab. The duo sat in it and arrived in front of a small villa. The rental you're talking about is actually a villa? Jiang Knight stared dumbfounded at the 3-story villa in front of him. Right. Shen Luoying nodded. This villa is still relatively close to the school. 10 minutes of effort to and from school. Jiang Knight was a bit hesitant, and Shen Luoying instantly understood his concerns. Don't worry, the rent won't be expensive. It's my mom and dad's friend's rental that was all but unrentable, and it just so happened that we needed it. So he took a big hit and rented this house to us. After saying that, Shen Luoying also added, you rented it in, or you did me a big favor by helping me save half of the rent. After Jiang Knight heard this, the burden in his heart was put down a little, and he walked into the villa with Shen Luoying. The decoration of the villa is not luxurious, and the overall style is minimalist. The living room was furnished with a couple of long sofas, across from a large screen television. As soon as Shen Luoying entered the door, she directly pounced on the sofa. Exhausted me. Shen Luoying flopped down on the sofa, her legs wobbling about in an unfaithful manner, and her slippers flew out east and west, almost smashing into the TV set across the room. Landlady, get up. You still have to go put your luggage down. Jiang Knight put a big bag in his hand on the suitcase and pushed it to the stairway. No, you can just help me organize your room. Don't you organize it yourself? Jiang Yi came to the sofa somewhat helplessly, sidled up, and sat next to Shen Luoying. What do you want? Shen Luoying turned her head and looked at Jiang Knight with a wary expression. What do you say? A bad smile surfaced at the corner of Jiang Knight's mouth, and his hands reached for Shen Luoying's soft underbelly. No, there is no. There. Shen Luoying twisted her body violently. Get up or not. Get up or not. Jiang Yi skillfully attacked Shen Luoying's armpit. Shen Luoying giggled and begged for mercy. Calling you lazy, calling you disobedient. Jiang Knight didn't stop the movements in his hands, and the amplitude even intensified. I was wrong. I'll organize my own room. Only then did Jiang Yi stop and pulled Shen Luoying up, leading her towards the second floor. You can organize and tidy up your room first. I'm going out for a while. I might not come back tonight. Jiang Yi helped Shen Luoying carry all the luggage to the door of her room and was about to turn around and leave. It's so late. Where else are you going? Shen Luoying was a bit puzzled. Jiang Knight sighed deeply. I'll go look for a part-time job. And if I'm lucky, I can start earning money tonight. Ah, a trace of complexity flashed through Shen Luoying's eyes. Alright then, don't be too late. Oh. Jiang Knight nodded and walked out of the villa. In the middle of the room, Shen Luoying laid down on the bed, the corner of her mouth hooked up with a silky smile. Honey, how could I let you go to work? Saying this, she made a call. Miss, what are your orders? On the other end of the phone, a voice asked respectfully. Did you buy all those stores closest to the villa? Yes, as per Mrs. previous orders, those stores have been bought and the shopkeepers have all been sacked. That's good. Have those stores declare that they are recruiting a store manager from now on. Then, recruit him for me, pay him whatever he wants, and that money will be deducted from my private account. Remember, don't claim externally that I did all this. Shen Luoying sent a picture of Jiang Knight and hung up the phone. Honey, it's okay to give me some kind of reward for being so nice to you, right? With that, she opened a hidden compartment in her suitcase, which was filled with miniature cameras. Shen Luoying held these cameras and walked towards Jiang Knight's room next door. Where should I go to find a part-time job? Jiang Knight walked aimlessly down the street, searching around for stores that recruited part-timers. Strangely enough, the store seemed to be doing extraordinarily hot business today, and every store was surrounded by people scrambling towards the store. Jiang Knight was a bit curious and went over to take a look. Recruiting store manager. Recruiting store manager. Conditions not limited. Salary negotiable. A person dressed as a shopkeeper held up a large sign and yelled in all directions. If one didn't listen to what he was saying, one should mistake it for a big sale at their store. Not only this one store, all the surrounding stores were yelling the news of recruiting a store manager. For a while, more and more people were concentrated in this commercial street. Some of them came to join in the fun, and some of them received the news, dressed in suits, and came to the store with their own CVs, ready to apply for the position of store manager. Jiang Knight's jaw dropped to the ground when he saw such a scene for the first time in his life, and it even shook his worldview. Did these bosses do something wrong and then get fired en masse? And does it make sense to have these store clerks out there yelling? Jiang Knight couldn't help but bellyache. Magic City. It's too scary. Chapter 12, Cousin. Why you? Jiang Knight's gossipy soul was burning. He looked around and quickly walked to a person who was watching around him. Older brother. What's the situation of this commercial street? The man wrapped his arms around his chest, narrowed his eyes and looked Jiang Knight up and down before turning his head again. You're from out of town, aren't you? Jiang Knight nodded sardonically and didn't deny it. This matter is strange to say the least. This street is just an ordinary commercial street, and the location it is in is not in the center. But just yesterday, this whole street was bought out. One day, to buy a street? Jiang Knight suspected that he had heard wrong. Right, the man's brow furrowed. The main thing is, this street, all the store owners were all fired overnight. He pointed at a store owner in a clothing store who was theorizing with a recruiter and said in a deep voice, that person I know, is the original owner of this clothing store? He's been running this store for over 10 years and his business has always been good. But it was yesterday that he was told from above that he was fired. You say, it's a person who can't accept it. Jiang Knight nodded and sympathized with him. Not only this store, but as Jiang Knight's pace deepened, he saw scenes that he had never seen before in his life. The surrounding stores were all, without exception, yelling for shopkeepers to be recruited. From time to time, there were also tirades coming from the store owners who were suddenly fired, venting their anger. Some travelers were holding their cell phones, frantically snapping pictures, and the shopping street was instantly bustling with activity. After looking around for a long time, Jiang Knight found a restaurant that had a posting for dishwashers and walked in. This restaurant is just a mediocre store on this commercial street, but business seems to be extraordinarily hot today. A modest box was packed with people. The box seemed to have been temporarily commandeered and used as a recruiting location for the shopkeeper. Inside, a suited interviewer sits at a desk, impatiently flipping through the resumes that have been submitted. A long line formed outside the door, leading almost directly to the door. They nervously held the small slips of paper in their hands, on which were recorded dense handwriting that seemed to be some of the mandatory memorization for the interview. Jiang Knight had a bit of a headache. Generally speaking, positions like dishwashers were directly recruited by the store manager. Only, now that even the store manager was no longer there, who was he looking for to apply for the job? Ah, young man, dinner? A waitress aunt next to him asked in a small voice. Oh, no, I'm here to apply for a job as a dishwasher. It's just that the store manager here doesn't seem to be around. Applying for a job as a dishwasher. Well, that's a bummer. Our boss got fired yesterday for something he didn't know what he did. If you're applying for a job as a dishwasher, you might want to ask the interviewer. John Knight's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that where the interview for store manager is held? Auntie shook her head. I don't know what's gotten into the nerves of the higher-ups, but they specifically instructed that all the jobs from the store manager down to the dishwasher are now in the hands of that one interviewer. For the first time, John Knight heard that the job of washing dishes was subject to an interview. It's just, wouldn't be a good idea to go to an interview in my outfit. John Knight glanced at the long line on his side. Every single person in it was wearing a formal dress with a bow tie and leather shoes. On the contrary, he was wearing a heavy cotton coat and his hair was still a bit messy. In this condition, I guess he would be kicked out as soon as he met the interviewer. Young man, these people are all applying for the job of store manager. In Magic City, trying to recruit a dishwasher can be harder than recruiting a store manager. Auntie glanced at those people disdainfully. Low-eyed and overambitious. People nowadays want to get a better job in Mordor. And in the end, they can only end up in the dust. We don't pay dishwashers low wages here. But just no one comes. And in the end, it's still not dignified. Like Auntie, getting a stable job honestly is better than anything. She smiled towards John Knight. Young man, I'm optimistic about you. That, Aunt, John Knight asked tentatively, are there any requirements for doing your waitressing business in Magic City? Auntie pondered for a moment and said, it's not too much to ask. Just know 3 or more languages. John Knight gulped and had an urge to flee. I'm going to deliver the groceries. Cheers, haha. With that, the waitress left at a quick pace. Is this the Magic City? I just want to get a job. Is it easy for me? A hint of despondency flashed in John Knight's eyes. He turned his head toward the noisy interview box and hesitated for a moment before joining that long line. He didn't believe that with his years of dishwashing experience, he couldn't be a dishwasher in this restaurant. The teenager straightened his cotton coat and pushed down his upturned hair before sticking his hands in his pockets and puffing out his chest, following the lead of the interviewers around him and trying to look as confident as possible. Just then, 2 arguing voices arose from the back of the group. Stop squeezing me. What's wrong with you? It was the voice of a woman, her voice laced with anger. Just you are applying for the job of store manager? It's not too late. Go home early. It was a man's voice, sounding civilized and with a bit of effeminate yin and yang. It's none of your business that I'm applying for a job as a store manager. What are you tugging at? You hairless college student. Do you have a degree? Do you have a diploma? Do you have turtle experience? The man let out a sharp clip sound with mockery. The people next to him looked at him. Their brows couldn't help but wrinkle, unconsciously moving away from him. The man was about to continue when his voice came to a screeching halt, as if he had been grabbed by the throat. A big man is such a pussy. And you're cutting in line? Do you understand? John Knight frowned. Why was this voice a bit familiar? He looked back at the woman curiously, his eyes widening momentarily. The woman had flaming red waist-length hair, a leather coat on top, and a pair of leather pants wrapped tightly around her slender legs. She grabbed the boy she was talking back to directly by the collar and was about to lift him up whole. Let go of me. The civilized man shrank, his voice getting smaller and smaller, reaching out his hand, feebly slapping the back of the woman's hand, like a shy and petulant little girl. Cousin? He waved towards the woman, and that woman sniffed and glanced towards John Knight, instantly revealing a smile. Little cousin? The anger under her eyes instantly faded and a smile crept onto her face. She loosened her grip on the man's collar and pushed with one hand, and the man fell to the ground without standing still. She was none other than John Knight's cousin Jiang Ting, Jiang Ling's brother's daughter. In Jiang Knight's impression, after her cousin graduated from college, she came to the Magic City and worked alone. Only at the time of the new year, Jiang Knight can see her. When he was a child, Jiang Knight was bullied by her. Although Jiang Knight was strong, but the bloodline suppression engraved in his DNA made him lose many battles against his cousin. Only that his cousin would give him a big red packet on New Year's Eve. And sometimes, she would take advantage of Jiang Ling's inattention and run out to play with Jiang Knight during his study time. Jiang Knight was wrapped in her arms, and the knuckles of her index fingers were pressed against Jiang Knight's temples, turning them with force. Why didn't you tell sister when you came to Magic City? Sister missed you. It hurts. Jiang Knight grimaced in pain and managed to break free. I'm going to college soon, and I had planned to come back to see you after a while, Jiang Knight hurriedly explained. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Knight ate a solid brain crash. Count on you having a bit of a conscience. Jiang Ting rubbed Jiang Knight's hair hard, messing up his freshly organized hair. Don't old sister. I have an interview later. That said, old sis, are you here to apply for the store manager job too? Jiang Ting heard this question and stopped her hand movements, her eyes unconsciously looking away. When? Of course. Ha ha, old brother. Are you also here to apply for the job of store manager? Jung Knight shook his head and put his head to Jung Ting's ear. How can I have that skill? I'm here to apply for a job as a dishwasher. He didn't dare to say it out loud. It was too embarrassing. Jung Ting froze, then laughed a bit stiffly. I see. I thought no one would apply for a dishwasher job. Ha ha. At that time, if you become the store manager, remember to take care of your little old brother me. Jung Knight raised his eyebrows. Good. When the time comes, sis will cover you. Jung Ting patted Jung Knight's shoulder. Only, her force became less and less. Chapter 13, Humiliate Me. Ahem. These chapters are mainly to introduce Jung Ting, the main character, and Hai, the negative character, who will be used later on. There won't be any face-palming in the future. It's all sweet everyday life. If you really have an aversion to this kind of plot, you can move to chapter 17, where the new heroine appears right away. It hurts me the man who fell to the ground covered his butt and the black-rimmed glasses on his face fell to the ground. Highly nearsighted, he became blind as soon as he left his glasses. Plus it was nighttime. He couldn't even find where he dropped his glasses. In full view of everyone, his hands groped around on the ground carelessly. After a long time, he finally felt his glasses and put them on. The frail man showed his teeth and glared at the sibling duo. What's the matter? You're the one who jumped the queue first. Don't you understand first come first served? Still want a cut in my queue? I'll teach you a lesson. Do you have a problem with that? Jung Ting raised his fists and looked down condescendingly at the civilized man who was a head shorter than him. Humph. What's wrong with jumping the queue? The man's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that the woman in front of him was a hothead, and if he pissed her off, I'm afraid that her fists would really land on him. However, the pride in his heart did not allow him to just settle for less. So, he forced himself to be calm, held up his glasses, and revealed an expression that he thought was menacing. Fear and anger were written on the same face, making his face look a little twisted. The whole person looked like a cat that had blown up but was meowing arrogantly. Do you? You know who I am? The man almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth. I don't know who you are, but I know I'm your stack. The fist instantly slammed downward, and it was about to land on the bridge of the civilized man's nose. Only, Jung Knight stepped out in time and grabbed her arm, stopping Jung Ting's injurious behavior. The civilized man closed his eyes at the move, letting out a petulant grunt as his head involuntarily shrunk back. Forget it, sis. There's still an interview to go. Jung Knight heard that unusual grunt coming from the civilized man, and tried his best to contain the gastric juices that had already turned over in his stomach, pulling Jung Ting back. He knew that with his cousin's violent temper, he probably would really beat this man up on the street. Jung Ting glanced at the civilized man and gave him a middle finger before wrapping her arms around Jung Knight's neck and continuing to chat with him. You wait for me. The frail man stared at the backs of his siblings, his face showing ruthlessness. He turned directly away, and as he passed the crowd, they all subconsciously took a few steps back, frowning with wonderful expressions. The pain on his buttocks was still fiery, and the frail man covered his buttocks, as if he were a willow in the wind in the middle of the night wind, and if he didn't pay attention, he would be blown down. He limped and bumbled his way to a deserted alley, sat paralyzed against the wall, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Hi Xiao. The voice coming from the other end of the phone was none other than the interviewer of that restaurant. According to your father's intention, the position of the director of this restaurant has long been reserved for you. You've come for an interview just to go through the process, so please wait a little longer. Lousy, don't come to face what test. Inside the dark alley, the frail man looked around and finally dared to let go of his voice and speak loudly, except that his voice was still shrill, and onlookers might think he was singing. I'll send you my resume and identity information directly in a moment, and you can just write whatever you want about the interview process. The store manager's position will end up being the old man's anyway. Then, he sent over a photo of Jung Knight as well as Jung Ting, which was a photo of the siblings that he had secretly taken of them from behind when he left, when they weren't paying attention. In the photo, Jung Ting was resting her arm on Jung Knight's shoulder, and the two of them were smiling and seemed to be chatting happily. Although their faces could not be seen, the two of them were dressed in a particularly conspicuous manner and could be recognized at a glance. The man's expression grew more and more twisted as he looked at the smiles of the two men in this photo. I want you to humiliate these two severely during the interview. He laughed petulantly, covering his mouth with one hand. I'm so looking forward to you guys making a fool of yourselves in plain sight. Inside the interview box. Look at me. I'm a turtle PhD graduate from Stave University, well versed in business statistics as well as, says a recently returned turtle who was browbeating about his specialty as well as his expertise. Across the room, the interviewer was boredly playing with his fingernails, the turtle's resume crushed under his palm. This is my self-introduction. Despite this, that turtle still had a professional smile on her face and skillfully finished her introduction. Okay, I see. We'll let you know afterward as to whether or not you're qualified. The interviewer's tone was unruffled, giving a decent professional smile after the turtle had finished. That, you don't have any questions you want to ask me? Turtle was a little overwhelmed. This was unlike any of his previous interview experiences. No thanks. Okay. The turtle rose slowly, his mind constantly pondering what he had said and done earlier. Was there something that he hadn't done well enough? Or did the interviewer perform some hidden test on himself that he didn't realize? Years of interview experience told him that the interviewer was most likely not interested in him when he acted like this. In this case, the probability is that he is cool. The interviewer yawned. He had seen too many chest thumpers today. They were all better than one another, and their resumes were all more anticlimactic than one another. Only, the store manager's spot had already been set by Hai Xiao, so he didn't bother to listen to the speeches of these clowns who had come for interviews. The fact that he was still sitting here now was nothing more than a pretense. The so-called Hai Xiao, his father, Haida Fury, was the person in charge of this entire commercial street. Their family seemed to be quite prestigious and powerful in Magic City, backed by one of the 4 great families. Therefore, he agreed to Haida Fury's request to make Hai Xiao the store manager of this store. As a member of the interviewers, he of course knew the person that the higher-ups had asked them to recruit. Only, how could the person who had been named and recruited by the higher-ups condescend to come to a small restaurant as a store manager? Therefore, he simply sold Haida Fury a direct favor. This was a favor from the Hai family, and he knew with his feet that it was very valuable. When you come out, you have to be powerful and have a background. What's the use of a turtle? What's the use of a good resume? If you want to mix in the Magic City, you can rely on more than just the 10 years of hard study. Chapter 14, Humiliation. Next, the assistant at the side opened the door to the box, and Jiang Knight put his hands in front of him respectfully, with the word well-behaved written all over his face. The soundproofing of the booth wasn't very good, and he had been eavesdropping on the interview in the box from just outside the door. If he didn't hear it, he seriously questioned whether he was worthy of being a dishwasher or not. Jiang Knight's academic performance had always been very good, or else he wouldn't have been able to get into Magic City University, a top-tier institution. Only, he was still just a high school graduate who didn't even have a university degree, and he actually had to enter the same interview room with these social elites. Although he was applying for the job as a dishwasher, the interview situation just now still gave Jiang Knight a great deal of interview pressure. This kind of heaven-defying condition, the interviewer actually didn't even choose to want it, didn't even ask a question, and just sent that turtle away. With this condition of his own, would he be blown out by the interviewer as soon as he entered the box? Mordor, it's horrible. Go Jiang Knight, old sister is optimistic about you. Jiang Ting ignored the gazes of the people around her. Her hands were compared to a trumpet and she shouted at Jiang Knight. Are these two here for the interview too? Don't they even have to wear formal attire for interviews? Either they're senior enough to go against the grain, or they know the interviewer well. The surrounding people analyzed each other one by one, and all of them turned their gazes to this young man who was about to be interviewed. It couldn't be helped. After the scene with the frail man just now, coupled with the clothes that didn't fit in with them, it managed to make Jiang Knight and Jiang Ting the center of attention. Only, who would have thought he was applying for a job as a dishwasher? It would be a great shame if they found out. Jiang Knight would like to directly end the cracks of the floor into a puddle of mud from the cracks quietly slipped away, secretly cursing the rules let the dishwasher to go through the interview with the senior staff. Cut. Shen Luoying, who was in the process of installing a miniature camera, sneezed for no reason and almost fell off the top of the chair. That's right, the delicate-minded Shen Luoying had purposely requested that whatever position in the store be interviewed by an interviewer in order to ensure that Jiang Knight would become the store manager. She knew that Jiang Knight definitely wouldn't have half an idea about the store manager, and it was impossible for him to come to the store and directly apply for the position of store manager. Therefore, she had to take this approach so that he had to come in front of the interviewer no matter what position he was applying for, so that the interviewer who received his picture could recognize him, thus forcing him to become the store manager. In the box, Jiang Knight was sitting upright with his hands folded and placed flat on the interview table, just like an elementary school student who was listening attentively to a lesson. The interviewer, who was sleepy, instantly came to life, and he instantly recognized this person in Hai Xiao's photo. There was no way around it. The clothing of the Jiang Knight and Jiang Ting duo was too conspicuous, and even though the interviewer didn't know their faces, he could still recognize them as the one in Hai Xiao's photo by their clothing. He was secretly happy in his heart. As long as he ruthlessly humiliated the person in front of him as he requested, the Hai family would owe him 2 favors. From now on, he can climb the leg of the Shanghai family. Perhaps in the future, he can also hook up with the power behind the Shanghai family, which is one of the 4 big families in Magic City. It's not like he hasn't done such things as humiliating the interviewers. Anyway, he's the interviewer and the interviewers have to look at his face. So who can do anything to him? Hi, I'm applying for a job. Just you. And you want to apply for the job of store manager? The interviewer propped up his fat face with one hand, a sneer on his face. Not even wearing formal attire. Just wearing this raggedy dress. Are you here to apply for a job? Or to beg? His tone of voice was filled with yin and yang. That. I'm not. Jung Knight's forehead was oozing with a slight bead of sweat, and his speech was a little sloppy. His fists clenched up tightly as he stared nervously at the interview tabletop. What aren't you? The interviewer slammed the table and pointed at Jung Knight's nose. I've seen a lot of college students like you, and you want to apply for the job of store manager when you're all hairless? What else do you know besides a few anime lines? Let alone coming to Mordor. Even if you were thrown inside the desert, those stinking beasts wouldn't even bother to look at you. The assistant on the side looked at Jung Knight. He was curious as to what kind of person could make the interviewer insult him like this. Only, why did this person look a bit familiar? He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The interviewer swept Jung Knight up and down and sneered. You're from out of town, aren't you? No wonder. Dressed like a country white bun. What's the matter? The family is bare and can't afford to buy you clothes? Your xylophone is probably gone. Or you wouldn't have no one to teach you the rules of the big city. Oh, you can't say that. Maybe your xylophone is still in the countryside feeding the village hyenas. Get your ass back to the countryside early. The magic city is no place for you to stay. The assistant stared intently at the teenager's face. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, he made a look towards the interviewer. Only, the interviewer was busy with his frantic output and didn't notice his own assistant's reminder. Jung Knight was in a bit of a trance for a moment. He, a student from a small city, didn't have a bit of experience in interviews. One's first interview was verbally abused by the interviewer and, moreover, in such an insulting manner, but he quickly came back to his senses. He wondered if interviews in big cities were all like this, or what unspoken rule he had broken that had made this interviewer so angry. But he was able to distinguish between right and wrong. Even if you do something wrong, it just means that you are not qualified for the job. What gives the interviewer the right to humiliate himself like that? Jung Knight clenched his fists, forcing back the anger in his heart. He wanted to punch the interviewer in front of him, letting him know that he, Zhang Yi, also had the most basic bottom line. Only, Miss, you calm down. Jung Knight heard a bustling sound coming from outside the box, and immediately afterward, the box door was kicked open. What are you hooking and screaming for? Zhang Ting shook off those hands that were pulling on his arm and rushed straight inside the box. The interviewer's voice was so loud that almost all the people waiting for the interview outside heard it, and naturally Zhang Ting was no exception. The interviewer looked at the intruding Zhang Ting, and the smile on his face deepened a few points. Nice, come on. That's what he said out loud on purpose. Older sister. Jung Knight gritted his teeth. His cousin is still here. If he gets rough here, not only him, but even his oldest sister will be implicated. You're his sister, aren't you? Both of you? The interviewer took a sip of tea and slowly spat out 3 words. Uneducated. I don't have you. Zhang Ting's eyes were almost spitting fire, wanting to have a good fight with the interviewer. Only, once again, her arm was firmly tugged by a hand. Sis, let's go and try our luck at the next restaurant. Jung Knight was not in a state of rage, but he could tell the difference between a moment's pain and the consequences to be borne. He swept a glance at the crowd, and all of them turned their gazes to them. There was the same anger in the eyes of the crowd as the siblings, and there was sympathy, but not a single person came up to give Jung Knight a voice. They need this job. This one that they call decent in the Magic City. Sis, let's go. It's not the first time I've been scolded like this. Jung Knight forcefully swallowed back the anger that was about to spurt out. It was certainly his first time being humiliated like this, but he had to say this in order to calm his sister down. Zhang Ting lowered her head, her back teeth about to be clenched. Zhang Yi couldn't fool her since she was a little girl. She could see those thoughts in Zhang Yi's heart at a glance. It made her want to kill the interviewer. But in the end, she also just spat out one word, go. If Zhang Knight wasn't there, she didn't care what he did. She was bound to give the interviewer a punch in the face. But, Zhang Ting secretly glanced at Zhang Knight, who was pretending to look calm, and clenched her teeth. His own cousin is still here. He can't do anything stupid. The commotion in the store attracted a number of onlookers and eaters, who pointed at the duo in the store. What happened? I don't know. It seems like someone interviewing drew the ire of the interviewer and kicked the person out. Do interviewers even kick people out when they're angry? How bad should that person who came to apply for the job be? Seeing that the atmosphere had almost been set in place, a short figure came out from among the crowd. He held up the black-framed glasses on his face, revealed a harmless smile, and let out his trademark effeminate tone. He why go ah, you do not want this job. Chapter 15, Face Slapping. After waiting in line for so long, and then being kicked out, isn't it a bit too bad ah? The frail man scanned the circle of onlookers, as if he was delivering an actor's pre-opening speech. Jiang Knight stared at this weak man, his brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. Why did this person appear again? And at such a perfect time? Let me introduce myself. My name is Hai Xiaojia. I am the first son of the person in charge of this commercial street. He emphasized the word first son, and after he finished speaking, he stole a glance at the crowd. Looking at the envious gazes of the people around him, he nodded his head in satisfaction, and his voice couldn't help but grow a few points louder. What do you want to do? Jiang Knight stared intently at Hai Xiaojia's mouth, his eyes showing ferocity. Get the hell out of here. Old lady is too lazy to bother with you right now. Jiang Ting forcefully pumped her arm that was firmly bound by Jiang Knight. She was also trying her best to restrain herself right now. If it wasn't for Jiang Knight tugging at her all the time, she would have already exploded with that interviewer and this kid in front of her. Please rest your anger. Hai Xiao Fury closed his eyes and put on a helpless stance. I apologize for you for the interviewer's unreasonable behavior. As the son of the person in charge of Commercial Street, it's my problem that I didn't help keep this street in order. This can't be your arrangement. Jiang Knight let out a cold smile and stared at this actor with excellent acting skills. You misunderstand. I came here to apologize as well, and incidentally make some amends to you. No need. Sis, let's go. Jiang Knight ignored his words and tugged Jiang Ting's arm to leave this place of wrongdoing. I can hire you as servants of our high family. I guarantee that the salary and benefits you receive will be the most top-notch in Magic City, even better than many of the social elites sitting in large companies. This will also save you from having to work everywhere. How about it? Hai Xiaojia intentionally emphasized the words working around, and with his special effeminate accent, he said. Jiang Knight didn't reply, buried his head, and walked forward. Only, there always seemed to be someone in the crowd who was intentionally or unintentionally obstructing their path. If they wanted to pass through the crowd, then there would be someone squeezing in the middle of the crowd, not leaving a gap for them to pass through. Obviously, Hai Xiaojia had arranged people amongst the crowd to obstruct their departure. The siblings quickly realized this, and Jiang Ting directly cursed. If we can't beat my old lady, we'll come to these underhanded things, right? Quickly let us leave. That's a bit hard for me. After all, it's me who's wronged you guys, and it's too much for my heart if you don't accept a little compensation. Saying that, Hai Xiaojia pulled out a wad of cash from somewhere. TM, get your money out of my face. Jiang Knight patted Jiang Ting's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. As things stood now, it seemed that Hai Xiaojia wasn't prepared to let the two of them off the hook so easily. Jiang Yi thought, gritted his teeth, and extended his hand. After we take it, we can leave, right? Yes, a triumphant smile appeared on Hai Xiao Fury's face. Just as Jiang Knight was about to take the pile of cash, Haida Fury's hand loosened, and the cash instantly scattered in all directions and fell to the ground. Sorry, hands shaking. Please pick it up yourselves. You. Jiang Ting struggled desperately, wanting to break free from Jiang Knight's restraints. The two of them knew the mind of the person in front of them by heart, and it was estimated that this interview accident, including the current situation, was arranged by the person in front of them. The goal is to make them look bad in front of the crowd. Hai Xiaojia knew that he couldn't hide it from this pair of siblings. He also simply stopped acting and came to the ear of the two and whispered, "Today, you guys pick up the money before you can leave. In that case I'll pretend that nothing happened before. This money is enough for you guys to use for a long time. Right? He. Well, hurry up and pick up the money at my feet." Of course, these words were spoken so quietly by Hai Xiaojia that the crowd of onlookers could not hear them. Wait! A fat figure ran out from inside the restaurant, and because he was in too much of a hurry, he tripped over the threshold of the restaurant on his way out, and then his front body was unsteady, and he stumbled and fell to the ground, rolled on the ground a few times, and came into the middle of the crowd. He didn't care about that and hurriedly stood up, holding Jiang Knight's shoulders and bending down, his face filled with embarrassment. That, young man, I wasn't paying attention just now and spoke a bit louder. Please forgive me. Also, you've been hired as our store manager, so you can report tomorrow. The surrounding crowd fell into a dead silence. All of them froze in place for a long time. The crowd then erupted into a heated discussion. Holy, is this some kind of urban Dragon King plot? Poor kid endures humiliation for 3 years and returns to become an urban big shot straight away. Bro is exaggerating a bit, isn't he? It's just a store manager. You say, what is this young man's status? The interviewer just scolded him like that, and now he's being so respectful. The reversal is a bit too big. The crowd was talking about the current situation. Hai Xiaojia was in a bit of a trance for a moment. He looked at that interviewer. his eyes full of viciousness. "What are you doing?" The interviewer glanced at him and continued to speak curtly. Just now, it was me who had eyes but no pearls, judging people by their appearance. You, as an adult, don't forget the small person's fault, or else, when you see me in the future, just treat me as a piece of rotten mud. A piece of hooked stone is also fine. A few minutes ago, the assistant finally pressed on and reminded this interviewer. That poor boy, it seemed, was the one who had been asked to be recruited from above. The interviewer had indeed seen Jung Knight's picture, but he hadn't expected at all that that person would actually come to the small hotel to apply for a job, and actually had a grudge against Hai Xiao. He hadn't even cared about Jung Knight's face when he was wreaking havoc with the output before. This terrified the interviewer, and after some celestial battle, he decided to give up this old face and risk feuding with the Hai family to flatter Jung Knight. After all, Jung Knight was the power behind the Hai family. That is, one of the 4 great families of Magic City took care of by name. And if he was offended, and the slightest bit of wind came out of his mouth, 10 Hai families wouldn't be able to protect him. In front of the 4 great families, the Hai family was nothing more than an ant that could be lost at the snap of a finger. The interviewer, a workplace veteran, couldn't be clearer. He now just wanted to slap himself a few minutes ago. A step to heaven was in front of him, but he played himself hard to death. Now, one can only pray that the lad doesn't hold a grudge. Chapter 16, The Slap. Jung Knight Clank looked at the interviewer who was on the verge of kneeling in front of him, and froze a bit. Unconsciously, he loosened his hold on Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting rushed to the interviewer in a few steps, raised her palm, thought about it, and resisted the urge to slap down. She wanted to smoke over the interviewer as well as both Hai Xiao Fury. In fact, she herself didn't care. Even if someone came after her, she wasn't afraid. Only, her brother was still here, and the series of reminders from Jung Knight just now had calmed her down a bit. She couldn't let her brother fall into danger just after coming to Magic City. She pointed her finger at the interviewer's nose, but then looked at the comical way he was on the verge of crying, and for a moment didn't know what better to say. Although Hai Xiaozhou was not punched, his face was still green and purple, obviously infuriated. It was just that in front of the crowd, it was not good for him to say anything directly to the interviewer. After all, he still had to maintain his positive image of elegance and kindness in front of the crowd. The corner of his mouth pulled out a smile, and he came to the interviewer, pretending to go up to mediate. "There's no need for this look. I've already apologized to these 2 friends. How about you stand up first and apologize to these 2, and this will be over." Even he detected a hint of something wrong. How could the interviewer change his attitude so much in an instant? His behavior like this was slapping his Hai Xiao's face. If something special hadn't happened, giving the interviewer 10 guts, he wouldn't have dared to disobey himself like this. The interviewer remained impassive, treating the Hai Xiao Fury on the side as air, and gazing at Zhang Knight with 2 tearful eyes, as if the 2 of them were some kind of dear friends who had been reunited for a long time. Hai Xiaozhou grimaced and scanned the surrounding crowd as he realized that more and more people were casting curious and envious gazes at Zhang Knight. After all, this teenager had been an outsider's identity just a moment ago, and now that he had suddenly transformed into a store manager, he might have some unknown identity behind him. In Magic City, being a store manager was not that easy. Obviously, this teenager had a not-so-small background in Mordor, which was what allowed him to be internally designated as the store manager before he even had an interview. In their eyes, this teenager was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. How is that possible? Hai Xiaozhou's head was filled with black lines. This was completely different from his expectations. In his conception, he would put on a show after the 2 siblings came out, packaging himself as the understanding young lord of the shopping street, and giving the 2 outsiders compensation in front of everyone. This will not only let them make a fool of themselves in front of the crowd, but also can set off his gentle and elegant image. He was the main character in this farce, and both of their siblings were nothing more than 2 clowns. "What are you doing?" He smiled stiffly, crouched down, found an angle where the crowd couldn't see him, and glared at the interviewer with a scowl on his face. His voice was as thin as a fly. "I asked you to humiliate them, and this is how you humiliate them?" The interviewer couldn't care so much anymore, and ignoring Hai Xiaozhou's obstruction, he swooped down and knelt in front of Zhang Knight amidst the crowd's shouts of surprise. "If you still won't forgive me, please slap me a few times." He doesn't want any dignity. Right now, living is more important. He knew that after offending the 4 great families of Magic City, the family had 10,000 ways to put him to death. "Want us to forgive you? Zhang Ting became interested, although she didn't know what was going on. But the anger that was silted up in her heart finally found a vent. "You first slap yourself 10 times. Pa, pa, pa." Without the slightest hesitation, the interviewer directly swung his own arm. Fat palm after fat palm. heavily slapped on his own face full of horizontal meat. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Is this okay for you? The 10 slaps ended, and the interviewer looked at Jung Knight prayerfully. Jung Knight didn't speak, and Jung Ting added, slap him 10 more times. She pointed at Hai Xiaojia on the side. The interviewer's mouth was wide open, his fat head was shaking, and his eyes were bloodshot. This. Haida Fury looked around, lowered his head and brought it to the side of the interviewer's fat face, glaring at him viciously with slanted eyes from the dead center of the crowd's line of sight. I advise you not to do anything superfluous. I don't care how you have an epileptic fit, but if you dare to do anything to me, the Hai family won't let you off. The interviewer, who was in the midst of a celestial battle, scrunched his neck at the words. It's fine, we'll cover you afterward. The corner of Jiang Ting's mouth revealed a bad smile. Pa! Hearing this, the interviewer was completely disarmed, and a slap heavily smacked Hai Xiao Fury's face. How could Hai Xiaojia react to this? He was knocked over by a slap on the ground, and the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose fell heavily on the ground, breaking all over the place. His expression froze on his face and his ears perked up. I'll go. Is the plot so powerful? The crowd was also shocked by the slap, knowing that Hai Xiaojia, as the son of Haida Jia, the youngest master of the Hai family, had a superb status, and his fame was ranked in the entire Magic City. Such a big shot being slapped by an interviewer was a plot they could only see in the middle of a novel. Click, click, click. More and more people turned on their flashes and recorded the dramatic scene with their cameras. After a few seconds, Hai Xiao Fury slowly came back to his senses and looked at the countless cell phone lenses pointed at him, and finally couldn't hold back and revealed his truest face. No shots. None of them. He did his best to raise his voice, but his natural sissy voice made him sound like a sulking, cursing woman. The smiling faces around him were like demons from the abyss, devouring his mind and soul. It's not over yet. Go on. There are still 9 more slaps, Jiang Ting reminded. The interviewer clutched Hai Xiao Fury's collar with one hand and lifted his entire body in front of him. It's all you. It's all you. If you hadn't told me to humiliate them, I wouldn't be in this situation. After smacking the remaining 9 slaps, he snappily raised his head, revealing a fawning smile as he looked at Jung Knight, whose head was full of black lines. It's all because this Hai Xiaojia forced me to treat you like this. It's all his fault. Is it actually like this? The surrounding people were talking, all pointing their spears at Hai Xiao Fury, pointing at him. Under the double attack of physics and mind, Hai Xiao Fury's eyes went black and he directly collapsed. Young master! A few big men scurried out from the crowd. They were the very people that Hai Xiao Fury had arranged to enter the crowd to obstruct Jiang Knight's siblings from leaving. When their own young master was slapped just now, they didn't dare to utter a single breath. They were all just small people who were paid to do things and didn't dare to draw fire. Jiang Knight was having a headache at this point. His arm was being yanked a bit by the interviewer. He sighed helplessly. His good sister was out of breath. But what would he do with her after offending the Hai family? Chapter 17, The Alley Scare. Jiang Knight didn't know why the interviewer's attitude would change 180 degrees and suspected that the interviewer had recognized the wrong person. After all, he had no identity and no background. So how could he be taken care of by those big families when he first came to Magic City? Could it be that he was actually a rich kid thrown out for training by some powerful family? Nope. He slapped his face and pulled himself out of his fantasy. How could this kind of fictional plot be fulfilled in his case? Figuring out the matter at hand was the top priority. Who was it that wanted to recruit me to be the store manager? He asked the interviewer. You don't know? The interviewer's CPU raced. The man in front of him actually didn't know. Was he testing himself? Or was there some other reason? Asking you. Hurry up and answer. Jiang Ting urged. Before the interviewer could figure out how to answer, the crowd around him bustled once again. Is he the one who asked to be recruited from above? Many shopkeepers noticed the commotion over here and scrambled over. You must come to our store. A dessert store clerk looked at Jiang Knight with a prayerful gaze. Jiang Knight's scalp tingled. I don't know how to make any desserts. It's okay. Beside the clerk, the interviewer who was in charge of the dessert store's recruitment matters looked at him with a gaze tinged with supplication. As long as you're accredited store manager, you don't have to do anything, and the salary is whatever you want it to be. No way. Please, you must come to our restaurant to be the store manager. The interviewer was once again picking at Jiang Knight's arm like a dog's skin. Whether or not the little man can live depends on you. It's obvious that you deserve it. What business is it of this lord's if you can survive or not? The clerk of a makeup store trotted to Jiang Knight with their interviewer. Please be sure to come to our cosmetics store. We have a lot of beautiful women in our store, and you usually don't have to come to work very often. You can come whenever you want. Is that okay? More and more interviewers swarmed in like zombies, and the surrounding eaters kept snapping pictures. After all, even the big companies in Magic City didn't have this kind of picture of robbing people, right? They were becoming more and more interested in Jiang Knight. Those interviewers knew that whoever was able to invite this lord in front of them to their store would be able to get the strong support of the power behind this street. For them as well as the store. This was a great opportunity to reach heaven in one step and explode overnight. Jiang Knight's head was big. He was just an ordinary student who hadn't even been to college. How could he possibly know how to run a store? Although the interviewers were verbally saying that he didn't need to go to work to be a store manager and didn't have to do anything, he didn't believe them. If something went wrong with the store, who would be responsible? He couldn't afford the responsibility himself. He, Zhang Yi, had never believed in getting something for nothing. I have to think about it again. Can you guys give me some time? Jiang Knight tried to make peace with the fact that no one would agree or refuse. However, these passionate and fiery interviewers, as well as the sales clerks, didn't seem to hear him, and all held up their own contracts and crowded toward where Jiang Knight was. Not only them, the good eaters held up their selfie sticks, and some even rode on their friends' heads and snapped at Jiang Knight. Jiang Knight felt a sense of suffocation. He felt like he was about to be swallowed up by the crowd. Without hesitation, he pushed his way through the crowd that had gathered around him with all his might and ran. He ran away? Go after them. Jiang Knight put on his hood and began to run lifelessly down the commercial street. He looked behind him as smoke and dust rose up. The crowd of eaters interspersed with the many interviewers, chasing after him towards himself. More and more people looked over in curiosity. And many of the store clerks in charge of the night shift leaned against the door and stared at the scene in disbelief. Is this some kind of zombie siege movie? Don't look. The interviewer told us to get after it. Oh, okay. So more and more stores became empty, and shopkeepers and good travelers joined the vast throng. What the hell kind of sins did I create? Jiang Knight gasped for air and looked around for a way to get out. An alleyway appeared ahead of him, and he had the bright idea to get into it. He's going into the alley. Get after him. The alley was so small that only one person was allowed to pass through and could not accommodate such a huge crowd. Thus, many of the melon eaters could only stop here. However, the crazy interviewers wouldn't just let him go. They crowded and pushed and shoved, all wanting to be the first to enter the alley. The result was that they were left to tangle together at the mouth of the alley, neither allowing the other to go in first. Dead old man, half of your feet are in the ground. Why are you still wading through this mess? A middle-aged woman interviewer couldn't care less about her already spent makeup and pushed hard against the old man who wanted to squeeze into the alley. Don't push me. Old man, I'm not old yet. This way, I'll be the first one to go in, and you'll be the second one. Okay? Believe it or not, I'll lay down on the ground and make you talk about it? An old man in a suit stared indignantly at the middle-aged woman interviewer. No, I'll be the first one in. The middle-aged woman didn't budge an inch, listening to the noises outside the alley. Jiang Knight finally let out a sigh of relief. Kind of got rid of them. It was nighttime now, and there was barely a single light source inside the alley. Jiang Knight turned on his cell phone's flashlight and groped forward. Soon, he came to the end. The alley had no exit at all, and he was greeted by a wall. However, it was hard to beat Jiang Knight. He took off the cotton jacket on his body and threw it to the other side, then leapt, climbed on the top of the wall with his hands, and his whole body smoothly tumbled over. This time, it should be completely clean. Jiang Knight opened his phone. It was now almost 12 o'clock at night. He had to go home first and organize his messy brain. Don't move. A cold, mechanical voice came from behind him, and Zhang Yi was shaken. And in the next second, his pupils instantly contracted as if he had been struck by an earthquake. He clearly felt that his back was being pressed against something unusually cold and piercing in the winter night. If Jiang Knight's guess was good, this was a gun. Why don't we have a talk? Are you here to ask me to be the store manager as well? Fine. I'll be it. Just put the gun down for now. Answer my question and I'll let you go. Zhang Yi swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, it seemed that he was only here to ask himself questions. However, what secrets he had on himself that were worth prying into in this way? Zhang Yi wasn't sure at all. Okay, ask. I'll tell you what I know. He didn't seem to have anything to hide. No, there's one. Jiang Knight's CPU was running at high speed as he thought of the message his dad, Zhang Ling, had sent to him before he left. Dad, remember, don't mention me to anyone in Mordor and don't contact me. This is very important. Dad's survival depends on you. The teenager was wondering at the time how his dad could be in a life and death crisis. Now, he was somewhat convinced. The Magic City was, indeed, a dangerous place. Could it be that this guy pointing a gun at him is related to Dad? It couldn't be that his enemies had failed to find Dad and pointed their guns at him instead. Chapter 18, Magic City Agents? Who is behind you? This voice was as mechanical as a machine, without any emotional ups and downs. Obviously, this person wore a voice changer. The first question gave Jiang Knight a whole won't. Is this some kind of advanced version of the Guess Who game? The one where if you don't answer correctly, you'll get killed. Jong Knight swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully replied, "Aren't you the one behind me?" A pain came violently from his back, and it was obvious that the person behind him had stabbed Jong Knight in the back with a gun. "Answer honestly," the mechanical voice threatened. At this moment, a fragrance if any wafted into Jong Knight's nose, which made Jong Knight a bit puzzled. "Bro, you sprayed perfume? How come it smells so good?" Jong Knight was viciously kicked. "Say anything else that has nothing to do with my problem and I'll kill you. Last chance, which power is behind you? So it's a question about the forces behind me." "No, where are the forces behind me?" Jong Knight tried hard to recall. From the time he had memories until now, he was just a poor DS. "I don't know." Jong Knight cried out in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. The person behind him had clearly decided that there must be some kind of power behind him, and if he dared to say that he didn't know, the person behind him would probably really put a bullet in his waist. "I'm a member of the Jong family. My name is Jong Knight." Jong Knight didn't dare to lie. Instead of making up an identity, he should just tell him his name. Maybe there really is a Jong family somewhere in China? Moreover, his family name is Jong, so it's not a lie to say that he is a Jong family member. "The Jong family? You're from out of town?" "Right. Which of the 4 great families of Magic City does your Jong family back?" "Ha?" Jong Knight was a bit confused as his mind raced. It seemed that the Jong family did exist. However, his knowledge of these high society could almost be considered non-existent. He recognized the 4 big families of Magic City. After all, the influence is too big. Let him the Sichuan City bumpkin also heard. However, how can the person behind the scene be so sure that the so-called Jong family is backed by one of the 4 big families of power? Perhaps she knows that she's testing me. Thinking of this, Jong Knight closed his eyes in resignation. The 4 great families. Xiao Shan Bai Lin. She can only mask one. The White family. When he finished speaking, he frowned and the cold wind whipped through his body, and the imagined sound of gunfire and pain did not come. "I got it right?" Jong Knight slowly opened his eyes. The color of fear in his eyes hadn't faded. "Were you invited to the shopping street by the White family?" the voice asked again. "Ah yes. Why did they invite you to be the store manager?" "Because I needed to gild the top of my resume. The old folks at home came and set me up as a store manager so I could come here and get some exercise." "Why did you just turn down those interviewers?" "Is that the interviewer? A living, breathing bunch of zombies. I'm afraid they're not going to carve me up if they catch me in that formation." Jong Knight was honest. The speed of the voice behind him was getting faster and faster. Almost the next second after Jong Knight answered, new questions popped up. The time left for Jong Knight to think was also getting less and less. He was sweating profusely from the questions, but fortunately those questions were all dealt with by him. "Jong Knight, where are you?" This was Jong Ting's voice. She had mixed inside the crowd of people who had chased Jong Knight earlier, and when she saw that Jong Knight had disappeared in the alley, she relied on her familiarity with the terrain of Commercial Street to come to the other end of the alley to look for Jong Knight. "Can you let me go?" Jong Knight instantly felt bad. She didn't want to drag her cousin into this matter as well. It was likely to put her cousin in danger as well. "Last question. Which store would you choose to be a store manager?" "I wouldn't choose to be a store manager. I don't want to go back and face that herd of walkers again." After Jong Knight replied, another burst of fragrance brushed past, and Jong Knight felt that the cold touch against him disappeared, and there was no more movement behind him. He cautiously peered back, and there was nothing but that one wall. "Am I meeting an agent from a movie?" Jong Knight felt a cold chill on his body, and he hadn't even had time to put on the clothes he had just thrown over. "Jong Knight, why are you here?" Jong Ting rode a motorcycle and was surprised to survey Jong Knight, who was shivering from the cold inside the alley. The latter smiled faintly and didn't say anything. On the motorcycle, Jong Knight thought carefully about what he had encountered this one night. "Older sister. Is Mordor really that scary?" Jong Ting shook her head. "Older brother. You're really impressing, old sister. You wouldn't have any special status that you've been hiding from me. Which is which? He. I'm the little old brother you're familiar with." "Old sister." Jong Knight smiled sarcastically. "That's good. Old man. Sister, please do one thing for you." "Old sister. Just say it, it's covered by old brother." Jong Knight promised with conviction. That's. Jong Ting rarely appeared a hint of squirming. "If you, old brother, become the store manager of that restaurant, can you pull old sister over to be a dishwasher?" Jong Knight? Inside a Western-style mansion, a beautifully dressed woman leaned against an old-fashioned sofa. The bright red liquid in the wineglass rippled with the movements of her hand. In front of her, a young girl in robes half-kneeled on the ground. Her eyes were closed and her delicate face was expressionless. She removed her hood, and a dull hair freed itself from the suppression of the hood and stood up from the top of her head. A skull-style hairpin was pinned to her ponytail. glinting in the dim light. So it's just a kid who came to gild the lily? It doesn't seem to have much value. The beautiful woman sat up. She had seen too many rich young masters who came to Magic City to gild the lily. So she didn't care. She came to the young girl and gently touched her head. Well done. It's been hard on you for so long. Fiber. Then, she sighed. The clan has obviously prepared so many blood slaves for you, and you can't even look at any of them? The young girl slowly opened her eyes, her purple pupils as deep as swirls. I don't like the taste of them. It's so bitter and disgusting. Like this? Fiery. We bloods must choose a human to be our blood slave in this life. You know that, right? Aha. Fiber understands. It's only natural that I, as a mother, would not force you. After all, your preferences are most important. Tell you what, you'll just walk around more as a human amongst the human society. After all, your father was kidnapped back by me from the middle of human society. I've arranged an identity for you as a student of Mordor University, so you can go inside the school and experience human life. Of course, I'll let you know when I need you to work. Oh, the young girl responded obediently, a rare hint of anticipation in her eyes. This article does not cultivate immortality. The subsequent male lead will not have any supernatural powers and so on. You can rest assured that from beginning to end is the River Knight and the heroine's sweet daily o. Chapter 19, Homecoming. You can do it, old brother. Actually living in this kind of big villa. Jiang Ting sent Jiang Knight to the entrance of the villa and was about to bid him farewell. Along the way, Jiang Ting kept asking why all those store interviewers wanted him to be the store manager. And Jiang Knight was so overwhelmed by the questions that he didn't know how to answer. After all, he didn't know the answer either. As for what happened inside the alley, Jiang Knight didn't tell Jiang Ting. He didn't know the other party's purpose, and if he let Jiang Ting go back on her own now, she might be targeted as well. Old sister, it's getting late, and it's not safe to go back now. Why don't you stay in my room for the night? You'll sleep on my bed. I can hit the floor. Jiang Knight proposed. You can but you go sleep on your bed. Old sister, I have no problem sleeping on the sofa. Jiang Ting didn't think much about it. She yawned and dragged her tired body, following Jiang Knight into the house. The chartered lady should have already fallen asleep. Right. Jiang Knight gently closed the villa's door behind him, dragged his tired body, and lightly climbed up the stairs. Jiang Knight, why are you just coming back? A slightly grumpy voice came from the second floor. Wearing a pink bear pajama, Shen Luoying sleepily pushed open the door to her room. As soon as she went out, she saw Jiang Ting, who was following Jiang Knight. Sister Jiang Ting? She was a bit surprised, and then revealed a bright smile. Luoying, why are you living with this kid? As Jiang Knight's childhood friend, Shen Luoying certainly knew Jiang Ting, who was close to Jiang Knight. Shen Luoying's cheeks became flushed. We got into the same university. So it's, I understand. The corners of Jiang Ting's mouth unconsciously rose. He had sensed the little bit of Shen Luoying's mind a long time ago. And what is your relationship now? She was instantly energized. Her earlier exhaustion swept away. What relationship? Jiang Knight yawned and said in a good-natured manner. Old sister, you should hurry up and go to bed. I'll go look for a job with you tomorrow. And you, landlady, why are you still up so late? Believe it or not, I'll report to Auntie that you often stay up late and don't sleep. Of course it's to wait for you. Shen Luoying pulled Jiang Knight's arm and forcefully dragged him towards her room in front of Jiang Ting. Landlady, what are you doing? I'm exhausted. Hurry up and let go of me. Don't. I'm afraid that I can't sleep in the dark. Shen Luoying put on a pitiful look. Her body rubbed against Jiang Knight's body, and pouted. How old are you and still afraid of the dark? Jiang Knight gave her a blank look. Shen Luoying lifted her head out of Jiang Knight's arms, tilted her head, and blinked towards Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting instantly understood what she meant. Little old brother, sister, I suddenly want to sleep in a bed. Without waiting for Jiang Knight to react, Jiang Ting walked straight into Jiang Knight's room and unlocked the door. Sister? Jiang Knight realized that something was wrong. Sister Jiang Ting is also tired. How about, let's let her have a good rest. A hint of cunning showed in Shen Luoying's eyes as she closed the door to her room. Really convinced you too? Jiang Yi could only resign himself to staying in Shen Luoying's room. Jiang Knight was already out of strength, so he simply laid down directly on the seat within Shen Luoying's room. How about it? Did you find a part-time job? She looked at Jiang Knight with a smiling face. Jiang Knight couldn't help but sigh again as he remembered the series of encounters he had tonight. No, I still have to get up early tomorrow to visit the stores at the far end. Shen Luoying was a bit puzzled. By all rights, Jiang Knight should already be the store manager of a certain store by now. Jiang Knight recounted to her what he had encountered today, but again, he didn't mention what had happened in the alley. This way, Shen Luoying collected her laughter after hearing this. Jiang Knight looked at Shen Luoying, whose face suddenly became a bit gloomy. Really? I just want to find a part-time job. Why is it so hard? In front of Shen Luoying, Jiang Knight had no baggage and kept pouring out his bitterness. Shen Luoying sat at the head of the bed, listening to Jiang Knight's incessant complaints, and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Half an hour later, Jiang Knight finally couldn't resist that wave of drowsiness and directly fell asleep on that one seat. Darling, finally asleep, I can hardly wait. She slowly lifted her head, a smile on her face that she couldn't hide. Shen Luoying pushed the seat to the side of her bed, then placed Jiang Yu on her bed. Good girl, I'll come to accompany you in a while. For now, let those who bullied you through and through be done with it. After she tucked Jiang Knight in, she pulled out her cell phone and made a call. TCH, why aren't these two moving at all? I don't suppose little old me can't, can he? In Jiang Knight's room, Jiang Ting was lying on the wall, eavesdropping on the movements next door. She'd been eavesdropping since she'd entered the room. Except, I don't know if the walls were too soundproof. She didn't hear anything. AI. It's so meaningless. Jiang Ting sighed helplessly. She had felt since she was a child that Jiang Knight and Shen Luoying were really a match made in heaven. And she, Jiang Ting, liked to kowtow the most to her childhood sweethearts. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, she had just forced Jiang Knight, her little old brother, to stay in Shen Luoying's room. Originally, she was counting on them to be able to have something happen, but in the end, it didn't go her way. No, I have to go and take a look at what they're doing. Jiang Ting, as a female single dog, had never even seen a pig run, not to mention having eaten pork. She was curious as to what tricks Jiang Knight and Shen Luoying could play when they shared a room. At the thought, her back wasn't sore, her legs didn't hurt, and she was pumped up. She pushed the door to her room open quietly, looked around with a stolen sense of humor, and then tiptoed to the door of the next room. The light from the room shone through the doorway, illuminating a corner of the hallway. Strange, don't they even need to turn off the lights when they do that kind of thing? Jiang Ting was a bit puzzled and pressed her ear towards the door. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to hear about the Hai family as a family in Mordor again. And Haishao Fury, get him to me. I have my own use for him. Holy, this is Luo Ying's voice? Jiang Ting's eyes widened. This voice was completely different from the Shen Luoying she remembered. With an inexplicable majesty. Haishao Fury, isn't that the little white boy? Jiang Ting felt like she knew something big. It seems like those four families are the only ones that can shake the Hai family's position in the Magic City. Luo Ying's last name is Shen. It can't really be what I think it is, can it? If that's the case, what little Olden went through today makes sense. I go little old me. In the future, will my sister be able to eat and drink with you? And this is still a hairy dishwasher? Jiang Ting quickly reasoned out the whole picture of the matter. And just as she was still imagining things, inside the room, there came Shen Luoying's voice again. River Knight, I've done you another big favor yet. So, should I charge you a little payment? Oh, is it coming? The corners of Jiang Ting's mouth couldn't stop rising, and now she couldn't wait to fuse her body with the door of the room. Chapter 20, My Sister-in-Law. A horrible pervert? Inside the room, Shen Luoying lightly licked her red lips. She leaned down, burying her head in River Knight's heaving chest, and took a deep breath. Shen Luoying hadn't been in close contact with Jiang Knight for several hours, and the Jiang Knight energy in her body was about to be insufficient. The young girl lay on Jiang Knight's chest, greedily savoring the smell of his body. Honey, you're always going out for the whole day. Just in case this power shortage occurs, take a couple of batteries and use them first. Thinking about it, Shen Luoying pulled out the scissors and carefully put her hand under Jiang Knight's comforter. Soon, with a tearing sound, a piece of fabric appeared in Shen Luoying's hand. Outside the room, Jiang Ting had no idea what was going on inside, but when she heard this sound of fabric tearing, she instantly brainstormed the appropriate image. The golden light in her eyes was great. I go, little old brother, old sister is impressed with you. I didn't realize that you're usually so honest, but you're actually so fierce behind your back. Soon, with a burst of unidentified ringing, Jiang Knight's underwear became fragmented. This underwear was originally Shen Luoying's, and Shen Luoying destroyed it without any psychological baggage. She looked at the pieces of loot in her hands, and a slight blush appeared on her face. She put these batteries away and took out another piece of underwear, personally putting it on for Jiang Knight. Jiang Knight was really too tired, and with Shen Luoying's skillful movements, he wasn't woken up at all. Suddenly there was a thud and something fell to the ground. Shen Luoying instantly returned to her senses and looked behind her. The door to the room was wide open, and Jiang Ting was sitting in the room, rubbing her ass in pain. She was so mesmerized by what she was listening to that she caused her body to push too hard, destroying the lock on the door. The two women's eyes met, then glanced away in unison. That, just sleepwalked. Sorry to bother you guys. Jiang Ting smiled sarcastically and stood up. She wanted to make a quick getaway, but couldn't resist the curiosity within her. so she stole a glance towards the bed. Wait, how did Jiang Knight fall asleep? Jiang Ting's brain raced as she looked at Jiang Knight, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. She had just thought that the sound of clothes breaking was Jiang Knight's doing, but now it seemed that the sleeping Jiang Knight was the victim. Doesn't that mean that Shen Luoying, she's actually a... Do you know it all? Shen Luoying lowered her head, her voice as thin as a fly. The big, probably know-it-all Jiang Ting eyes and nose, as long as they are not embarrassed. The embarrassment is not themselves. Well, Shen Luoying's head was about to go up in smoke. When she did this kind of thing, she was actually discovered by Jiang Knight's cousin. If she told Jiang Knight, "Don't worry, I definitely won't tell him." Jiang Ting raised her hand and swore to the heavens. No, can't let Jiang Knight know. Shen Luoying kept muttering to herself as if she didn't hear. The temperature inside the room plummeted a few degrees, and the heater seemed to have lost its usefulness. Luoying, this matter is actually quite normal. Jiang Ting's face was covered in fine beads of sweat as she righteously explained. The two of you have always had a very good relationship, and sis has always been very optimistic about you. So, sister, I will definitely not betray you. Even if you are a pervert, it doesn't matter. Sister forcefully supports both of you. No. So I don't think it's a big deal. You're all adults and it's only right to do fun things. No. Jiang Ting felt as if she had been completely ignored as she frowned and waved her hand in front of Shen Luoying's face. No. Shen Luoying was like a machine that had recorded audio in advance, repeating this sentence over and over again. Can't let my dear know. Absolutely not. Shen Luoying raised her head violently, her eyes locking onto Jiang Ting like a demon from the abyss, the corners of her mouth lifting in a strange arc. She slowly stood up as she picked up the scissors that were placed on the floor. Shen Luoying's bare feet, stepping on the wooden floor, made a dull ringing sound. Jiang Ting couldn't help but shiver. She felt that at this moment, Shen Luoying was like a doll that had been played with. She retreated backward step by step, while Shen Luoying, with the scissors in her hand, pressed against her. Jiang Ting's back had long been drenched in sweat, and she simply did not know why on earth the gentle and lovely Shen Luoying she remembered had turned into what she was now. What to do? At this rate I'll be silenced. To escape? Escape where? Jiang Ting knew that in Magic City, trying to escape the clutches of the Shen family, one of the four great families, was as hard as heaven. Shen Luoying now seemed to have completely lost the possibility of communication, and the words in her mouth became more and more indistinct. Jiang Ting could only hear the two characters Jiang Knight, which were constantly repeated in her mouth. Jiang Ting pushed her way to the door and rushed straight out without a second thought. Jiang Ting flew down the stairs and rushed towards the front door of the villa. Running first is always right, no matter what. If she didn't run, she, Jiang Ting, might have to account for herself here today. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of resisting, only that Shen Luoying's current appearance really made her feel a little creepy. She could feel that Shen Luoying had a strong killing intent emanating from her body. She took 3 steps and rushed to the front door, frantically turning the top doorknob. Dead door. Open it. Jiang Ting struggled to turn the door handle, but it was as if it was welded shut, not moving at all. What's going on? How come it won't open? Jiang Ting looked back. Shen Luoying had already descended the stairs. Her eyes swept around the living room and locked onto Jiang Ting's position. Her peach-colored pupils bubbled with an eerie red light in the darkness as she walked slowly in Jiang Ting's direction. Window. Yes, window. Jiang Ting was in a hurry and fell. She immediately grimaced in pain and rolled and crawled to move to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. She reached out and turned the handle that controlled the window switch. Shen Luoying was getting closer and closer to her, and now there were only about 3 steps left. Chapter 21, Live Well. Jiang Ting fell helplessly to the ground, her eyes filled with panic as she kept moving towards the corner. The temperature inside the room had dropped to freezing point, and Jiang Ting's back was already pressed against the wall, which meant that there was no more room for her to retreat. The scissors drew a graceful arc in Shen Luoying's hand and were held in her hand backwards. The desire to survive allowed Jiang Ting to overcome her fear. She stared at the scissors in Shen Luoying's hand, and at the moment it stabbed down. Her hands directly gripped Shen Luoying's hand that was holding the scissors. Shen Luoying's hand appeared to be soft and boneless, but at this moment, it had exploded with amazing strength, and Jiang Ting gritted her teeth, trying her best to resist this massive force. At this moment, Shen Luoying kept murmuring. Jiang Ting couldn't hear what she was saying, but she could vaguely hear that almost every sentence could not be separated from the word Jiang Knight. Yeah, Jiang Knight. Jiang Ting only focused on escaping, forgetting the most important point. Shen Luoying had become this way in order to keep Jiang Knight from knowing her true colors. As long as one started with Jiang Knight, one could always come up with a solution. Only, Shen Luoying had already arrived in front of her at this moment, leaving her little time to think. I have pictures of Jiang Knight as a child. Jiang Ting spoke tentatively. Shen Luoying and didn't hear it in general. Her eyes were lifeless, but she was still staring at Jiang Ting's eyes. No, 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 she's a childhood friend of Jiang Knight's. A picture of Jiang Knight as a child has no allure for her. That. Jiang Ting held her red face. I know those girls who liked him when I was little. Yes, Jiang Knight's looks could be said to be very good, so there were not a few girls who liked her. When Jiang Ting went to look for Jiang Knight on New Year's Eve, she didn't like to ask him the classic question of how many points did you get in your final exams. She liked to find another way to ask questions like how many girls did you reject this year. Then, she would keep asking for the girls' looks and information. And if Jiang Knight didn't say anything, Jiang Ting would use force to make him tell the truth. It was just that the force that Jiang Ting was proud of in front of Jiang Knight was not worth mentioning in front of Shen Luoying in her current state. The red light in Shen Luoying's eyes intensified. Her other hand also gripped the scissors and pressed down hard. The balance of power was instantly broken. And Jiang Ting was no longer able to stop the scissors from advancing. Why are you still in a hurry? Those girls can't compare to you. Jiang Ting felt bad that the scissors were getting closer to her throat. What could be in Jiang Knight to interest this pervert? Wait, she's a pervert. Perverts must like perverted things. Jiang Ting only hated herself for not thinking of this. What's sick enough? I have River Knight's fat ass, she yelled. Of course she didn't. But in order to survive, she could only say this. If she couldn't, she could just borrow one from Jiang Knight afterward. Although Jiang Knight might look at herself differently from now on, but as the old saying goes, when there's a green mountain, there's no fear of not having any firewood to burn. Shen Luoying's hand movements lurched, and a slight glow appeared in her eyes. Jiang Knight's chubby, he. When Jiang Ting saw that there was an effect, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. I have all the underwear and underwear. Jiang Ting said everything she could think of like a grocery list. It was only that Jiang Ting, in a moment of fast talking and a bit groggy in the head, said a word that shouldn't have been said. Jiang Knight's omen? Shen Luoying's CPU frantically processed this information, like an AI encountering a good human asking what its brother's husband's name was, and fell into a long thought. How did Jiang Knight come to be? Shen Luoying seemed to remember something, and the whole person unconsciously trembled. Ha. I know. It's another woman who sent her. Shen Luoying's brain was like it was dead, and she kept chanting something under her breath. At this moment, Jiang Ting knew what it meant to be desperate, and that she should immediately become a tool for Shen Luoying to vent her anger. No, I can't die yet. The scissors had pierced her skin, causing her to feel a stabbing pain. I'm sorry, old man. She closed her eyes and shouted. It was stolen from your house by Jiang Knight. Jiang Knight? Stole it back? Right. Jiang Ting breathed heavily and continued. Last time he went to your house as a guest, he brought one back when he came back, and was afraid that his father would find it, so he put it at my place. Jiang Knight, like, my omen? Yes, he said he likes you the most. Jiang Ting's words were like a C-pin, completely stabilizing Shen Luoying's mind. Ha, the scissors fell to the ground with a snap. I also like River Knight the most. Jiang Knight who Shen Luoying looked like she had used up all her energy and directly planted herself on the ground, huffing and puffing. Jiang Ting leaned against the corner, tears almost bursting out. Who would have thought that the girl who sweetly called her sister in front of her was actually a pervert with superb fighting skills behind her back? Oh old brother, you are blessed. Jiang Ting slowed down for a long time and finally had a hint of strength to stand up. She carried Shen Luoying into her room and put the scissors in the drawer again. She looked back at the sleeping duo and pursed up a bitter smile. She felt around the room and found the switch that controlled the villa's gate, then rode her motorcycle and left the villa as fast as she could. The next day, sunlight poured onto Jiang Knight's face. He opened his eyes in a daze. One of the few times he slept until he woke up naturally. Just like last time, he was held tightly by Shen Luoying and firmly bound to the bed. Bad. I still have to find a part-time job today. As if he had remembered something, he struggled to break free from Shen Luoying's bonds and pushed open the door to his own room next door. Sis, are you up? He shouted, and no one answered him. Strange, did my oldest sister go first by herself? But yes. I got up so late that my oldest sister shouldn't have waited for me and gone ahead herself. He pulled out his cell phone and saw the feed letter his oldest sister had sent him. Jiang Knight looked at the time of the message at 1 a.m. above as well as the content of the message and fell into deep thought. Demoness, I have to go now. I'll see you later. When school starts, remember to come and see me. Fist. Luoying is a very good girl. Get along with her during college and don't make her angry. Tapping, female demon, and live well. Cheering. Chapter 22, Shaoqing Shua? Jiang Knight in the room. Shen Luoying called out petulantly. She had just woken up from a nap and was still in some daze. She only remembered that after she put away those batteries, A sense of drowsiness swept over her head, and she fell asleep while hugging Jiang Knight. She completely forgot about what happened between her and Jiang Ting. Stinking Jiang Knight, running out by herself again, she muttered, opening her cell phone to feed her mail. Dear, I'm going to look for a part-time job first. I've made you a breakfast and put it on the table. Remember to eat it yourself when you get up. Honey, remember to put it in the microwave for a while if it gets cold. Shen Luoying happily climbed out of bed and came downstairs to the dining table. Sure enough, there was a serving of still hot skinny pork congee with eggs on it. She was about to pick up the dishes when another beep came from the feed letter. Mommy, something happened to the Hai family. Did you do it? Who told them to bully Jiang Knight? Ha? Mommy, hey, you kid. Your head is full of Jiang Yi. Mommy, you can't do that next time. It's time for you to get ready for the start of school. Mommy, inaudible. Oh, me, pictures. Jiang Knight made me breakfast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Knight wore a heavy outfit and a scarf, wrapping himself up tightly. He glanced at the news as soon as he got up today, and thankfully, he hadn't made the news for what happened yesterday, probably squashed by some big shot, but he didn't dare to guarantee that the people who were eating the food would not secretly spread his image. Having encountered that kind of thing himself in the alley, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless at all. That's why he put on a lot of clothes, fearing that he would be recognized by others. With that, he walked aimlessly down the street, looking around for advertisements for store clerks. He searched for a long time, but found nothing. It was not easy to come across a job to distribute flyers, but Jiang Knight was also directly persuaded by its recruitment requirements of must know 3 languages. Looks like we're going to return without any success again today. Jiang Knight shook his head inside, feeling that life was a bit hopeless. He borrowed all his money from Shen Luoying, and at this rate, he didn't even know how long it would take to pay it back. Mordor, it's horrible. Why are there so many people gathered over there? That seems to be the Skyland Theater. Ahead was an iconic hemispherical building that enveloped a large area like a dome. The Chuan City Grand Theater in his hometown didn't cover an area estimated to be a tenth of the size of the Heavenly Domain Theater. Although it was a theater, its height was also far from comparable to those residential buildings around it. The modern architecture also makes the Horizon Theater a visually stunning experience. This was the first time that Jiang Knight had witnessed the entirety of the Heavenly Domain Theater, and his heart was viciously shaken. In front of the theater's main door, a number of security guards stood in a line. In front of this line of defense was a black crowd. No, I remember that Xiao Qingshue's concert isn't today. Jiang Knight remembered the information about Xiao Qingshue's concert that he had seen on the internet not long ago. Curious, he stepped forward and tapped a man on the shoulder. What for? The man turned around, and Jiang Yi was surprised to find that the man was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Jiang Knight was a little surprised. Are you here to see Xiao Qingxue too? A touch of fascination surfaced on the man's face. Ha? Xiao Qingxue, is she coming today? Jiang Knight was a bit expectant. He loved listening to Xiao Qingshue's songs, and was considered a fan of Xiao Qingxue. Yeah, she's having a concert here soon, and she's here today to inspect the venue. IXXX. Don't you dare defile Goddess Xiao like that. Beside them, a few other men heard what the man had just said and immediately became enraged. I don't care. Goddess Xiao can only be mine. The man laughed insanely. And soon, his behavior drew the dissatisfaction of Xiao Qingshue's fans around him. The crowd was instantly agitated. Some couldn't bear to break into curses, and some rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight with the scum who had defiled Xiao Qingxue. In a short while, the scene got a little out of control. They went from an ordinary fist fight to a props match where they threw flowers and bottles at each other. Xiao Qingxue should never be defiled by a man. Guard the best Qingxue. A female fan screamed her heart out, like a head wolf calling under the moon. Her call was soon met with a response. Guard the best Kyosu. Guard the best Kyosu. Guard the best Kyosu. For a while, a lot of girls joined in the pandemonium, and they were united in pulling the hair of those male fans as hard as they could. Xiao Qingshue's brainwashed fans are too outrageous, aren't they? Jiang Knight was shocked and decided to hide far away. However, his gaze always remained at the Heavenly Domain Theater. He was also looking forward to the chance to meet Xiao Qingxue offline. Coming. I don't know who shouted out from among the crowd, and everyone stopped their hands at the same time. With a roar, in the distance, a black Maybach clustered around a stretch limousine right in the middle of it, driving over in the direction of the Horizon Theater. It's Xiao Qingshue's convoy. The crowd cheered at once. Xiao Qingxue! Xiao Qingxue! Xiao Qingxue! As if they had a tacit understanding, the people who had just been writhing together shouted the name of the goddess of their hearts in a unified and neat manner. The crowd swarmed in the direction of the caravan like a floodgate opening. Only the security guards flew into a human wall, keeping the crowd out of the road. The convoy slowly drove up to the entrance of the Horizon Theater and stopped in front of the main gate. Xiao Qingxue! Xiao Qingxue! The fans shouted tirelessly, and some had even broken their voices. Although John Knight wasn't frantic, his eyes were also firmly locked on the door of the premium sedan, an expectant light in his eyes. The rear door of the limousine was pulled open by a security guard amidst a chorus of calls. Bang! 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 Uncounted lily pads sprayed out of the sunroofs of the surrounding minivans, accompanied by the white petals in the sky. A young girl in a white dress elegantly stepped out from the car, her face with a faint smile, facing the crowd, slowly bowed. Ah! A fan already started screaming among the crowd. Ambulance! Call an ambulance! There were already fans who were so excited that they were unconscious. John Knight looked at Xiao Qingxue, who was set off like a fairy by the sky of flower petals, and was also a bit dumbfounded for a moment. He had only seen Xiao Qingxue's appearance in photos, and he had never thought that Xiao Qingxue in reality was actually more beautiful than in the photos. Or maybe photos just aren't enough to hold the beauty of such a beautiful woman. After Xiao Qingxue briefly interacted with her fans, she entered the Heavenly Domain Theater surrounded by a group of security guards. John Knight came back to his senses and slapped his head a few times in chagrin. Why did I forget to take a picture? This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. If he takes a few pictures and sends them to his friends, those friends of his will envy him to death. Chapter 23, Don't do it again. Why don't we go shoot now? Maybe it's not too late? John Knight rose to the idea. After all, it was a rare opportunity. Xiao Qingxue had never prohibited her fans from taking pictures, and had always been the kind of generous and cheerful person she was in front of the public. But isn't it too good to sneak in and take pictures now? After all, people have already banned fans from entering the Horizon Theater. How about waiting for her to come out? There's no telling when that will be. And he looked towards the dark crowd. Those people were all Xiao Qingxue's fans, and their shouts overshadowed all the sounds around here. Even if Xiao Qingxue came out, it was estimated that all he could photograph would only be the heads of the fans. The security guards were well trained and they didn't let any of them in the face of such crazy fans. John Knight walked around the Heavenly Domain Theater, and he realized that it was only the gates that the security guards were blocking, and there were no security guards keeping an eye on other places, such as the fences. If he wanted to, he could easily go over the fence and get the picture he wanted. As a result, two little people appeared inside John Knight's mind. It's a rare opportunity, so just go in over the wall and take a picture. It'll be quick. One of the villains wore a bad smile on his face and egged him on. No way. This is immoral behavior. The other villain hurriedly told John Knight to dismiss the idea. It's not like anyone knows about it anyway. It's not like taking a picture is a big deal. What's the difference between that and those sneaky paparazzi? Of course there's a difference. People are doing it for traffic and profit. You're just a friend circle. What's the big deal? John Knight held his head tangled. He really wanted to take a picture of the female singer he had been powdering for so many years to make up for his regret of not being able to see Xiao Qingxue's concert. Never mind. What the hell? It's not like anyone knows anyway. He walked seemingly carelessly around the fence of the Horizon Theater, found a spot with fewer people, made up his mind, took a few steps backward, and was ready to go over the fence in one sprint. This student. A euphonious voice came from behind John Knight. The voice was small, but it scared him. He tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. Are you okay? Seeing this, a pair of petite little hands grabbed John Knight's arm and helped him up. Classmate. What are you doing? Cough cough. John Knight coughed twice somewhat awkwardly as he patted the dust on his body and replied without blushing. I'm a physical education student. I was just practicing my starting position. Zhang Yi fixed his eyes on the young girl in front of him. She was wearing a thick cotton jacket, sunglasses, and the scarf hanging around her neck wrapped around most of her face. The scarf also had a strawberry-style doll sewn onto it. Pulling that side of the scarf down a bit, revealing half of her white and red face, there was a great deal of doubt written all over this face. What's the matter with you? John Knight hurriedly changed the topic. There's nothing going on. Just wanted to ask you, are you a fan of Xiao Qingxue? John Knight was stunned and said that it was not good. It couldn't be that her thoughts were known to her, right? The sunglasses covered the young girl's eyes, leaving John Knight with no way to see through the young girl's thoughts. He nodded, not denying the fact that he was a fan of Xiao Qingxue. The young girl was a little excited. Great, can I ask you a favor? John Knight was puzzled, but still subconsciously asked, what favor? The young girl sidestepped and pointed to the skyward theater inside the fence. Can you help me flip in? John Knight was frozen in place by the young girl's astonishing statement, and only after a long time did he react. This is certainly not possible. He once again surveyed the young girl in front of him, clearly looking harmless and well-behaved. Are you also a fan of Xiaoqing Xue? Zhang Knight asked. Yes, yes, the young girl replied after a moment's hesitation. Sure enough, Zhang Knight said righteously, I can understand your feelings. You'd love to flip in and then secretly take pictures of Xiaoqing Xue, right? But that's unethical behavior. First, followed by, finally. So, I'd still suggest you dismiss the idea. Zhang Knight a long speech, from sociology, psychology and other aspects to explain the drawbacks of over-the-wall clandestine photography, as well as may bring all sorts of negative consequences. During this time, the young girl was like a small child who had made a mistake, with her hands placed in front of her body in a disciplined manner, hanging her small head, listening to Mr. Zhang Knight's on the hazards of crawling over the wall and stealing photographs. Aha, that's right. Seeing this appearance of the young girl, Zhang Knight was satisfied. Apparently, the education he had just given had managed to dissuade a young girl from her evil thoughts of taking pictures over the wall, and had managed to get her onto the right path. He himself had done another great deed. The young girl spoke weakly. Zhang Knight waved his hand. There's no need to apologize or say words of thanks, so don't do it again. I can pay you for it. Besides, I'm not going to steal other people's pictures. The young girl's voice was so weak that it was almost only audible to her, and there was a little bit of aggravation mixed in with her voice. Zhang Knight instantly frowned, writing the word justice on his face. Am I that kind of person? Compared to that insignificant reward, I prefer you to return to your rightful place. Mr. Treehugger said that good character is worth more than money that can't be spent. Seeing that Zhang Knight was about to start his long speech again, the young girl hurriedly interrupted the spellcasting. Is that $100 enough? Character like gold is worth 10,000 pieces of real gold. What about 1,000? Dashin is better than wealth, and one life overflows with fragrance. What about $100,000? Money is a material medium of exchange, limited and easily lost. It is good character that is. Wait, sees less? Zhang Knight's eyes widened as he once again scrutinized the young girl in front of him from head to toe. Is this the people of Mordor? $100,000 to actually take a fan photo. Mordor. It's horrible. The young girl couldn't help but shrink when she was looked up and down like this by Zhang Knight. No, not enough? I can add more. Zhang Knight directly held her hand, scaring the young girl back 2 steps. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. I can not, said the young girl, somewhat incoherently. Zhang Knight looked at the young girl's this look in confusion, and then looked down at the hand he was holding due to his excitement. He hurriedly let go of his hand and apologized. The young girl's breathing was a little constricted, and it took her a while to slow down. Can you help me now? Sure, but you have to remember. Zhang Knight instructed in a serious tone. After this time, don't do it again. Chapter 24, Turning Over. And, how are we going to get in? The young girl's voice was a little squirmy, one hand cupping the corner of her coat as she bowed her head obediently. Let's see. This question really put Zhang Knight in a difficult position. This fence wasn't high, but it wasn't very short either, so if it was Zhang Knight, he could easily climb over it. Only to this young girl in front of her. Zhang Yi looked at the young girl, who was a head shorter than himself, and fell into deep thought. It can only be this way. Zhang Knight had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. He walked over to the fence and bent down, winking back at the young girl. Step on it. Ha! Stepping up? The young girl's voice was laced with a hint of incredulity, and half of her exposed cheeks burned red. Right. Zhang Knight turned back and urged. Hurry up. How embarrassing would the two of us have to be if someone comes later? Oh, okay. The young girl hesitantly took small steps and moved to Zhang Knight's side. I'm coming up. She held onto Zhang Knight's shoulders, her body trembling against Zhang Knight's back, and her 2 slender legs straddled Zhang Knight's body one after the other. Afterward, she stretched out both her arms and wrapped them around Zhang Knight's neck. Mom, what are they doing? On the side, a little kid licked the lollipop in his hand and pointed at the Zhang Knight duo, asking curiously. A woman holding a child's hand glanced at the duo and hurriedly covered the child's eyes. Shame on you in broad daylight. Young couples nowadays are really, when they don't do such things inside their rooms, they like to run out to find excitement. The woman spoke loudly, her voice reaching the ears of the 2 men. Cough cough. Are the people of Magic City so imaginative? Zhang Knight blackened his face, and his cheeks couldn't help but flush with a hint of red. He rushed at the young girl and said, Look, this is what happens when you go against morality. That's why this kind of thing should never be done again. Are you listening? I know. The young girl's voice was tinged with sobs. She had almost lost the ability to think now, and a gush of white mist rose from her head. Hold on tight. Zhang Knight said and slowly straightened up. Wow. I didn't expect you to be so light. Unlike the chartered lady, you can crush a person to death when you press on them. Ah che. Shen Luoying, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, sneezed for no reason. Could it be that my dear is thinking of me? Shen Luoying narrowed her eyes. No, isn't he looking for a part-time job? It's been so long, is it still missing? She was a little heartbroken. As the eldest miss of the Shen family, she certainly knew the extent of the involution of Mordor, hence the last storm. Why don't? I'll see if I can help him again. Thinking, she opened her cell phone and skillfully unlocked a location software. The blinking red dot on it showed exactly Jiang Knight's location. That's right, in the underwear Jiang Knight was wearing, there was still a miniature locator. The Heavenly Domain Theater. What's he running there for? Shen Luoying was a bit puzzled. Right, today is the day Xiao Qingxue inspects the concert venue. Shen Luoying frowned. Her eyes turned cold. We'd fish Jiang Knight wouldn't have gone to see Xiao Qingxue. Shen Luoying, as Jiang Knight's childhood friend, she knew almost all of Jiang Knight's hobbies, including, of course, the matter of Jiang Knight being a fan of Xiao Qingxue. Miscellaneous fish Jiang Knight, not staying at home with me, going out to look for a part-time job on your own even though, and now giving up on looking for a part-time job to go see Xiao Qingxue. Doesn't that mean that Xiao Qingxue part-time me? No way. Oh Jiang Knight, how can another girl override me? The corner of Shen Luoying's mouth hooked up in an imperceptible arc as she pulled open the door of the villa and walked out. She would like to go and see with her own eyes what her own mongrel, Jiang Knight, was actually doing. Aha! As Jiang Knight moved, the young girl on his shoulder let out a shriek. Only, this scream was soft, and to others, it sounded like, the few pedestrians passing by gave the duo disdainful glances. It was clear that they, like the woman, thought of them as a young couple in the middle of a play. Jiang Knight closed his eyes in despair. For the sake of this $100,000, he was really going to give up. How about it? Can you grab the top edge of the fence? Jiang Knight raised his head and asked. You don't look up. Why? You're wearing a duvet, not a dress. I'll be nervous. The young girl replied weakly. All right, my great lady. Jiang Knight's face was full of black lines. In a moment, the more dense are going to get off work. So if you don't want us to get hung up on the internet, please hurry up. If the crowd had seen it, Jiang Knight could have imagined the online photos as well as the video with the text. Family who understands. A pair of shrimp-head man and woman in broad daylight actually do this kind of thing against good taste. Luckily, both he and the young girl had wrapped themselves up so tightly that people wouldn't necessarily recognize them. Well, the young girl stepped on Shogun's shoulders and climbed the fence without incident. She sat on the top edge of the fence and moved slowly, redirecting her legs to the other side of the fence. Okay. Jiang Knight backed up a few steps and leapt over the fence. He checked around and confirmed that there were no security personnel staking out the area before stretching out his arms towards the young girl. Okay, now I'll carry you down. No, the young girl squirmed. Sister, and I said, not to be with a boy other than him. Jiang Knight helplessly propped up his forehead. Okay, I'll carry you down again. This girl was obviously so shy. How could she still think of flipping in and taking pictures? Jiang Knight felt a bit puzzled. But he didn't think about it that much. After all, $100,000 was beckoning him. A greedy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought. Then, I'm coming down. Oh. The young girl wrapped her arms around Jiang Knight's neck and jumped on Jiang Knight's back in a single leap. Jiang Knight's back seemed to have been rushed by something, soft and flexible. Under the impact of this violent softness, Jiang Knight was unsteady and fell to his knees face to face. The young girl rode on top of him in this misadventure. Ah, right. Sorry. The young girl apologized profusely. It's fine. Jiang Knight didn't think so, but as soon as he turned around, his face fell into a deep gully. Cough. Jiang Knight hurriedly turned his head back. Even for someone as shameless as him, at this moment, he was somewhat at a loss for words. Obviously it doesn't look that big. Could it be the reason for wearing a down jacket? While Jiang Knight was still imagining things, the young girl had already gotten down from behind him. Thank you, class. The young girl solemnly thanked her. Nothing. Do you still need to take you to the photo shoot? Aha! What kind of pictures? The young girl tilted her head, a little confused. Weren't you going to come in and take pictures? But, when did I ever say that I came in here to steal pictures? Jiang Knight's expression froze. This young girl really didn't seem to have said anything about her purpose for flipping in. Taking pictures was nothing more than Jiang Knight's purpose alone. I'll scan the code to add your feed letter. The payoff I'll transfer to you. The young girl pulled out her cell phone, which had a Snow-White cartoon rabbit on the case, which went well with the charm on her scarf. Aha! Jiang Knight's eyes instantly glistened. $100,000. He couldn't earn that much even if he worked for a few years, right? Is this heavenly riches going to fall on his head? How is this possible? The young girl looked at her cell phone screen, her eyebrows knit lightly. What's wrong? John Knight walked around behind the young girl, and when he saw that one feed letter verification message, his mouth opened wide in shock. The avatar and nickname were both John Knight's own, yes, except that the bright red box underneath prompted both of them to fall into silence. Friend request submission failed. The other party has blacklisted you. Chapter 25, I'm stuck with a sales pitch. I did not expect not yet 80,000 words validation period to come to the amount of pinches. Brothers and sisters are like a sickly reader's it. Can you ask brothers and sisters for some urging and paragraph reviews? If you can have a free power for love, the front forgets, the back forgets, the author will do anything. This, John Knight was a bit dumbfounded. To say that his own feed letter blacklist, there are indeed quite a few people in it. Most of them were people selling online classes or insurance, and there was no shortage of people that John Knight looked at with displeasure. Only, this young girl in front of him, did he really know her? Could it be a mistake? Maybe you swept the code in the wrong way. Or, the system is buggy? John Knight asked tentatively. The young girl froze dumbly in place, saying nothing. Even though she was wearing sunglasses, John Knight could imagine the uncomprehending or exasperated eyes underneath her sunglasses. John Knight shrunk his neck and hurriedly pulled out his own cell phone. Let me add you. He took the cell phone from the young girl and scanned the code with his feed account. Unable to add each other as friends. The other party is on your blacklist. No way. Is she really on my blacklist? John Knight looked at his blacklist, and the young girl's account was indeed in there. Strange. How come I don't remember anything? John Knight looked at the young girl in front of him again and again, circled around her, and shook his head helplessly. Did I know you before? John Knight opened his mouth. He was a bit curious. He had never been to Mordor. How could he have crossed paths with this Mordor person? The young girl didn't answer, just looked up at the teenager, dumbfounded. What's your name? My name is John Knight. Have we met before? Hiss. John Knight frowned as if he guessed something and patted the young girl's shoulder. Tell me about you. Your family is obviously so rich. Why do you want to do this thankless business of sales promotion? John Knight thought his only possibility was that this young girl had sold him insurance or online classes. Otherwise, how could one blackball someone for good reason? He looked at the young girl, ready to come and give her a bitter moral education. Only, before the words came out of his mouth, John Knight looked like he was choking, unable to say a word in half a day. For he saw 2 lines of tears, quietly flowing down from beneath the young girl's sunglasses. John Knight was most afraid of girls crying. He didn't know how to comfort people at all. Could it be that I scared her? It's not right. No matter who it is, being dragged into a small dark room by someone else will always feel aggravated, right? Johnny bellyached and held the young girl's shoulders in a panic. Sorry. John Knight looked like he remembered something and hurriedly withdrew his hand. One must know that the young girl in front of him was very shy, and his own subconscious behavior like this would definitely make the young girl feel uncomfortable. Strangely enough, when his hand was placed on the young girl's shoulder, the young girl, in a rare instance, didn't react in any way. Damn, I must have gone too far. John Knight's CPU went into overdrive once again. I'll pull you out of the blacklist right now. The two added friends normally. Don't take what I just said to heart. Actually, I've done the sales pitch thing. Of course John Knight hadn't done the sales pitch, but only said so because he wanted to make the young girl feel better. At that point in time my family was in the middle of the road and there was no way a regular part-time job was going to support my day-to-day expenses. So, amount of chance, I was introduced to a sales job by a friend. I would have thought that I was doing one of those live bandwagons or something like that as a sales job that I could make a good profit from. I didn't realize that it was actually sitting in an office, looking at a list and calling strangers. John Knight wasn't good at lying, and he stammered and made up experiences that never existed. I've been through that kind of suffering, so I don't want you to suffer the same way I did. That's right, that's it. As long as one empathizes with the young girl then she can feel a lot better, right? John Knight looked at the young girl, but was surprised to find that the young girl seemed to be crying even more, and there were vaguely intermittent sobs coming out of her scarf. It seems that I have no potential to lie at all, and this is instantly dismantled. John Knight closed his eyes in despair. Instead of letting him comfort a girl, he should go work 10 jobs a day. He gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, "This time, I did the wrong thing, so I'll tell you what, I don't want the payment." John Knight turned around with heartache and was about to leave. The corner of his coat was clutched in a death grip by the young girl's hand. "Still refuse to forgive me?" Zhang Yi turned around and saw the young girl raising her head, the top of her half-exposed face covered in tear stains. "I finally found you." The young girl sobbed and spoke. "What?" The young girl's voice was so small that Zhang Knight didn't hear it at all. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Ever since elementary school, I've always wanted to see you in person. The young girl buried her head in the teenager's arms. Jong Knight was startled and subconsciously pushed the young girl away. Backing up. No way. The corner of his mouth twitched. Are all sales pitches this hard these days? He's been staring at me since elementary school, and then he's been staring at me until now. Jong Knight only felt creeped out. No, this is too scary. He didn't dare to imagine what a push so obsessive could do. When he himself was in elementary school, this young girl should have only been in elementary school. Is this what others always say? Doing things from a baby? That. Actually, I came out today to work part-time. Jong Knight snapped. I'm actually penniless, and catching me all the time is going to drag you down. It doesn't matter. Oh, half of the young girl's cheeks were colored with a slight blush. I'll follow you for the rest of my life, the young girl said in a voice that almost only she could hear. I percent asterisk 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 percent and asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jong Knight does not know what to say. He can only secretly slander. Mordor people are rich not without reason. On this dry sales pitch, perseverance. Do what can not succeed? Even if you're broke right now, do you want to keep a firm grip on yourself as a potential client? Mordor. It's horrible. That, if there's nothing else, I'll slip away first. Take your time in the theater. Have fun. Jong Knight decided to leave this place first. No way. Oh2. If you want to go, you have to take me with you too. The young girl grabbed Jong Knight's arm, just unwilling to let go. Is this another way to follow me to my house and get all my addresses? He guessed. Jong Knight turned back helplessly. This was being pestered by this salesman. He was clear that there was only one plan to get out at this point. You fuel the road, run fast. Jong Knight took advantage of the young girl's daze and jerked his hand back, then accelerated and flipped over the fence. The young girl was the only one left on the spot. The redness on her face grew even more, and tears flowed down in strands as if they didn't need money. No way. Oh, Ching Shue, you've obviously found him. You can't let him leave you again. Ching Shue, you can do it. Grab him and, Ching Shue, you can do it. Ching Shue, you can do it. As if she was chanting an incantation, the corners of the young girl's mouth gradually drew out a bizarre arc. I'm not going to let you, once again, disappear into my world. Chapter 26, Can't I Buy It? With some self-encouragement, the young girl seemed to have accomplished some sort of metamorphosis. With a very different temperament than before, she took off her duffel coat while unwrapping her scarf and tossed it unimaginatively to the ground. In this cold winter, she did not feel a trace of cold. On the contrary, her cheeks were flushed with a strange red color, and she was steaming hot, just like a steamer in the middle of work. Ha! Ha! The young girl kept radiating the heat generated inside her through her harumph due to her excitement. Qingxue will come to you. Her eyes locked on top of a large tree by the fence. She took a few steps back, made a sprint plus a jump, and climbed on top of a thick branch with strength she didn't know where she got. The young girl's body was light and the branch would carry her weight perfectly. With the help of the height of the tree branch, her gaze scanned outside the fence for a week, locking onto Jong Knight, who was fleeing into the distance. Qingxue has found you. The young girl giggled heatedly, her slender waist suddenly giving out, and the tree branch she was climbing on began to shake along with her body. The leaves of the trees rustled under her movements and fell in large numbers. The leaves fell onto the young girl's sweater and were hooked by the wool. In a short while, the girl's whole body was covered with fallen leaves. Her hair also looked disheveled because of the embellishments of the fallen leaves. Mommy, it's that sister from before. What is she doing? The same child from earlier was again captivated by the commotion, holding his mother's hand and staring at the scene with rapt attention. His mom looked at the scene, her brows tightened. Normal play can't satisfy this little couple. Have to have a little nature atmosphere? She sighed. This little girl looks quite innocent, but I didn't expect to play with such flowers. Only she couldn't possibly tell her child this, and could only touch his head and solemnly reply. She's filming a movie here, and not surprisingly, it should be the sequel to Mad Men. Yeah, primitive man. I want to be a primitive man in the future. The child's eyes glowed with hope. Mommy, look, that sister is coming out. The young girl's waist gave out and shook the branch she was climbing. Her expression did not change in the slightest with the movement, her gaze always locked on that strange back. The entire tree was used by her as a giant swing, and the higher she swung, the faster she swung. And finally, the branch had no way to withstand the enormous centrifugal force and thumped and broke. At the same time, the young girl's figure swung out beyond the fence along with the branch. Bang! Smoke and dust rose up as the young girl grinned and giggled as she held the section of branch thicker than her thigh in one hand. On the other side, Jong Knight was completely unaware of this movement. Ha ha ha. Jong Knight dumped the sales pitch. No, hundreds also have dozens. Those old foxes who have been in the jungle for many years have not been able to earn a penny from you, Jong. Not to mention you, a little girl. If you want to sell products to me, go practice for another 100 or 80 years. John Knight let out a loud laugh. His arrogant tone as if he was saying how many girls liked him and how many times he had rejected confessions. While running frantically, he took out his cell phone, opened his feed, and directly deleted the friend he had just added and then blacklisted him again. After double-checking, he was satisfied and stuffed the phone back into his coat pocket. Bang dash due to looking down at his cell phone while running. John Knight didn't notice the utility pole above his path of progress. Hiss, it hurts. John Knight covered his forehead in pain. His eyes glazed over. There's no way she's going to catch up, so it's good to rest around here. He chose a stone step at random on the side of the road and sat on it. The bitterly cold winter wind blew on his face like a knife cut. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it bleeding? John Knight released his forehead and looked at his palm, which was just like a crimson red. It's really bad luck. I haven't encountered anything good since I came to Magic City. He couldn't help but spit out. You're hurt? What's going on? A gentle voice drifted into his ears along with the chilly wind. And then, a fragrance of lily flowers drilled into his nose. Oh, it's fine. I didn't look at the road when I was walking and bumped into it. John Knight was a bit groggy and replied subconsciously. In that case, let Qingxue bandage you up. John Knight lowered his head and heard what sounded like fabric tearing at his side. Qingxue? A nice name. Thank you, miss. The only word inside John Knight's head was pain, and he had almost lost the ability to think. Then, a pair of soft little hands from the back around to his body in front of him, one circle after another. For John Knight wrapped bandage. John Knight closed his eyes and enjoyed himself comfortably. Thank you so much. You actually have the same name as my favorite star. Is that so? That's really great. The voice was incredibly chirpy, moving like a bird. For some reason, John Knight instantly felt as if his forehead didn't hurt as much anymore, and his entire body was much more refreshed. He hummed a certain song sung by Xiao Qingxue, sniffed the lily scent that came from nowhere, and for a moment, he was somewhat intoxicated. Ha! What a familiar tune. The person behind him was a bit surprised. You're also a fan of Xiao Qingxue. Well, not oh. In that case, that's right, Xiao Qingxue's songs will be enjoyed by many passers-by who hear them. So, you like Xiao Qingxue a lot? The voice of the person behind him suddenly became a little shaky. Yeah. John Knight didn't think too much about it. Then, I have a question I don't quite understand. John Knight came in the spirit. I'm also considered Xiao Qingxue's old fan, so feel free to ask any questions. I should be able to answer them all. The person behind him leaned down and came to John Knight's ear. Why? Then, did you run away? John Knight instantly got goosebumps as his pupils suddenly contracted and he looked sideways at the young girl. The corners of the young girl's mouth still wore a faint smile as she gazed fondly at John Knight's face. John Knight couldn't see her eyes through the sunglasses, and her expression didn't match the picture of this delicate and lovely face at all, appearing a bit distorted. At this instant, John Knight was afraid, not in the fear of the young girl stalking him, but the instinctive fear of a creature when it sees something horrible. He stumbled and fell down the stone steps, unable to get up for a moment, so he sat down on the ground, rubbing his hands against the ground and stomping his feet on the ground, driving his body back and forth. The young girl did not react, still wearing a smile, looking at the panicked John Knight. Only after retreating to a certain distance did John Knight realize that the young girl was still holding a thick branch in her hand, and his mind instantly figured everything out. Holy, is this young girl a gorilla? Swinging out directly with the help of a tree branch? That, classmate? No, big sister. I was wrong. You are selling something. Insurance? No problem. I'll buy it. I'll buy another one for my dad. If it's an online class, it's even more of a problem. So many of my good friends are lonely at home during winter vacation, so it's a good idea to buy some online classes for them to kill time. Only, as long as you're willing to let me go, I'll buy it. I'll buy it, okay? Chapter 27 Conditions for Love. Like this, the young girl straightened up, placing one finger to her mouth and resting her other hand on her cheek. Then I'll sell myself to you, okay? The young girl squirmed, her voice a little wiggly. No problem, no matter what you market. John Knight's voice ended abruptly. Wait, what did you say you marketed to me? Of course it's myself. Really? Why? Why do I have to say it twice? The young girl's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and seemed to revert back to the shy little girl from before. These words dry-burned John Knight's CPU as he kept trying to understand the meaning of the young girl's words. What do you mean? Sell you to me? John Knight lowered his head constantly shaking as he tried his best to organize his thoughts. In an instant, he had a flash of light and had a guess of his own. Only, this guess gave him some creeps. No wonder. John Knight nodded his head frequently in his panic, feeling that he had caught the key to the matter. I told you, how could any salesman be able to do this? Jiang Knight belabored. Could it be? She's not a salesperson, but a commodity. Before she tried to get me to do a favor and said she'd give me $100,000 was all a lie. It was all an excuse. Her goal was to get close enough to me so she could force herself on me. There must be a huge human trafficking ring involved behind this, where young girls are groomed into submission from an early age, then shown how to approach those clients and then sell themselves back to the criminal gang. And if you don't complete the task, you will receive an unimaginable punishment. That's why she's onto me. Even finding her way to Mordor, Jong Knight's mind constantly surfaced those images inside the movie and television drama. After piecing together, soon restored the truth of the incident. No wonder you're chasing after me like this. You have your own hardships. Jong Yi sighed, stood up, walked over to the young girl, and patted her shoulder. For so many years, it's my fault. If I could have known earlier, this young girl wouldn't have to suffer so much, he secretly said in his heart, wanting to say something to comfort the person. Only, this touched Jong Knight's skill blind spot again. He pondered for a long time in his mind, fixed his mind, and said solemnly, it's been hard on you for so many years. The young girl was suddenly stunned in place when she heard these words. The branch in her hand also fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. You turned out to know it all. The young girl couldn't stop her tears. I've been looking for you to meet you in the middle of the real world. As long as I can be with you, even more efforts, even more grievances, Qingxue can swallow them alone. Caught off guard, the young girl dragged her body and staggered towards Jong Knight. She must have suffered a lot of punishment because she couldn't complete her mission. Zhang Yi looked at this young girl and couldn't produce a feeling of loathing. There was only sympathy from the bottom of his heart. Shall we call the police? No. In that case, the criminal gang will surely double her punishment. But I don't have that kind of money and I can't help her. Zhang Yi decided that it was better to ask the other party's conditions before considering. Then, how can I take you? Zhang Knight made up his mind. He must help this poor young girl as much as he could. After all, this was a living life. He would never allow a living person to be used as a tool to make money. Take Qingxue away. Will you? No matter what you do to Qingxue or what you want, Qingxue will agree to it. The young girl buried her head in Zhang Knight's embrace, sobbing secretly. You said, what are the conditions? Zhang Knight rubbed the young girl's head and helped her up from her arms. Conditions? That condition is, the maiden thought for a long time, and replied, that you should have half the love I have for you. Zhang Knight? The young girl looked at Zhang Knight's impassive appearance and lowered her eyes. Is Qingxue too greedy? Then, 1/3 is fine. River Knight? No? Then a quarter will do. 1/5, 1/10. A little, just a little love is all it takes. That, wait, I'm thinking. Zhang Knight's head was a mess inside. He had originally envisioned that the young girl would quote an astronomical figure and then tell him that he would need to pay so much money in order to ransom her away. But what does it mean to love? Is this gang subsisting on love power? Just as Zhang Knight was thinking, obviously, I've done this. That day, after you blacked me out, I went crazy looking for you. I don't know what method you used to hide your identity. Traces. From that day, I used all the resources and means. But, if it wasn't for you, the one who listens to my songs every day and never tires of encouraging me and comforting me, I wouldn't have everything I have now. The young girl looked up violently, and under the sunglasses, the purple glow grew even more, laughing while shedding tears. So I can give me to you. But what about you? Won't you even shower me with a little love? She covered her heart, her hand so hard that her fingers penetrated to imprint 5 deep indentations in her chest, as if she wanted to rip her heart out. That you calm down first. We can have a good chat. Zhang Knight was scared silly. He finally realized that things didn't seem to be as simple as he had imagined. No surprise, he was in big trouble. Suddenly, the young girl compared her hand to a claw shape and violently attacked Zhang Knight's left chest. At the same time, the whole person exerted a force forward. Zhang Knight did not react at all, and was toppled to the ground by this huge force, and then, 2 huge piles of, will be as if the sealing spells to firmly suppress Zhang Knight under the body. Wow! Sis is awesome. The child next to her witnessed the scene and danced with excitement. These two are finished. His mom peeked at the two as they moved, pulling her child away at a quick pace. As soon as the young girl's claws exerted force, Zhang Knight's down jacket immediately shattered out a huge hole, and the cotton wool spread out in all directions in the cold wind, like snowflakes, enveloping the two of them. She collected her force and pressed her hand tenderly on top of Zhang Knight's heart, feeling the beating of his heart, her fingers comparing the size of his heart. The young girl leaned down, and her voice could not stop trembling. Your heart is obviously bigger than mine, but, why is it that you just can't tolerate me? My heart is only this big, but, it's already filled with you inside. Oh, you, I know your hardships, I will do everything I can to get you out of the criminal organization. Jong Knight was a bit out of breath from the pressure and squeezed these words out of his mouth. The young girl continued her movements as if she hadn't heard them, not paying the slightest attention to Jong Knight's reaction. But, this is just the first time we've met, right? So there's no way I can give you the love you're talking about. Love, I have no way to give you. Love, I have no way to give you. Love, I can't give you. The last half of Jong Knight's sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing the young girl to freeze in place like a statue. After a long time, the young girl came back to her senses and looked straight at Jong Knight underneath her. Jong Knight closed his eyes in despair. He felt like he was going to be finished. He was ready to be yelled at and even beaten up. Don't ask Jong Knight why he would be suffocated by a girl him underneath. Ask is that he can't fight. The other party is able to unscrew tree branches with his bare hands. Jong Knight again confident. There is no way to believe that he can defeat a young girl in this state. Jong Knight closed his eyes and prepared for the young girl's retaliation. Just, tick-tock, tick-tock. Bean-sized tears fell onto Jong Knight's face, causing him to slowly open his eyes. It doesn't matter, oh I can make concessions, oh. The young girl's speech is getting faster and faster. Her face is full of anxiety and despair. So, what do you like? Kittens? I can turn into a kitten, oh listen. Meow meow meow. Like it? I can become whatever you like as long as you like. It's not just kittens. Puppies are okay too. Woof 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 woof. Next, the young girl mimicked the cries of various small animals. And if she had heard such a sound while swiping the video on a normal day, Jong Yu would have found it very cute. Just for now, Jong Knight's eyes widened as an invisible sense of suffocation enveloped his body. Master don't like small animals? Master, what exactly do you like? I can be the table, chair, toilet, airplane that is uniquely your star. There is nothing I can't do. Only the master can't think of. Oh. Chapter 28, Psychosis? The young girl lay on top of Jong Knight, squirming and mimicking the state of various types of objects. Jong Knight's mouth opened wide as he looked at the young girl on top of him, only to feel a vicious chill. Those who didn't know thought that this young girl was performing acrobatics, and Jong Knight had to admire the young girl's imagination and acting ability. The young girl bent backward and braced her hands on the ground, telling Jong Yi that this was a stool, meaning that Jong Yi could sit directly on her stomach. She lies down on the ground again, opens her mouth and tells Jong Knight that it's an airplane asterisk. Jong Knight's expression was complicated. It was obvious that the young girl in front of him had done everything she could in order to gain his love. How did you meet such a weirdo? The teenager tremblingly reached out his hand, gritted his teeth and held the girl's shoulders. The girl was in a trance, thinking that Jong Knight was impressed by her sincerity. The corner of her mouth revealed a strange smile. Master, you can enjoy yourself. She pressed her forehead against Jong Knight's face and came to murmur in a whisper in his ear. Dominate me. When she finished, she withdrew her eyes and stared at the ground, her burning face haunted by white mist. Only, things didn't go in the direction the young girl expected. Jong Knight clenched his teeth and took advantage of the moment when the young girl neglected to defend herself, and fought to push the young girl away. Jong Knight gasped for air, exhaling gusts of white mist in the middle of the cold winter night. The young girl sat on her knees beside Jong Knight, doubt written all over her dull face. Jong Knight was like this, sitting face to face with the teenager, his eyes staring deathly into the teenager's eyes. This face of the teenager, through the pitch-black sunglasses, occupied the pupils of the young girl. The teenager closed his eyes and sighed. I'm sorry, I can't promise you that. Ah, did I hear it wrong? The young girl stared at Jong Knight's serious look and shook her head imperceptibly. I must have heard it wrong, right? I can't give you that so-called love. No, I didn't hear it. I misheard it. It was all in my head. Do I have to say it again? I can't give you that so-called love. It's all a hallucination. It's all a hallucination. The young girl muttered to herself as if she hadn't heard. Jong Knight didn't say anything either, just looked at the young girl in front of him, his eyes full of complexity. He had no experience in love, but he knew that he didn't have the so-called love for the girl in front of him. Even if the young girl begged bitterly in such an annihilating way, he would not agree. He didn't know why the girl would go to such lengths for him, nor did he know what kind of love the girl was asking for. He only knew that the love the girl needed was definitely not like this, although it was indeed heartwarming to have a girl who was obedient to him. However, Jong Knight is what he is. Shenluoying has not taken down the high-grade logs for so many years, and there is a bottom line that he absolutely cannot violate. He didn't know what was going on, only that if he agreed, he would only harm the girl and cut her life short. Why? Why? The young girl looked as if she had detached herself from her own world. Her eyes under her sunglasses were full of anger and disbelief. I have obviously already done this for you. I can give everything for you, but you are not even willing to shower me with a little bit of love. The young girl's voice was soft but low, giving off a lovely but terrifying sense of contrast. Almsgiving? Jiang Knight shook his head. There's no way to give alms for this kind of thing. I know you've been looking for me for a long time for some purpose, and I don't doubt your love for me. But, Jiang Knight said word for word, your so-called love can't be obtained by praying for it. And even if you have any special feelings for me, that doesn't mean I have to give you a corresponding response. Jiang Knight tried to organize his words, hoping that he could make the young girl wake up. Why? The young girl mechanically repeated the words under her breath, her hands clenched into fists, her nails embedded in the flesh, oozing crimson blood. If you were able to persevere in finding me over all these years, why can't you take some more time to get to know me well? I also need some time before I can get to know you and cultivate the so-called feelings. Jiang Knight continued. These words from Jiang Knight were like a whisper, not passing through the young girl's brain. She seemed to be completely and totally caught up in her own world once again, and she didn't react in the slightest to whatever Jiang Knight said. The teenager shook his head helplessly. It looks like what I'm saying isn't having any effect. That's it. If this keeps up, I'm going to have to put you in a mental hospital. I have a feeling you might need psychiatric care. The young girl was stunned and stopped all her movements, her gaze deadlocked on Jiang Knight's slightly frightened eyes. So, it turns out, you think I'm sick and I'm crazy too, don't you? Jiang Yi gulped. He had a premonition that something big was about to go wrong. This feeling was like, when he was playing a game, he came across an empty-blooded boss about to turn on the second stage. Right now, the young girl is acting like a transiting animation before opening the second stage, accompanied by a light laughter like a transformation spell. The whole person was like a hellish evil ghost that was murmuring, what to do? Jiang Knight felt a completely different feeling from before. He felt that he was now in extreme danger. If he didn't handle it well, it was possible that he would be accounted for here today. Then I can only take one more step back. The young girl gripped the thick branch in her hand tightly, and threads of blood flowed down the branch. Her lips were also bitten through, and blood flowed down her graceful jawline in strands, slowly dripping onto the ground. It doesn't matter if I can't get your love now. I just need to get your body. The young girl held her cheek in one hand, blood smeared across her face by this action, now looking like a murderous demon who had just finished his deed and was eyeing his next prey. Once we get your body, we can be together all the time. By then, we'll have a long time to get to know each other and get to know each other. By then, you can fall in love with me, right? Jiang Knight only felt creeped out. The young Jiang Knight didn't know what a sickly girl was, nor did he know how terrifying a sickly girl could be. He only felt that the young girl in front of him might actually have a bit of a brain problem. Forget it, what's there to communicate with a mental illness? Jiang Knight secretly made up his mind to stabilize this young girl before finding a chance to call the mental hospital to come and take her away. Combined with the fact that he had just talked so much sense to a mental illness, Jiang Knight felt like he didn't even need to waste his words. When the young girl said that condition of what love is or isn't, he or she could have called the mental hospital. Cough cough. Okay, I love you okay. Jiang Knight decided to stabilize the other party first so that she wouldn't do anything too drastic. Hearing these words, the girl's eyes slowly widened under the sunglasses, frozen in place, and the branch fell to the ground with a snap. What did you say? The young girl staggered a few steps to Jiang Knight's body, holding Jiang Knight's shoulders, burying her head in Jiang Knight's arms and lifting her head in a pitiful manner. Very different from before. Jiang Knight took a deep breath. I love you. That's okay. Really? The young girl's IQ is limited at this time. She only knows that her beloved person personally said I love you these 3 words. Qing Shui also loves you. The young girl whimpered, and just hugged Jiang Knight for a long time without words. Hey, what a good girl, but it's a pity that it's a mental illness. Jiang Knight touched her head, and the young girl's head rubbed toward Jiang Knight's hand. Good chance. Call the mental hospital now. Jiang Knight pressed the young girl's head with one hand and pulled out his cell phone with the other. In that case. What? In that case, I'll lock you up. The young girl said flatly without the slightest rise or fall in her tone. No, didn't I already say I love you? Why do you still want to lock me up? Jiang Knight's eyes widened. So that we can be together forever, yeah. You love me, and I love you. So we're going to stay together forever. Body and soul. I'm yours and you're mine. That's love. The young girl cocked her head innocently, her voice filled with doubt. Isn't it? At the same time, the young girl's hand instantly exerted force and gripped Jiang Knight's hand that was holding the cell phone. The cell phone fell to the ground with a crunch. How can you play with your cell phone when you're figuring out Snowhead? The young girl scolded. And the next moment, she looked at the phone number on the screen of her cell phone, which was the phone number of the Magic City Psychiatric Hospital that Jiang Knight had just found out. And after entering the number, the cell phone intelligently displayed the 6 big words Magic City Psychiatric Hospital on the screen. The young girl looked down and caught a glimpse of the words on the screen. I see. No wonder you don't want to be with me forever. You don't love me at all. No. John Knight got goosebumps. He knew that he was completely played out. So, you're just like everyone else, thinking that Kyosu was a psychopath. Ming Ming, Qingxua thought you were different from the others. Akira, you're the one who brought Kyosu out of the mental hospital. And now, you're going to do the same as them and send Kyosu in again? No. What is all this with what? What do you mean I brought you out of the mental hospital? John Knight felt that things were getting more and more complicated, and he was just about to ask things clearly when his own throat was pinched by the young girl's hand. Ha ha ha. The young girl repeated the one syllable. You, let go. John Knight held the one hand of the young girl, choking her neck with both hands, trying to break it away. Only, the young girl's strength was surprisingly large. No matter how hard John Knight tried, it was to no avail. Ha ha ha. The young girl did not speak, still giggling to herself. Chapter 29. That. John Knight revealed a harmless smile with good behavior written all over his face. Can we reconcile? The branch under the young girl's swing was currently lying quietly on the ground, and with a stomp of her foot, she stepped on the front end of the branch. The branch immediately flew into the air, traced several perfect circles in the air, and was steadily grasped in the young girl's hand. The branches of the tree seemed unable to withstand the force of the young girl's grip and cracked several times. That. Not two. John Knight's legs trembled as he backed up. He felt that this young girl, who was a head shorter than him, was radiating an unrivaled pressure at the moment. For the first time, John Knight felt that his life was threatened, and he believed that as long as he let the young girl come to his side, that one branch in her hand would fall on his head. That's not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is if one loses consciousness and then is taken away by a young girl. John Knight had already imagined his dark life in a basement or a small dark room. He had only just gotten into college, and the bright days ahead were beckoning to him. No, my life can't end here yet. John Knight turned around and ran. Under the adrenaline boost, he was covered in smoke, like a fast-moving steam engine. The howling cold wind blew in his face, and for the first time, he felt that the winter days, which he had long since taken for granted, were this cold. The young girl only froze for a few seconds, and after she reacted, she was like a cheetah locking onto its prey, charging out from her spot. In place, where she stepped, the concrete road cracked inch by inch. The neighborhood was surprisingly quiet, and the occasional few pedestrians who passed by were attracted by the unexplained commotion. But they only glanced towards this place and left in a hurry. What should we do? Should we find someone to ask for help? John Knight pondered on a way to get out of the situation. He could indeed grab a few pedestrians to ask for help, but he quickly gave up. There are so few people here that if you get help, you're likely to put pedestrians in danger as well. From time to time, he looked back at the primitive man who was swinging a tree branch and covered in leaves. She was definitely not something that could be dealt with by adding a few strangers to the mix. John Knight gritted his teeth. His speed at this moment had far exceeded that of himself when he was on the body side of the high school, only that the young girl behind him seemed to be even faster, and the distance between the two of them was closing in at an extremely fast speed. The only way to get to the main entrance was to go around the walls of the Horizon Theater. There were plenty of people there, and gathering the strength of the crowd should be able to take down this madman. Dead legs, count on me to beg you. Run! John Knight shouted in his heart. As long as it takes to get to that place. Almost there. Almost there. The national flag flying at the main entrance of the Heavenly Domain Theater had appeared in John Knight's vision, which made the physically and mentally exhausted John Knight feel hopeful. Just hold on a little longer. A little faster. The teenager tensed up and squeezed out the last ounce of strength that existed in his body. Only, a huge force suddenly came from behind him, and the teenager, who was already out of strength, was so unsteady that he fell to the side towards a small bush. He looked back, the color of despair drenching his eyes. In his vision, the young girl smiled at him, eerily. John Knight fell on his back towards the small bushes, and then the young girl fought to pounce and firmly pressed John Knight underneath her. Don't! Please! Please! John Knight was completely shrouded by the fear of death at this moment, and heavy shadows appeared in his vision. Under John Knight's gaze, the young girl rode across him, raised the branch in her hand high, and stabbed down at John Knight's neck. John Knight had lost all his strength and means at this moment, and could only close his eyes and welcome the end of his life. Bang! John Knight's cheeks were wet, and a stabbing pain came from his neck. Snap, snap, snap. A drop of tears smashed down on John Knight's face. Zhang Yi unbelievably slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did, he saw the branch stuck next to his neck, as well as the wet dirt splattered on his face. His own neck was grazed, but luckily, it didn't hurt the vitals. As long as the branch stabbed down a few centimeters further away, Zhang Yi's life would have ended there. I can't. The sunglasses slipped off the young girl's face and smashed on Zhang Knight's nose. Zhang Knight saw a blurry face, and at the moment, his vision was a little blurry due to his extreme fear. But even so, the young girl's stunningly beautiful face caused Jiang Knight to faintly freeze. The twisted expression hung on her clear and delicate face, creating a sense of contrast that made him bristle. The original turquoise blue eyes were also tinted purple red at the moment due to a special reason, and the line of sight rested motionlessly on Jiang Knight's face. So familiar. The young girl in front of him gave Jiang Knight an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but Jiang Knight was sure that he shouldn't have seen her before. I thought you would be different from the others. You said that Kyosu had a lovely voice. You said that Kyosu's song was good. You said that Kyosu is the hardest working girl you've ever seen. You said you liked my perky, cheerful self best. You said that Qingshue's illness would be cured one day, and that at that time, Qingxue would become a big singer, and that you would find me, and then sit down on the stage and applaud my singing. You're lying to me. Ha ha ha. From the beginning to the end, you've treated Qingxue as a psychopath just like everyone else. The young girl let out a low laugh in desperation as tears continued to slide down her cheeks. Qingxue hates you so much. I'm going to kill you and install a tape inside your stomach that only says I love you. But, the young girl was trembling, trying her best to suppress her anger. But, without you, aside from you and my sister, Qingxue really has nothing left. Jiang Knight opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he really couldn't recall where he had crossed paths with this young girl. Why would you give Siyuki hope and then destroy it with your own hands? Obviously, just let Qingxue die alone and silently inside the mental hospital at the beginning. Mental hospital? Jiang Knight's head was 2 sizes too big. She really ran out of a mental hospital? When have I ever known a patient inside a mental hospital? So, what the hell should I do? The young girl placed her hands on Jiang Knight's neck, trembling, but didn't pinch down hard enough. What the hell am I supposed to do? Answer me at. The young girl seemed to have lost all her strength and her form staggered. Her hands gradually left Jiang Knight's neck and hung down helplessly. The young girl just kept her eyes open and didn't move. Are you okay? Jiang Knight asked tentatively. Wait. With Jiang Knight caught off guard, the young girl's entire body fell towards his face. Jiang Knight was not overwhelmed this time, but only gently held the young girl, his face somewhat complicated. The young girl's body was actually very light and skinny, pressing softly against Jiang Knight's body. But it was such a body that had just exploded with that kind of power. Is she, like, asleep? But she clearly still has her eyes open. Jiang Knight closed her eyelids for her, held her shoulders, and slowly sat up. It was only at this moment that Jiang Knight could see that face of hers clearly and was taken aback. How is she so similar to Xiao Qingxue? Jiang Knight felt that he had misread the situation, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Oddly enough, it really does seem like it. She just called herself Qingxue. Shouldn't. A thought bubbled up into Jiang Knight's mind. Soon after, Jiang Knight shook his head. Impossible. Xiao Qingxue is still inside the Heavenly Domain Theater right now. Coincidence? All coincidence. Jiang Knight wanted to pick up the young girl, but he couldn't make any effort. So he could only drag the young girl's body and put her on a bench. The young girl let out a faint snore. Well behaved like a sleeping kitten in the park. That would be the end of it. Wouldn't it? Just leave her now and she'll never find me again. I'll disappear completely from her view and then, for some reason, when he thought of this, Jiang Knight actually moved a trace of compassion. But there was just a hint of compassion. Under normal circumstances, a young girl should have her own beautiful youth just like Xiao Qingxue. The way he had just acted seemed to have inadvertently destroyed something important in the young girl's heart. Could it be that I did something wrong? Jiang Knight had just raised this thought in his mind before he immediately snuffed it out. Are you kidding me? She almost killed me. If I hadn't been able to beat her, I would have beaten her up and put her in a mental institution. Maybe that talk just now was just her babbling. Maybe she's mistaken me for someone else who's important to her. Jiang Knight fictionalized countless possibilities in his mind, trying to make himself ruthless and just leave. If you don't leave now, you'll get yourself killed. But, Jiang Knight clenched his fist hard. If it's true, if I ever did inadvertently influence this girl, what would happen to her if you left her behind? Jiang Knight imagined the empty, helpless eyes of the young girl when she woke up. River Knight imagined, as she glared silently at the gray ceiling of her hospital room. Jiang Knight imagined that she was like a walking corpse, trapped in her memories day after day. If it was really as she said, she had searched so hard for so many years, and yet she was so cold to her. Then what is the difference between yourself and being born? After a bit of self-PUA, Jiang Knight faltered. He, Jiang Yi, couldn't be cruel to this heart. Why don't I just help her out? Chapter 30, The Teenage Girl's Cell Phone. The young girl's hands were bruised and battered, and the shocking wounds hanging on her white and tender hands were particularly obvious. Wisps of blood were still emerging from the wounds, coloring her palms red. This guy, can he really not feel any pain? Jiang Yi looked at her hand full of wounds and frowned. If such wounds appeared on him, he would probably have fainted from the pain already. The wound may even worsen if left untreated. The first order of business is to bandage her up to prevent inflammation. John Knight decided to sacrifice his own clothes, only that his down jacket had been opened up a few big holes by the young girl earlier, and the lint inside was falling out. He had a sweater and an undershirt left inside himself, and the sweater was not suitable for bandaging wounds, so he thought it would be better to sacrifice his undershirt. Hey, we'll have to borrow money from the charter to buy another one. Anyway, this underwear seems to be a bit small. It just gives me a reason to go buy another one. The simple John Knight didn't know the mystery contained in his underwear yet, and without much thought, pulled off a small piece of fabric and tied it to the young girl's injured hand. This should be about right. John Knight scanned the young girl's entire body. Fortunately, she was only injured more seriously in her hands, and the rest of the body was only bruised at most, and was not in the way. Next, John Knight reached into the young girl's coat pocket, rummaged around, and pulled out her cell phone. The moment the screen lit up, John Knight's pupils contracted violently as if it was an earthquake. The lock screen cover set by the teenage girl that appeared on the screen as the phone had not been unlocked. Normally, people use photos they cherish, or beautiful pictures they find online, to serve as their wallpaper. Only, this young girl has a very strange lock screen wallpaper. On it were several feed letter messages that were enlarged countless times. The young girl should have taken a screenshot of the chat interface of the feed letter and then cropped a few messages and stitched them together to form this lock screen wallpaper. The messages were cut to pieces, and she cut a few words out of almost every one of them. Those individual fonts were pieced together to form a complete sentence. I love you. Let's be together forever. How could someone use something like this as wallpaper? John Knight felt like he had absolutely no way of understanding the aesthetics of a psychopath. No, is she crazy or stupid? John Knight was a bit speechless. If you want to use that as wallpaper, wouldn't it be fine to send a paragraph to your own account? Is it necessary to splice it together in such a disconnected manner? Splicing it crookedly like this isn't aesthetically pleasing at all. John Knight felt that his IQ had taken the high ground and became somewhat complacent. John Knight held up the young girl's finger and unlocked the screen with her fingerprint. The home screen and lock screen had the same wallpaper. Then John Knight opened her feed letter. I'm sorry, it's not right to look through other people's privacy. John Knight silently apologized and opened her address book. The young girl's address book looked very simple, and according to her notes, there were no other friends besides her family. At the top of the address book is a contact labeled sister. This young girl, she's quite pathetic. John Knight pulled out his own cell phone, pulled her out from inside the blacklist, and added her feed letter. What's next? Send her some words of comfort. John Knight made up his mind and called out his cell phone keypad. Then, it came to John Knight's least skillful link. Comforting girls. Asterisk. Is this some kind of skill that has to be learned? And why is it so highly utilized? John Knight had a headache and scratched his head for a long time before finally typing down a few words. I'm sorry that for some reason I can't give you what I call love for now, but I'm sure, all of that aside, we could be great friends. You're so beautiful. There must be a lot of people who would want to meet you and encourage you if they wanted to. So, if you agree, I'm your first friend Law. My name is John Knight. It's an honor to meet you. Come on, you'll be fine. That's it. John Knight thought. He wasn't good at making up meaty words in the first place. These words should be able to revitalize this young girl. Well, one last thing. John Knight thought to himself that the part of helping the young girl was over. And next, he wanted to satisfy a small curiosity of his own. If I really knew her before, then the chat logs between us should still be there. John Knight was curious to know what his earlier self had said to her. He took the young girl's cell phone and flipped it upward. Loading. Johnny swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared straight at the screen. Loading. The phone flashed a white light and the feed letter software flashed right back. He froze, thinking only that it was a system glitch, and tried several more times, but each time with the same result. What kind of crappy cell phone? John Knight was speechless. How come the Mordorian cell phones aren't as good as my Samsung bomb? At least, I don't flash back when I play feed letters on this phone. John Knight did not think too much. Opened the sister chat box, sent the other party over her location, and then stuffed the phone back into the girl's pocket. That's weird. How is messaging her sister okay? As the sun set, John Knight tucked in his broken coat pocket and dragged his tired body toward the distance. See you later. The golden sunlight lengthened the teenager's back as he glanced back at the young girl in the midst of a deep sleep and shook his head with a smile. That's obviously cute. It's cold, said a woman in a white dress anxiously circling the lounge in the Horizon Theater. To maintain your beautiful image in public. Sister, I still wear dresses in winter. This crappy theater? We were coming to see the venue today and we were told straight away that the theater had malfunctioned and lost power. I can't turn on the heat in the lounge. Your sister is going to freeze to death. Qing Shui hasn't come yet? The woman rubbed her hands against each other's arms and shivered. Missy, we've already sent people to look for it. Your sister should be coming for you soon. A black-clothed bodyguard stood to the side and handed over a coat for the woman. I shouldn't be. I clearly agreed with her that we'd come in first and she'd sneak in. Why isn't she here yet? Something can't be wrong, can it? The woman had a bad feeling. Ding dash, the feed message beep sounded, and the woman pulled out her cell phone, her pupils contracting violently after seeing the message sent. She pushed the door open and hurried toward it. Missy, the theater people are still around here, the bodyguard reminded. It's okay, you tell them that the grounds I've already seen. The woman looked too flustered to care. She put on her sunglasses, draped herself in the one coat the bodyguard had handed her, and took off. Xiao Qing Xue, Xiao Qing Xue. In front of the theater, the audience has been here tirelessly chanting for almost a whole day. When they saw the silhouette walking out from inside the theater, their gazes were cast over in unison. Only, after they saw this outfit of the woman, they took her to be Xiao Qingxue's bodyguard and didn't pay too much attention to her. The woman slipped out of the theater, swept up a shared battery-operated car on the side of the road, turned the electric door straight to the bottom and sped off in the direction her cell phone had located her. Chapter 31 The Dream, above. Qingxue, Daddy's back. Let's go. Get out of here. What am I? Where am I? The girl slowly opened her eyes, and into them, daylight poured gently over her face through the glass windows of the villa. She was lying on a big, soft bed with a couple of old-looking Muppets. A rush of footsteps came through the door, and before the young girl could react, her bedroom door was violently pushed open. Bang dash, the door to the room hit the wall hard. Strands of white wall dust slowly drifting down the wall. The young girl looked up in confusion, her eyes resting on the girl with the same face as hers outside the door. The girl was clearly about the same age as her, yet she was much taller than her. This was the young girl's twin sister, Xiao Qingying. Qingxue, come with me, it's almost too late. Xiao Qingying's face carried extreme fear, as well as the anger that she had ruthlessly suppressed between her brows. Her sister didn't move, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, her eyes downcast as if she was making some kind of choice in her mind. What are you waiting for? Seeing her sister's lack of action, her sister took a few steps forward and pulled her sister's arm. If you don't leave, when Dad finds you, you'll be. Her sister seemed to choke on her words in the middle of her sentence, and she felt the urge to vomit just thinking about that scene. But, don't but. If you continue to stay here, you'll only become that venting tool. Sister, I've saved a lot of money over the years. Sister will give you all the money. Run away to a place where he can never find you. Sister's speech became faster and faster, and her eyes gradually filled with the slightest of crystallized tears. Count on my sister to beg. Okay, doesn't Kiyosu love to sing? Sister can discuss with those studios and provide Qingxue with the resources to make her debut. Qingxue will definitely be able to become a big singer in the future. What will my sister do when I'm gone? The sister looked up, her empty eyes dully meeting her sister's anxious ones. Don't mind me, I'm still useful to Dad. He won't do anything to me. But, where can I run to? Anywhere, even if you're taken by traffickers. You can't be worse off than if you stayed. My sister finally lost control of her emotions and bean-sized teardrops dripped down her face. I'm sorry, sis. There was no emotional ups and downs in her sister's words. Qingxue is too stupid to help Dad. Qingxue is useless. No, it's not. Qingxue, you misunderstood me. I mean, no, this is not the time to talk about this. That is coming back. Let's hurry. Squeak dash came a door opening from downstairs. Oh no. Sister gritted her teeth. It's too late. Qingxue, obey. No matter what sound you hear next, don't make a sound. Okay? Count on sister to beg you. Sister begs you for the last time. With red eyes and slightly trembling legs, her sister squeezed out a stiff smile on her face, stood up, and slowly backed away. It's okay, Qingxue. Things will soon pass. Qingxue, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Snap. Tada. The door to the room was gently brought up by her sister, and inside the room, the young girl sat under the covers, biting her lip. Can't cry out. If you cry, you'll be scolded by Daddy. Qingxue, you can't cause trouble for Dad and sister. Qingxue, you can do it. A few drops of blood oozed from the corner of her sister's mouth as she was bitten. She resisted the urge to cry and just twitched her nose one time after another. Damn, that old bastard actually shared his shares with my second brother. How dare he? The entire Xiao family should be mine. Mine only. The sound of a vase breaking mixed with the man's roar came up from downstairs. Xiao Qingying, Xiao Qingxue, get your ass over here. Father, Qingxue, she's sleeping. You need to tell me anything. Sleep. Ha ha ha, did I allow her to sleep? The man let out a roar. Has she learned everything I've asked her to learn? Has she memorized all of the company's statements over the past 3 years? Father, Qing Xue, she's really too tired. Did I give you permission to speak? A heavy slap was thrown across his sister's face. Why do you always do superfluous things? Obviously you only need to learn how to take care of the company every day, so that you can control the Shao family together with me in the future. Why don't you understand my good intentions? It's because you guys are like this that the old man doesn't see me. It's all because of you guys. If you guys could have been a little more diligent and worked a little harder, the Shao family would have long been in control of my hands. You and your useless punk of a sister don't let me off the hook. I give you a big villa and buy you good food every day. And this is how you repay me? Father, I'm sorry, Qing Xue, she's already working hard. It's my fault. I didn't follow my father's teachings. You punish me. Sister's voice came. Good, good. Ha 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 ha. Have the balls. Worthy of being my Shaoling Tian's daughter. Ha 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 ha. Qing Xue is useless. Qing Xue is useless. The voice from downstairs clearly reached his sister's ears. If Qing Xue could have worked harder, she wouldn't have made her sister suffer so much. But, Qing Xue really doesn't know how to run a company. She really doesn't understand all that you and I in business. Shaoling Tian often brought the two sisters to various business banquets, and every time, Shao Qingxue was like a transparent person, cowering behind Shao Qingying. She couldn't understand what those people at the banquet were talking about, and in his opinion, the smiling faces above the banquet were just as scary as the skeletons and evil ghosts from hell. But, Qingxue can still do one last thing for sister. No way. Shao Qingxue's turquoise blue pupils trembled slightly. The previous scene of horror surfaced in her mind. She gripped the bedsheets with a death grip. I'll be killed. I'll really die. She closed her eyes, tears leaking out of her tightly closed eyes and landing on the sheets. But this is the only thing Qingxue can do for sister. Qingxue can't do anything. But, Qingxue still has this body. As long as I take the beating for my sister, she won't be in pain. Kyo Su. Then it becomes useful. Downstairs, the belt lashed at Shao Qingying's skin one by one, and in an instant, Shao Qingying's skin surged with a red trail of blood, and the scabs of blood that had been left behind earlier were once again torn open. But Shao Qingying had long since grown accustomed to it and endured it without a word. Sister. Shao Qingying snapped her eyes open and turned her head to look at the stairway. Shao Qingxue's skinny body curled up into a ball and nestled in the corner of the stairway like a kitten. What are you doing here? Shao Qingying glared at her. Go back. Please, go back. That's what you said. Your sister, she's asleep? Ah ha ha, the man laughed excitedly. Let her go. I'll let you do whatever you want. Shao Qingying's voice was laced with despair. She could endure the skin and flesh, but she absolutely couldn't endure her sister being hurt like this. Why should I spare her? Ha 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 ha. You all deserve to be punished. You all deserve to die. So, what are you doing here? The man spoke, his eyes filled with teasing. I, Shao Qingxue murmured in a low voice. I want to be punished for my sister. Don't. Shao Qingying sat up violently from the ground, rolling and crawling to her sister's side, embracing her tightly into her arms. But sister, I want to do something for you. Qingxue doesn't want to be a useless child. Chapter 32, Dreams, Medium. Qingxue, sister doesn't need you to do anything for me. Sister's voice was hoarse as she rubbed the girl's delicate and soft face. Sister, as long as you're happy every day and can sing on stage as much as you want. Singing? Ha 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 ha. The man's face twisted as he kicked away Shao Qingying, who was dead set on protecting Shao Qingxue. He showed his teeth and pointed at Shao Qingxue's nose and scolded. What's the use of singing? Can singing put the Shao family under control? Can singing make you a human being? All you know how to do is sing day in and day out. If you had spent all that time you spent singing learning about business, you wouldn't have turned out to be as much of a loser as you are now. From now on, you will not sing a word without my permission. Do you hear me? The man raised his belt and laughed as he jerked it at the young girl's thin frame. Don't! Shao Qingying collapsed to the ground, roaring her heart out. The belt lashed against Shao Qingxue's back, and the girl's figure couldn't withstand such immense force and shook continuously. Her eyes were closed, and blood slowly flowed down from the corners of her slightly hooked mouth. Sister! I took the beating for you. Oh! She guffawed at her sister. Kyosu isn't a useless child anymore. The belt lashed one after another on top of Shao Qingxue's skinny body, and the young girl gritted her teeth and collapsed to the ground before she could hold on for a few moments. I know. Qingxue is the best behaved. Shao Qingying lay on the ground, moving little by little in the direction of her sister. Ha 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 ha. This is the punishment you deserve. I told you to sing. Ha 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 ha. The dark basement of the villa was out of reach. Outside the old chamber door, two voices argued. Father, this is. What happened to leaving her alone in the basement to reflect and ruminate? Are you crazy? She has a fear of the dark. What fear of the dark? So old and still afraid of the dark. So useless. My Shaolin Tian's daughter is afraid of the dark. I'm afraid that it will become a joke when it's spread out. I just want her to get over her fear of the dark, and from now on, besides learning how to manage the company, she'll stay here in the basement for me. When she's not afraid of the dark anymore, then she can come out. The man had vented and was in a much better mood. He hummed a song and went back into the middle of the room where he belonged. Qing Xue, don't be afraid. Sister will find a way to get you out. Sister, don't worry. Qing Xue is fine. Oh, don't be afraid. Just talk to your sister. She will always be there for you. Inside the basement, Xiao Qing Xue was breathing heavily. The boundless darkness was like bottomless seawater, engulfing her. Her hands clenched, beads of sweat soaking the wounds on her body. It's fine. Oh, Qing Xue secretly brought her cell phone in. Xiao Qing Xue fumbled around on her body and pulled out a cell phone. The young girl had secretly put the cell phone in her pocket before going downstairs. Under some torture, the teenage girl's cell phone screen shattered inch by inch. The moment the cell phone lit up, the only light in the dark basement lit up. Only, this light was still insignificant compared to the huge basement. She opened the Wavelu, a video platform, clicked into their own homepage. 0 followers, 0 likes, 0 fans. This was one of Xiao Qingxue's secretly uploaded works. At that time she did not know how to utilize the exquisite cover, as well as the beautiful title to attract the audience's eyeballs. Her introduction to her work is just a few short words, songs my mom taught me. That's right, the girl's work didn't even have a cover uploaded. When Xiao Qingxue was recording her song, she put her phone on the table when the video started shooting. So the content of the video was nothing but darkness apart from the song she was singing. Why doesn't anyone like this song? When mommy sings, it's obviously good. It must be because Saizetsa doesn't sing well, so no one likes it. In the basement, the girl lifted her shattered shirt and quietly wiped her own tears. Mom, it's Kiyosu who's useless. I'm sorry. Ding dash just then. A beep sounded. River Knight dapper, kudos for your work. River Knight handsome, I'm going to go. This video was black from start to finish. River Knight handsome, I thought there was a high energy reversal later on, so I clicked in. River Knight handsome, but what's this background music? It's so good. Did Up sing it himself? The girl stared blankly at the screen as her follower count went to 1. River Knight handsome, followed you. Is John Knight handsome, Up a newcomer? Only this one work. River Knight handsome, Up don't be lazy. Update quickly. Fans are waiting. The girl froze, and a hint of delight grew in her eyes. But no one is being my fan. River Knight handsome, so sad. Am I not human? The girl was momentarily at a loss for words as she tapped her hands on the screen, writing and deleting the short sentence, deleting it and writing it again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Can you not be angry? What compensation do you want? I can give it to you. River Knight handsome man? River Knight handsome, that, you misunderstood. I'm not sad. Ha ha. River Knight handsome, if you want to make it up to me, sing more songs, they're really quite good. River Knight handsome, okay, I'm waiting to hear your song. The cell phone emitted a faint light that illuminated her smile. Anyone like Kiyosu's song? Great. Qing Xue, are you alright? Outside the chamber door, Xiao Qingying anxiously inquired. Well, Kiyosu is fine. Ignoring the severe pain, the girl trotted to the door. Kiyosu has a fan. Really? Xiao Qingying's tone revealed a hint of delight. I told you Qing Xue you could do it. Aha. Only, just after the words were finished, Xiao Qingxue's body began to tremble again. But sister, when do I have to go out? It's so dark here. Qing Xue is so scared. Xiao Qingxue's tolerance for darkness was about to reach its limit. Qing Xue, you just met this fan. You need to thank him properly before you can. How about you now? Sing a song to him. Xiao Qingying proposed. Singing? Good. The young girl's voice trembled and her eyes were hollow. The young girl opened her cell phone video. The dark background of the basement mirrored the background of her first video. I'm going to start singing. Only, it was as if her voice was stuck, and she didn't make a sound for a long time. The infinite darkness eating away at her sanity made her almost forget how she should speak. Winding along the rugged trail, follow the spilled moonlight to the top of the mountain. Outside the door, Xiao Qingying sang softly. Only, her voice was hoarse and she sang very hard. It couldn't be helped that Xiao Qingying was born with a pentatonic voice and was tone deaf. I'll keep my promise with you seriously. I'll keep my promise with you seriously. Until we meet eye to eye. Until we meet eye to eye. Lyrics adapted from The Last Journey. The author can't write lyrics. Sorry, ha ha ha. Two similar yet very different voices mingled together. Driven by her sister, Xiao Qingxue opened her mouth and sang along in a small voice. At first, her voice was small, and then later, It was as if she had forgotten the darkness around her, completely devoting her body and mind to it. After Xiao Qingying sang halfway through the song, she laughed mockingly and wisely closed her mouth. The soft, raw song echoed through the basement for a long time. After Xiao Qingxue uploaded the video, she yawned and lay down in a cardboard box, falling asleep in a daze. I don't know what she was dreaming about, but a happy smile kept spreading across the corners of her mouth. She was sleeping so deeply that the beeping of her cell phone didn't even wake him up. River Knight Handsome, kudos for your work. River Knight Handsome, updating so fast? River Knight Handsome, there was noise next to it at first, but not later, so you can pay attention to it when up is recording. River Knight Handsome, but it's so good. It's simply the best song I've ever heard. Chapter 33 The Dream, below. Day 2. Why? The old man made the second brother him the chairman of the company. It's all of you. You two losers. The man yelled as he tore his heart out. He was red in the face as he held the belt. The living room was a mess. Broken beer bottles cluttering the floor, and the whole room smelled of alcohol. The dim light struck the bodies of the two young girls, accentuating the wounds on their bodies even more shockingly. Xiao Qingying, get dressed and follow me to the company. Xiao Qingxue, you continue to stay in the basement and give me a good introspection. The man tugged Xiao Qingying's hand and casually picked up his coat from the sofa and draped it over himself. It's alright Qingxue. If you feel scared, just sing and I'll be back soon. Xiao Qingying touched her sister's head, and the latter nodded obediently. Xiao Qingxue was locked into the basement, and then the only light was lit up in the basement. The familiar darkness enveloped her once more, and her body began to shake uncontrollably again. She giggled into her cell phone screen. I've written another song. Can you help me listen to it? River Knight Handsome, is the uploader spoiling the fans so much? River Knight Handsome, no problem. Let me add your feed letter. She still had the slightest bit of blood hanging from the side of her mouth, but the corners of her mouth couldn't be restrained from lifting. Day 3. In the basement, the young girl had a few new wounds on her body. The young girl ignored this as she turned on her cell phone. Today she was going to do something that meant a lot to her. She stared at the screen of her cell phone, her fingers trembling slightly. After thinking for a long time, she gathered her courage and sent a message. Can I be your friend? The young girl was glued to the screen, more nervous at the moment than she had been before she was whipped by her dad. My fan River Knight, it's so strange. Why do you ask? My fan. River Knight, doubtful. I want to make friends with you, and I'd like to exchange songs with you in the future. Can I? My fan River Knight, actually, I don't know much about the songs and I usually listen to them less. The young girl lowered her eyes as tears came unbidden to her eyes. Okay, I got it. I won't force you to be friends with me. I'm sorry, my fan Gang Knight? My fan River Knight, I'll have to ask you for advice later. My fan, River Knight, also, if you want to be friends, don't ask people questions like, can I be friends with you? I thought we were already friends. So, we'll be friends from now on? My fan Gang Knight, haven't we always been friends? The young girl was in tears, clutching her cell phone with a happy smile on her face. From then on, a person she labeled as a friend appeared in the girl's feed contacts. Day 4. What do you think of the lyrics here? My friend Young Knight, if it were me, I'd change it to, okay, I'll change it right away. My friend Young Knight, don't. I'm just making a suggestion. Qingxue, you don't have to change it if you like it. Really? Wouldn't see Yuki be too selfish. My friend Young Knight, how can that be? How can Qingxue be a selfish person if she is willing to share her song with me? I just think, Qingxue can have her own idea. Don't need to ask me all the time like this. My own thoughts? My friend Xiangyi, yeah, all the songs Qingxue wrote are very good. I'm nowhere near as good as you in this area of singing. Shame on you. Really? The young girl hesitated for a moment. Thank you. I've been told that I can't do anything, that I can't even learn the simplest things. My friend Young Knight, how can that be? Qingxue's voice is so cute. If she develops well, she can definitely become a big singer. It's no use for me to become a big singer. Dad said that singing is very unproductive. My friend Young Knight, how come? My dad just told me that even if I go begging on the street from now on, he will support me as long as I want. Your dad is so nice. I want to sing, but my dad doesn't support me. My friend Young Knight, it's okay. I'm with you. 7th day. I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. My friend River Knight, oh? What a secret. I'm actually afraid of the dark. The doctor inside the hospital told me that it's called a phobia of the dark. My friend Young Knight, never heard of it. I'm actually afraid of the dark, but I have my dad with me, so I'm not afraid. My friend Young Knight, Qingxue can talk to your father. Do not feel ashamed. I'm a boy or so, my dad won't stay with me. My friend Xiangyi, why? Can't tell you because my dad won't let me tell anyone. My friend, River Knight, well then, if you're afraid of the dark, come find me and I'll keep you company. 1 month later. Why? Is the old man giving the whole company to the second brother? You guys talk, why don't you try harder anymore? Xiao Qingxue slumped helplessly on the ground. She had already been beaten to the point of numbness, and the fear of pain was no longer present in her eyes. The colors around her slowly faded in her eyes, and over the course of the month, she was close to reaching her limit. Bang dash, the door of the villa was thrown open heavily, and several men in police officer uniforms rushed in. Rushing in with them were Xiao Qingying and her uncle and grandfather. Beast, asshole. The old master knocked Xiaoling Tian to the ground with a slap. Qingxue. Xiao Qingying rushed over and hugged her sister's body as she lost her voice. The young girl didn't respond, and blood soaked the entire floor. Mr. Xiaoling Tian, we suspect that you are suspected of making false accounts and committing domestic violence, and you are now under arrest according to the law. Several officers glanced at the two sisters and closed their eyes in unison. Impossible. How did you guys know? Xiaoling Tian's face was horrified. As if she remembered something, she turned her head and glared at Xiao Qingying, who was bandaging her sister's wounds. It's you? His second brother shook his head. If it wasn't for Qingying, she followed you around to collect evidence. You would really be able to hide this from us. Several doctors carried a stretcher and carried away Xiao Qingxue. Her second uncle patted Xiao Qingying's shoulder with a complicated expression. According to our agreement, you help me look for the evidence of your father's forgery, and after it's done, I'll give you a sum of money that's enough for the two of you to spend the rest of your lives. Xiao Qingying's face was stagnant and she didn't reply. Her second uncle sighed heartily. Let's put it this way, your sister-in-law and I don't have any children as of yet, so from now on, you'll all live your lives with us. When I retire, the company will be in your hands. From now on, you will be the first miss and second miss of the Xiao family. How is my sister? In the ward, a doctor walked out, and outside the ward, Xiao Qingying anxiously greeted her. Your sister will not be in danger. Rest assured of that. But, the doctor frowned. MS. Xiao, she is, at the moment, suffering from very serious depression. Also, being in the dark for so long has exacerbated her fear of the dark. The darkness can trigger a range of physiological problems and even pose a life-threatening risk. Though I don't know what it is, it's a miracle she's been able to hold out in the darkness as long as she has. Never let her fall into darkness again. I'm here. Clear snow is so hard. Can you talk to Qingxue? My sister left, saying she had something to do and wouldn't be back until the evening to keep me company. She said that if I'm bored, I'll come and talk to you. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? In the hospital. The young girl was lying on the gray hospital bed. Her turquoise blue pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, staring blankly at the ceiling, motionless. Ding dash. The young girl sat up instantly, her eyes regaining their luster. Inside the somewhat dimly lit hospital room, the young girl's eyes were like jewels, reflecting excitement. River Knight, yeah. What's wrong with Qingxue? Are you sick? River Knight, I'm sorry. It's time for finals, so I may not have as much time to chat with you. I'm in the hospital now, and the doctor said that I need to stay for observation for a while. River Knight, is that so? Then you should remember to get some rest. River Knight, go for it. Oh, I wish you a speedy recovery. River Knight, it's getting late. My dad's rushing me to bed. Good night. The young girl wanted to continue sending messages, but she thought about it and gave up. No, we can't disturb Jiang Knight's rest. The night was quiet. The young girl's eyes were closed and she couldn't sleep. A faint voice rang out of the door as the nurse on the night shift swiped the video and touched the fish. Today, Up will take you on a conversation about what it means to love. What are the manifestations of love? First, love is a resistance that prevents one from separating oneself from the other. Love is a kind of dependence, like one's own gravitational pull to keep oneself away from the other. The young girl listened in silence. Don't want each other to leave. Keeping yourself away from each other. She imagined that one day, Jiang Knight stopped paying attention to her. No. The young girl shook her head. All these thoughts deleted from the center of her head. Is Qingxue already inseparable from him? Does Qingxue love him? To love someone, you must want to take the other person for yourself. That upstart continued. To love someone, you must be brave to pursue and use all means to get him. Gatherers, let's pursue the love in our hearts. What followed was lost on the young girl. A sleepless night. Me, Jiang Knight, will you leave me? I love the night of the river. I don't know. My beloved River Knight, Dad and I said that one day, everything inside our world will disappear. Do you love me? I love the night of the river? I don't know. What do you think love means? Do you want me to leave you? Of course I don't want to. Me, would you be sad if I left you? My lovely River Knight, what are you talking about? The doctor said I wouldn't get better for a while, but wouldn't tell me what it was. My beloved River Knight, no. You'll be fine. My beloved River Knight, when you get better and become a big singer, I'll sit on the stage and applaud you myself. Me, if you can't leave me. You love me. My beloved River Knight, what if something bad happens to me one day and I disappear all of a sudden? Then I'll send you messages all the time. As long as I don't leave you. It's the same as you not leaving me. Day 2. Message 99 plus. My beloved River Knight, why are you sending me so many messages? Me, who told you not to send me a message, angry. My beloved River Knight, I'm going to take my final exams. I'll definitely come to you when I have time. Day 3. Message 99 plus. River Knight, don't send me messages. My cell phone keeps ringing during class. And the cell phone I secretly brought with me has been discovered. I don't want it. You'll leave me if I don't send you a message. Day 4. Message 99 plus. My beloved Gang Knight, I'll ignore you if you keep this up. Day 5. Day 6. Day 7. Message 99 plus. 1 month. Message 999 plus. The other party has blacklisted you. 1 year. Message 9999 plus. Why? I obviously didn't leave you. I was with you the whole time. The young girl's turquoise blue eyes tinted a shade of purple. I know it, you never left me. You were always in my heart. Oh. She let the message log back to the day before. 99. I know. Once I become a singer, I can meet you in person, right? The corners of the young girl's mouth curved in a sickly curve. I'll find you. I'll always find you. Kyosu will heal well and work hard to become the best big singer. Even if I let Qingxue search for a year, 10 years, 100 years, I will definitely find you. Qingxue is the one who loves you the most, so Qingxue is going to keep you by my side forever. First, I need to cure my depression. Definitely first. The young girl put on a mask for herself, and at night, she would stand in front of the mirror, secretly practicing her smile. Gradually, she learned how to smile and how to show a smile that would please the doctor. As long as she didn't mention anything related to John Knight, she was a soft and cute girl. She welded the mask to her face, fusing it to her flesh and blood. She fooled the doctors. She fooled her sister. She even fooled herself. After observing her for a long time, the doctor declared her cured of her depression. It was just that every time she stood in front of the stage, the young girl had an inexplicable panic. She couldn't look directly at the smiling faces of the audience on stage. She couldn't bear the sight of the crowd focused on her. To her, and to everyone else, it was nothing more than shyness of a greater degree. So, in order to fulfill her sister's wish, her sister became Xiao Qingxue, appearing in front of the public on her behalf and creating an optimistic and cheerful image for her. She worked hard on her singing, releasing album after album, and was loved by her fans. The usual Xiao Qingxue was a fragrant and soft little social terror, but certain times, she would become incredibly crazy, at which point even her sister would wonder if she was really Xiao Qingxue. Privately, she searched for Jiang Knight like crazy, only that his information seemed to be secretly protected by some force, and Xiao Qingxue didn't get her wish. Such an obsession once made her sister very worried, and she took Xiao Qingxue to a mental hospital. Only, the doctors there couldn't do anything about it. Sister, I'll give a concert. Why? You've tried so many times and you can't open your mouth with an audience watching. The young girl's tone was firm. No. Oh, it's the only way he'll come to me. He just said it off the top of his head. Why do you really believe it? The young girl kept her head down and was silent. Because other than trusting him, there's really nothing else that Kyosu can do. Qingxue, you can't go on like this. It's fruitless to go on like this. It'll just be a waste of your energy. The young girl shook her head. No, oh sister. I can't let her leave Kyosu's because that's love. Oh, love him and be with him forever. Qingxue, it's absolutely not okay for you to be like this. Go, sister will take you to a better mental hospital for a checkup. Sister, even you think I'm crazy? The young girl slowly turned her head and looked at her own sister with an expressionless face. No, Kyosu, I'm just dreaming a dream. The young girl stared blankly out of the window. When the dream wakes up, he'll come back to see me, right? 10 years. A dusky sunset. In the recliner, the young girl slowly opened her eyes, and before her, her sister struggled to rock her. Qingxue, wake up. What's wrong with you? Xiao Qingying looked at Xiao Qingxue who was covered in blood, her eyes filled with shock and panic. You know, sister, I had a long dream. I think just saw him in a dream. Stop talking. Get in the car. I'll take you home. Xiao Qingying pulled her sister up to a high-grade sedan, which she had just sent someone to drive over. Sister, lend me the computer. She logged onto the feed letter on her computer and turned it on at maximum power. Message 999999 plus. My omit 9999 most here, loving Jiang Knight, I'm sorry. Because of some reasons, I can't give you the so-called love for the time being. Xiao Qingxue didn't clean up the chat logs. The computer couldn't handle such a huge amount of information and the temperature rose dramatically. Jiang Knight had previously blacked her out, so he didn't receive these messages. 10 years of time had made Jiang Knight almost forget about the little girl named Qing Shui, but the little girl still remembers him. Sister, I think I found him. This dream, it was really long and scary. The violet color in the young girl's eyes had long since faded, and her gem-like, beautiful turquoise blue pupils shone brightly. Chapter 34, Tie it up and give it to him. Xiao Qingying looked at her sister in the rearview mirror, and her heart was incredibly complicated. It should be considered a good thing that my sister found the person she was looking for. She listened to the back row, as her sister droned on about what she had just experienced with Jiang Knight. Sister, you say, will he hate me now? Xiao Qingxue raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Those words of Jiang Knight were like sharp knives, ruthlessly stabbing the young girl's heart. Sister, why won't he shower me with a little love? Obviously I love and adore him. Xiao Qingying froze, and after a long time, she spoke faintly. But why should he share his love with you? Xiao Qingxue clearly didn't understand her sister's meaning. Jiang Knight helped you in your time of despair, but what have you done for him? I message him every day. And then what? And then? Xiao Qingxue lowered her head and didn't speak. Right. You haven't said anything to him. In his eyes, what kind of person are you on the other side of the screen? A pretty, gentle little girl, or a crybaby who only cries and cries? She gulped. Or, what about a psychopath who just goes crazy? After all these years, you remember him, but he doesn't remember you. Ah. Xiao Qingying closed her eyes. She didn't want to tell her sister these truths. It was too cruel for her. But that was the reality. The hurdle her sister had to get past. Xiao Qingxue lowered her head and clenched her two hands tightly together. But, what should I do? Xiao Qingxue bit her lip. Probably, there's no way for me to leave him anymore. Oh sister, you've been looking for him for so many years. Why can't you go further? Love doesn't come through prayer. Xiao Qingxue looked up blankly as he remembered that Jiang Knight seemed to have said the same thing. You've been trapping yourself in the past. No matter what, the past is gone. Now him. It's a brand new him. And you, too, are no longer that youthful little girl. You are now the beloved singer. Xiao Qingxue. You can work on it. Make the present him fall in love with the present you are. Besides, he seems to be a fan of yours, so it looks like he might have taken a liking to you? Xiao Qingxue bowed her head, pondering. After a long time, she nodded. I see. Xiao Qingying was surprised and looked at her sister through the rearview mirror. Really? Do you know how to make him fall in love with you? Kyoso knows. Oh. Xiao Qingying had tears in her eyes. Has her sister finally gotten the hang of it? She had thought that Xiao Qingxue would say something like I love him, so he must love me now. She gave a relieved smile. It seemed that people grew up after all, and her good sister could finally let go of the past. So tell me, what should we do next? Xiao Qingxue blushed scarlet and thought hard. Xiao Qingying wore a smile and looked forward to her answer. Kyoso knows. Oh. Tell me? Xiao Qingying was curious as to what her sister, a love idiot, would come up with to rip off Jiang Knight. Qingxue has memorized his face. Oh. He's in Magic City right now, so I have to find him first. Aha. Xiao Qingying nodded. And then, I'll get myself all dressed up. And then what? Then, Xiao Qingxue's face was flushed and bubbling with heat. Then, I put myself into the express box and mailed myself to him with Against the Wind Express. After he unpacked the delivery box, I mimicked the screams, then called him master, and finally let him take me at will. I'll sing whatever song he wants me to sing. He's a fan of mine and will love my songs. Yes, that's right. I'm going to be his very own octave box, and if he doesn't like it, it can still take me and throw me in disgust. Xiao Qingxue looked like she had triggered some switch. Her eyes were mesmerized, and white mist continuously hailed out of her mouth. Xiao Qingying was careless and didn't hold the steering wheel tightly, almost crashing into a pole on the side of the road. This is what you said, the way to raid him? Xiao Qingying almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Yeah. Xiao Qingxue blinked her turquoise blue glasses in confusion. The internet says that boys will like it. I think this is your special fetish. Xiao Qingying said breathlessly. Come on, I can't rely on you, so let my sister figure it out for you. Really, sister? Xiao Qingxue excitedly waved her small fists. Aha, in this regard, I definitely have more experience than you. The corner of Xiao Qingying's mouth hung up in a confident smile. But doesn't sis not have a boyfriend either? We're twins, and my sister is only a few minutes older than me. Cough cough cough. Xiao Qingying choked on her own saliva. Although sister doesn't have a boyfriend and isn't much older than you, sister is still very knowledgeable in this area. Xiao Qingying blushed. Although she was very pretty, up until now she was just a mother fetus solo without any relationship experience. Are you kidding? I've read hundreds if not thousands of romance novels. She felt that with the experience she had learned from her novels as a pawn, helping her sister to take down an innocent young boy would not be an easy task. Well, what do you think I should do then, sister? Ahem. First of all, we need to investigate the purpose of his coming to Magic City. He should be around your age, so it's likely that he came to Mordor for college. Just need to figure out which school he attends. Then you can enroll in as Xiaoqing Xue. Find a chance to contact him, and taking him down isn't a breeze? With the power of the Xiao family, it was still very easy to do this kind of thing. But, I know what you're thinking, Xiao Qingying said. You entering Mordor University as Xiaoqing Xue will definitely attract a lot of attention. You're afraid that you won't be able to deal with the enthusiasm of the crowd, right? Xiao Qingying had been her understudy for so long, all because of this reason. Xiaoqing Xue nodded. Xiao Qingying sighed. My great singer, how can you keep going on like this? She felt that now was the perfect opportunity to make her sister brave. Missing out on the inside of college will make it hard for you to see her again. Xiao Qingying continued to add fuel to the fire. If Jiang Knight he has a favorite girl inside the university. No. Xiao Qingxue shook her head. That's not right. Xiao Qingying revealed a bad smile. So, have you figured it out? Aha, Kyoso knows what to do. That's good. Xiao Qingying let out a long breath. Sure enough, the books didn't lie to me. The power of love is really great. So, it's better to tie up Jiang Knight. That way, he won't have a girlfriend. I'll tie him up and then tie myself to him so we can never be separated. Xiao Qingying. Chapter 35. What are you laughing at? Books into the validation period. Begging for urging and paragraph review. Your comments and opinions. The author will seriously look at it. What exactly do I have to do to make this perverted sister of mine enlightened? Xiao Qingying pondered silently. Forget it, give her some time to think it over. To her, everything was happening so suddenly now. It seemed normal for her to have those strange thoughts for a moment when her head was spinning. After all, Xiao Qingying had already gotten used to this appearance of her sister. She decided to send Xiao Qingxue home first and then make plans afterward. Tonight, will you stay back at second uncle's house with your sister? Xiao Qingying asked. No, just drop me off at my own house. But you're hurt. She worried. It's okay. Kiyuki can handle it herself. Moreover, Qingxue still has some things to do at night. Xiao Qingxue replied obediently. Alright then. Xiao Qingying didn't think too much about it and didn't notice the corners of Xiao Qingxue's slightly hooked mouth. Strange. Xiao Qingying held the steering wheel and looked at the back of her car through the rearview mirror. Why does it feel like there's a car that's been following us? Years of experience as a celebrity stand-in allowed her to detect a hint of something wrong. There was a small sedan that had been following his car after he and his sister hit the road. It should be worth a lot of money based on the shape and branding alone. Could it be that I was seen by some brainwashed fan when I came out of the theater? And now he wants to follow me? Xiao Qingying frowned. It shouldn't be. I'm obviously disguised so perfectly. How could I be seen? Could it be that I'm being too paranoid? Maybe people are just traveling with us? Xiao Qingying didn't think much about it and continued to drive herself. At the back, in the driver's seat of that one minivan, a middle-aged man had a puzzled look on his face. Miss, you made me drive all this way just to follow this one car in front of me? There was a young girl with long pink hair sitting in the back seat, and it was none other than Shen Luoying. She didn't answer, her eyes dead set on her cell phone screen. Above it, the red dot representing Jiang Knight's location was constantly flashing and was moving at a high speed on the map. Jiang Knight had previously torn off his underwear and bandaged Xiao Qingxue's hand wound. The miniature locator that Shen Luoying had installed on Jiang Knight's underwear came to Xiao Qingxue's body. That's right, Jiang Knight is in this car in front of us. She spoke quietly. Miss, could it be that you're mistaken? This high-grade sedan in front is worth tens of millions of dollars at least. Does Jiang Knight know any rich friends in Magic City? The middle-aged man was the butler of the Shen family. Shen Luoying shook her head. As far as she could remember, Jiang Knight didn't have such a friend. But why did the location show that Jiang Knight was in the car in front of him? Hardly. A friend he just met? Shen Luoying muttered. No, how can he dearly have a new friend and not tell me? It's male or female, old or young, his friend's ID number, his phone number, his home address, how many people are in his family, what color is his fat ass? I need to know all of that. When you go back, check the license plate number of this car for me. I want to know the owner's full information. Shen Luoying gritted her teeth and said indignantly. The butler smiled and said nothing. What are you laughing at? Shen Luoying grimaced. I'm not laughing. The butler resisted the urge to laugh out loud, his face contorting a bit. Liar, you're clearly smiling. Shen Luoying wrapped her hands around her chest and said without a good mood. I just think it's really nice to see the young lady like this. Very funny? No. The butler smiled. Hasn't the young lady noticed that you are very different now than you were before? Why are you the same as my father? Shen Luoying beamed, skimming her head. Oh, you don't look like your father's own at all. Young lady. His lordship was a very quiet and beautiful man when he was in college. I'm all peachy as his classmate. The butler smiled gently, his eyes memorialized. You know why I don't tell your father what you did? Shen Luoying swallowed her saliva. When she was studying in Chuan City, Shen father let the butler stay in Chuan City and asked him to take care of the young Shen Luoying. At the same time, he did not help Shen Luoying bully Jiang Knight. For Shen Luoying about Jiang Knight request, he basically will agree. Only, he basically didn't show up much during the week. And even Jiang Knight didn't recognize him. Previously, Shen Luoying had abducted Jiang Knight to her family's villa with his help. The cab that brought Jiang Knight to the villa, as well as those cameras installed in the rented room, were arranged by him. At the same time, the housekeeper did not tell Shen's father and mother about this. In their hearts, Shen Luoying had always been a good boy. In any case, it really shouldn't be something a housekeeper should do. Why? Shen Luoying gulped. Because. The butler's voice trailed off. Because that bastard Shen Luoying's father, comes to flirt with me every other day about why I'm not married and why I don't have a beautiful daughter like him. I hate it. So I'm going to get back at him and show him that his precious daughter, the only good girl in the family, is mesmerized by Jiang Knight. That's why I'm helping you chase after River Knight. I want to see the way that asshole let out a loud cry on top of your wedding. I want to see his desperate look after he learns that you and Jiang Knight kissed, plastered, and rolled in bed. Ha 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 ha. If it wasn't for him back then, if it wasn't for all the girls around me being attracted to him, would I still be single at over 40 years old? Ha 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 ha. Shen Luoying's jaw dropped to the ground in shock, while at the same time blushing in shame. You and my dad are really close. Good pee. When I find a chance, let me sneak inside the kitchen and add a bag of salt inside his rice bowl. Let him say that the weight of the girlfriends I've talked to combined doesn't weigh as much as the salt he's eaten. I'll let him have it. Ha 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 ha. Put. Shen Luoying couldn't help but laugh as well. What are you laughing at? The housekeeper collected his laughter and looked at Shen Luoying in the rearview mirror with a serious face. I didn't laugh. Shen Luoying hurriedly held her breath hard, her expression pained, her face red. You're obviously smiling. Ha! The housekeeper said, imitating her tone. Ha 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 ha. Shen Luoying didn't want to laugh either. This is really can't hold it in. The butler eyed ahead, and Shen Luoying's fuzzy smiling face was imprinted on the windshield. Miss, you really have changed a lot. The butler shook his head slightly as he looked at his own young lady's smiling face. The next 2 chapters were sanctioned by Shen He. So wait a minute, guys. When it comes out, it's guaranteed to satisfy the brothers, who know what they're talking about. Ha ha ha. 37 chapters often appear not to be reviewed. You can just skip to read 38 chapters. Does not affect the story development. The author will try to change out. Chapter 36, Cheating. Xiao Qingshue's villa had a separate garage, and Xiao Qingying and Xiao Qingshue's car stopped at the villa. It was located in the suburbs of the Magic City, and there were many fewer vehicles on the roads compared to the center. This was where Xiao Qingxue usually lived. There was a separate recording studio in the house, and except for certain special circumstances, Xiao Qingxue usually didn't go out. She would stay in the house by herself, writing and singing songs in silence. Due to Xiao Qingshue's fear of darkness, the lights in this room were basically on. The villa's location was relatively remote, so Xiao Qingxue did not have any neighbors. At night, her house as well as the few street lamps scattered on the road became the only source of light in this area. Qingxue, I'll send you here first law. See you later. Xiao Qingying was concerned about her sister's injuries before she drove and left the house. After she left, another minivan sneaked up and parked not far from the house. Miss, do you need me to stay with you? The butler asked. No, you can go back first. So, MS. You, don't worry about me. I'll take a cab back myself. The butler knew Shen Luoying's small mind, nodded, and drove off alone. Jiang Knight. Shen Luoying looked at the red dot on the screen, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. How can you sneak home with another friend? Earlier, I asked you so many times to come to my villa to play, and you refused. Her face flushed, her peach eyes gradually transforming into a deep red. You've only just met this friend, and you're actually going to go to the house with someone to play. Hehehe. Shen Luoying laughed wryly. Honey, I'll give you one last chance. Oh, a chance to confess and be lenient. She opened her feed letter and sent a message to Jiang Knight. It's so late. Why aren't you back yet? A few minutes later, Jiang Knight replied to her. Dear, I found a suitable part-time job, and I'm applying for it now, so I may not be back tonight. Ha 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 ha. Jong Knight, the last chance was wasted by you. Oh, honey isn't honest at all. Shin Luoying clenched her teeth, the corners of her mouth curving up into a bizarre arc. Dishonest Jong Knight, needs to be properly tempered it. Just let me see what the dear is doing first. She opened the locator software and turned on 2 operational settings. As the eldest miss of the Shin family, how could she possibly use an ordinary locator? This locator was customized by Shin Luoying, who asked her butler to specially find someone to customize it. With 4 functions, locating, monitoring, listening as well as punishment. She just turned on the watch and listen function. She put on her headphones, her eyes glued to the screen of her cell phone, desperate to make herself drill into it and reach the other side of the screen. A few minutes ago, inside the villa, Xiao Qingxue sat in front of the dressing table. It was said to be a dressing table, but she basically didn't put on much makeup during the week, and the only useful object on the dressing table for her was a small mirror. On weekdays, the young girl would follow her routine and practice smiling in the mirror. It was a habit that she had held onto for 10 years. She needed to be in front of the mirror, trying to curl the corners of her mouth to make her smile look calmer and gentler. Only today, it was as if she had never practiced, and she smiled a very stiff smile, not because she was unhappy, but because she simply could not suppress the upturned corners of her mouth. Jong Knight, you wait, I will make you fall in love with me. She entered that special state again, and in the mirror, her pupils were translucent with purple light. Inside her head she pondered her sister's suggestion. Do I really use the singer's identity to go inside his school? Xiao Qingxue hesitated. To her, she wanted to get in touch with Jong Knight, and this was indeed the most direct way to do so. But Kyosu was really scared. Jong Knight, I'm sorry. For so many years, Xiao Qingxue had been trying to overcome this problem. Only that the fear of being the center of everyone's attention seemed to have penetrated deep into her DNA, unable to be erased. Her family thinks she's like this because she's shy. Only she knew that when she stood in front of people, an unexplained feeling of inferiority grew in her heart. Crowds praising her or shouting for her will subconsciously create a strong sense of resistance. Therefore, she didn't want to go to places where there were many people, just to avoid interacting too much with others. This was also the reason why she bought this villa. There must be another way. It will take a bit longer. But Qingxue doesn't lack this much time. Qingxue can spend her whole life to get your love. River Knight, you're going to like me, aren't you? River Knight, I want to give myself to you so badly, the young girl thought as her thoughts wandered away from the original topic. If I'm not mistaken, this dress was worn by Jong Knight, right? Xiao Qingxue's face was colored with a blush. The way she looked at the fabric in her hands gradually changed, and a strange impulse rose in her heart. She slowly unwrapped the cloth and held it in the palm of her hand, examining it carefully. No way! She let out a squeal for no apparent reason. How could I even entertain such a thought? How can I initiate a conversation with you? Qingxue deserves to die. Qingxue deserves to die. Her expression grew frantic, and when she finished, she wrapped the fabric around her palm and slapped herself hard. Kyosu knows it's wrong. Ooh. No, Kyosu doesn't know it's wrong. Qingxue is willing to be punished. One at a time, she lashed her face with her cloth-wrapped palms, not caring about the injuries on her hands. After a long time, she collapsed to the floor as if she had used up her strength. Outside the villa, Shin Luoying's earphones heard a faint stirring sound and the creaking of an unknown object rubbing against the floor. The screen, on the other hand, was pitch black. Shin Luoying was careless and didn't add a night vision effect to the camera. However, listening to the voice, Shin Luoying had already guessed what exactly Jong Knight was doing. I see. Honey would have claimed that too. Why do you need another woman when I can fulfill you? If I'm not here today, tomorrow darling and this woman's baby are going to be born. I think, honey, I didn't want to use this method, but you asked for it. Oh. With a twisted, frantic smile, she pressed the punish button on her cell phone screen. The punishment link in the later chapter was sanctioned by Shinha, so when I change it, I'll make sure my brothers have a good time reading it. Chapter 37, Shin Luoying's punishment. It's not too much to ask for a little gift at this point. Free or paid is fine. Jong Knight, this is a small gift I specially prepared for you. You will definitely like it. Shin Luoying squatted in a small bush next to the door of her room, staring blankly at the screen of her cell phone. Inside the villa, the miniature on the cloth made a subtle sound, as if it had activated some switch. Although the sound was small, Xiao Qingxue still heard it due to the strange position the cloth that was in. The cloth seemed to be building up energy. What's that sound? Xiao Qingxue, who was eating her midnight snack, noticed a hint of something wrong, but she was sinking into her interaction with her master, and did not notice that her master was secretly brewing a power strike. A bolt of electricity flashed out of the locator. Xiao Qingxue was caught off guard and rose violently from above the floor. How? Like this? Xiao Qingxue wasn't sure why her night snack would sneak up on her for good reason. She was indulging in the deliciousness of a late-night snack at the moment, and her thinking was a little less than normal. Could it be that this is your surprise for me? Illuminated the entire house. And from a distance, Xiao Qingxue looked like a Godzilla that was brewing atomic spit. The somewhat dimly lit room instantly became like daylight. This is not very big, after all. This is just a means Shen Luoying uses to treat Jiang Knight. She is not going to hurt Jiang Knight, so its size is not fatal. In the room, Xiao Qingxue felt like she had a dream. Do you know what you did wrong? In the dream, Jiang Knight turned his back to her and spoke slowly. Golden light surrounded Jiang Knight, setting him off like a god. Master, I don't know. You don't know. Ha! Jiang Knight still had his back to her. Not knowing is the greatest fault. Kyosu knows she's wrong. Ooh. No. I have to teach you a lesson. Jiang Knight's voice carried an undeniable majesty. In the dream, Jiang Knight was like a godman, just moving his fingers. Strange. Why would it be this woman who made the sound? Outside the villa, Shen Luoying's head was filled with black lines as she glanced at the lights that were on inside the villa. Her house is clearly lit. Why is it pitch black on my screen? Shen Luoying fell into thought, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. The locator was clearly on Jiang Knight's clothes, but it was this woman who was attacked. That is to say that Jiang Knight's clothes had substantial contact with her, while Jiang Knight did not touch him, indicating that Jiang Knight did not have contact with his clothes. There is only one answer. The woman put Jiang Knight's clothes on her. They exchanged clothes. Dear, so you like girls like this? Shen Luoying got to the point. Her face lowered. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a dangerous arc, and she snorted coldly. But, this is all left over from my play. After all, the original owner of Jiang Knight's clothes was none other than Shen Luoying. This kind of tactic, Shen Luoying, was the original. Also, did she just call dear lord? So Jiang Knight eats this. No wonder all the hints I gave him before never worked. Shen Luoying silently memorized it. Although it's shameful. But, she blushed scarlet, imagining that kind of picture. As long as my dear likes it, Luoying slightly sacrifices. It's also okay. But how dare my dear take the initiative to play this kind of game with another woman? Ha 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 ha. Unforgivable. Thinking of this, anger washed over her head, and she laughed out loud, opening the operation page hidden on the screen. In that case, my dear, let this mistress take the pain for you. She pressed a button on the screen, her mouth curling into a wicked smile. Wasn't going to use this mode. Who told you to seduce your darling? Dreaming. Qingxue hurt so much. It's so hard, but no amount of pain is as great as, well, my love for you. She struggled to lift her head, an intriguing smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Why? Jiang Knight with the holy light turned his head in surprise and stared at Xiao Qingxue in shock. Did you really have to go this far for me? Xiao Qingxue endured the pain and used amazing perseverance to keep her lips, which were already unconscious, closed. She clenched her lips tightly, not letting go even in death. As long as it is your test, I can bear it. As it happened, just then, her wish came true. She suffered the pain, a miserable smile on her lips. She could no longer speak, but inside she was screaming desperately. Come back to. The more punishments that are given, the more it shows my love for you. Keep going. Don't stop. Only, while she was a hunk in her dreams, in reality, she was a little too braced. Xiao Qingxue was lying on the ground like a miscellaneous fish that had been salvaged from the shore. #%Yuan hashtag at hashtag Yuan. A jumble of unidentified voices emanated from among the headphones, actually still able to make a sound. Shen Luoying's lips were bitten out by her with a trace of blood. It seems that it is not enough. Shen Luoying had completely lost her mind at this point, and without the slightest hesitation, she unlocked the safety lock. If the safety lock is forced on, the positioning device may suffer damage. Is it confirmed to be on? Shen Luoying smiled broadly and pressed the confirmation button. Suffer to die, Junior. Jiang Knight can only be mine. Sure enough, this operation seemed to have worked, and Shen Luoying could no longer hear that Junior's voice. This Junior should be in a lot of pain right now. Ha 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 ha. Shen Luoying laughed excitedly. The thumping sound of some object hitting the floor frequently came out from amongst her headphones, and she immediately guessed a generalization. You should be hating Jiang Knight right now. After all, he was the one who gave you the clothes to wear. That's right. No one can take River Knight from me. All girls who have thoughts about my dear must be punished. Shen Luoying acted like a villain, making her own declaration of victory. In a short while, the master seemed to have lost his last strength and means, and surrendered completely. Let me hear what you will say. Shenluoying was very much looking forward to the way their relationship broke down. River night. The young girl murmured softly. The young girl's mouth was tinged with a smile, and she was hot and bubbly. I love you. After saying this, Xiao Qingxue collapsed on the floor, completely losing consciousness. Ahem. There's no way around it. The author had to change it to this. Otherwise it's not a good idea to stay locked up and not be able to get out. Woo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 38 Shenluoying who lost her mind. Outside the villa, Shenluoying froze in place, not reacting for a moment. Did she just say, I love you River Knight? Ha, ha 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 ha. Shenluoying's lowered eyes flared with a morose red light. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about confessing to Jiang Knight, only that she thought she'd already made it obvious enough. Shenluoying is not the kind of person who can play straight ball. A sentence, you still do not understand my feelings for you, is already Shenluoying's limit. Unexpectedly, this junior had only known Jiang Knight for a day and actually said such words. Jiang Knight don't agree to her. There's only me in the world who will love you, and there's only me who will love you. Shenluoying still retained the last shred of sanity. Jiang Knight, reject her. Quickly reject her. On the other side of the headset, Xiao Qingxue fell into a fainting state. The punishment of the master made her body emit heat, like a meat bun that had just been taken out of the steamer. Only that some kind of obsession in her mind had been transformed into her subconscious mind and became one with her body. In other words, Xiao Qingxue didn't even need that so-called lucid consciousness. Her love for Jiang Knight that was born out of instinct would manifest in her body out of instinct. Jiang Knight, I love you. Jiang Knight, I love you. Jiang Knight, I love you. Even though she was completely unconscious, those 5 words continued to pop out of her mouth in broken repetitions. Outside the villa, Shenluoying's spirit was suffering inhuman torture. Honey, why haven't you turned her down yet? Come on, come on. Every time Xiao Qingxue said it, Shenluoying's sanity value would decrease a bit. She tried her best to control herself. No, I can't let Jiang Knight see me like this. If she finds out, he'll hate me. Jiang Knight, I love you. Don't. Jiang Knight, I love you. Honey, please, refuse her. Shenluoying covered her head. She felt that in the next second, a certain impulse inside her body was about to take full control of her body. Jiang Knight, I love you. Jiang Knight, I love you. Jiang Knight, I love you. Shenluoying tilted her head, tears streaming down from the pupils of her scarlet eyes. Her body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted, and the amplitude was no less than that of Xiao Qingxue in the electrified state. Jiang Knight ha 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 ha. She couldn't care less about hiding herself anymore and let out a loud laugh under the night. Her laughter was disoriented mixed with madness. Under the moonlight, the tips of her pink hair swayed in the wind, and her eyes were like a red black hole, completely losing their usual high beams. Shenluoying completed her metamorphosis and became a pink ghost to claim her life from that adulterous couple. Fortunately, there was no one else in the vicinity, and Xiao Qingxue had lost consciousness, or else it was really likely to scare someone out of a heart attack. Knock, knock, knock. She clenched her hands into fists and slammed the cottage door with vigor. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Knight, open the door. No one answered her. Jiang Knight, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Open the door. No one answered her. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Knight, I'll give you one last chance. Oh, I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't open the door, she cocked her head, there is going to be, well, a horrible punishment. With one last pinch of intelligence left in her, she opened her cell phone and dialed the housekeeper's number. Jiang Knight, I love you. Jiang Knight, I love you. Xiao Qingxue doesn't snore when she sleeps because these 5 words have replaced her snoring. The more she slept and died, the more she would keep repeating those 5 words. Ha 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 ha. Finally, at this time, Shenluoying couldn't even speak anymore, and she laughed out loud one after another. Miss, is something wrong? On the other end of the phone, the butler's voice came. Ha 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 ha. Shenluoying didn't say anything, just a crazy laugh. Butler? Miss, did something happy happen to you? Ha 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 ha. Miss? The housekeeper felt bad. She knew the state of Shenluoying's too well. Shenluoying was usually still very good, at least in front of strangers. She was a well-behaved and beautiful little girl. The only person who could make Shenluoying lose her mind was Jiang Knight. The housekeeper guessed what was going on, but was still a bit incredulous. It shouldn't be. Didn't Jiang Knight just make a new friend? How could Luo Ying's girl be like this? Could it be that? The housekeeper had a gossipy smile on his face. Luo Ying I told you a long time ago. If you don't confess before it's too late, Jiang Knight may not belong to you in the end. Hey, it's the same as your dad back then. He turned the car around and sped towards the villa he had just been in. Ha 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 ha. Honey, you made me do this. Ha 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 ha. Shen Luoying took out a piece of cloth from her pocket and put it in front of her nose and smelled it. That's right, just Shen Luoying carry battery. She can replenish the river night power anytime, anywhere. Shen Luoying obsessively replenished her energy, and after a long time, the power in the battery was completely absorbed into her body. Then, she jumped onto a large tree on the side of the villa with amazing strength. With her legs bent, she stepped on the branches of the tree and jumped with vigor, leaping towards the villa's balcony. The branch she had stepped on thumped and snapped, falling to the ground and smashing a large crater in the grass below. Shen Luoying drew an arc in the air and actually did come to the edge of the balcony. Immediately afterward, she stretched out a hand and climbed on the edge of the balcony. Soon, 5 more fingerprints appeared above the concrete parapet of the windowsill. Slasher. The concrete guardrail was shaken by the immense force, breaking hard. Shen Luoying's hands were covered in blood, but the smile still remained on her face. Ah ha 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 ha, I'm coming for you, dear. She grabbed the concrete guardrail with her other hand as well, and with both hands, she drove her body easily over to within the guardrail and onto the villa's balcony. The door to the balcony was transparent, and she saw Xiao Qingxue, who was already unconscious, through the glass door. Ha ha ha, is this the junior? Ha ha ha, where did the deer go? Ha 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 ha, honey must have hidden it secretly. It's okay. Ha 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 ha, if only I kill this mistress, my dear will come out, right? Shen Luoying laughed out loud and blew out the glass window with a punch, the glass shards weaving in and out of the air, cutting her hand with a scar. Only, Shen Luoying in this state couldn't feel any pain at all. Her expression twisted as she slowly walked next to Xiao Qingxue and squatted down. Ha 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 ha, what a pretty girl. Ha 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 ha, what a shame. Shen Luoying's IQ had completely cleared, and she extended her hand to Xiao Qingxue's neck. Ha 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 ha, I'll strangle you. The moment her hand touched Xiao Qingxue's neck, the electric current that had accumulated in Xiao Qingxue's body instantly conducted to Shen Luoying's body. Shen Luoying was not prepared in the slightest, and electricity swept through every inch of her skin. Only, Shen Luoying did not have the same horrible electricity resistance as Xiao Qingxue. She convulsed a few times and fell straight down beside Xiao Qingxue, foaming at the mouth. Chapter 39, The Little Girl. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chartered Lady, it's so late, why aren't you back yet? I found a suitable part-time job and I'm applying for it now, so I might not be back tonight. Zhang Knight put down his cell phone and cast his eyes toward the construction site in front of him. There are recruiting bricklayers. Zhang Knight found someone to ask. The salary is very good, and there is no academic requirements above. It's really kind of an unattainable job in the Magic City. But, Zhang Knight looked around. This place was not in the center of the city and there were fewer people. Most people scoffed at the job of bricklayer and found it undignified. The recruitment notice had been up here for many days, but not many people came to apply. Heaven help me. Zhang Knight instantly felt that there was hope for his life. If he borrowed money from the landlady again, he was afraid that he would have to sign the contract of sale until next year. That's right, thanks to his dad's blessing, Zhang Knight is now penniless, and his daily expenses are all borrowed from Shen Luoying's money. However, this is all conditional. Zhang Knight not only needs to pay back this money in the future, but also needs to be responsible for cleaning Shen Luoying's room, cooking for Shen Luoying, and washing Shen Luoying's feet. Although Jiang Yi felt that as a brother, these conditions were more or less strange, but borrowing his brother's money to use, he, Jiang Yi, still felt a little embarrassed, so he agreed. In addition to giving Shen Luoying a bath, Zhang Knight died without agreeing to the other normal-some conditions. Zhang Knight did not refuse. Now, he finally has the opportunity to achieve financial independence. On one side, a table was set up on the edge of the site guardrail, and next to it sat a middle-aged man in fairly clean clothes, who was the person in charge of the site. Zhang Knight straightened his grooming and walked over. Hello, I want to be a bricklayer. I want to be this bricklayer. Two voices spoke at the same time, and Zhang Knight looked aside in surprise. I'll go. Zhang Knight was startled and dodged a few steps to the side. Little friend, when did you come over? How come I didn't see you just now? To the eye, there was a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail. On the ponytail, there was also a skull-shaped hairpin. More to the point, on top of her head, stood a semicircle of dull hair. At first glance, she appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old. Zhang Knight had a puzzled look on his face. Such a big person standing here. How come he didn't even notice it when he came over? The girl didn't answer Zhang Knight and continued repeating, I want to be this bricklayer. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned in place as he repeatedly sized up the girl in front of him, who was only barely tall enough to reach his chest. That, you're also here to apply for this position? Zhang Knight was a bit incredulous. The girl raised her head and took a look at Zhang Knight, and her dull hair shook with it. Do you want to be this bricklayer too? The girl's tone couldn't be heard to rise or fall. I'll go. You really want to come and move bricks? John Knight squatted down and scrutinized the girl's face. The girl had a standard doll's face, and the dark purple pupils of her eyes were like a purple onyx, glittering under the moonlight. How pathetic. So young to have to come and move bricks to subsidize the household? Jiang Knight belabored, looking at the girl's eyes filled with sympathy. He hadn't been out working at night even at this time of the girl's life. In other words, this girl is worse than he used to be. What are you looking at? The girl asked, no expression on her face. Think you look cute. What's wrong with looking twice? After Jiang Knight finished speaking, he instantly felt that something was wrong. Oh no, said what's in my heart. Jiang Knight felt like a lewd uncle at the moment, who was committing an unrighteous act against the petite lowly. He glanced at the site manager, and sure enough, he was surveying himself with a strange look. Look again and I'll kill you. The girl remained expressionless, her voice soft and cuddly. Put. Jiang Knight laughed out. He felt that this little girl in front of him was so cute no matter her appearance or personality. Just like his own sister in his memories. I also don't know if stringy voice she has been doing well. Jiang Knight inexplicably a little sad. She should have gone to high school by now. Just about the same age as this girl. Little friend, why did you come out to work? Is there something going on at home? Jiang Knight looked at the girl's eyes and asked. Look again and I'll kill you. Jiang Knight? Out of kindness, he still asked. So, how old are you? And does your family know that you come out to work? Ask again and I'll kill you. The girl's voice was fierce, but her face remained unchanged, like a still painting. River Knight, what kind of people did you meet out here today? I just got rid of a psychopath, and now I've encountered a little girl with a facepalm man machine. Okay, I won't ask. He looked at the girl in this state and shook his head. If it wasn't for special circumstances, her family wouldn't have let a small child come out to work like this. He had already brainstormed the whole story inside his head. For example, one of the versions was that the girl had no driftwood and was following her grandmother at home. Now, the grandmother is terminally ill and has to rely on her to keep the family afloat. That's so sad. Jiang Knight thought, why don't I just let her have this job? After saying that, Jiang Knight turned around and slowly walked away. I want to be this bricklayer. The girl ignored Jiang Knight and said to the person in charge. The person in charge wiped the sweat from his head. There are rules above that you can't hire child laborers. I'm not a child laborer. I came of age yesterday. The girl replied. The man in charge gave the girl another uncertain look. And, how old are you? 108 years old. The girl replied. Put Jiang Knight and the site manager laughed out at the same time. The person in charge had thought that the girl just looked younger and was actually an adult. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Alright, I know you're an adult. The site manager laughed. But then, rules are rules, and I would be penalized for hiring you as a bricklayer. After saying that, he shouted towards Jiang Knight. This gentleman, do you want to apply for a job? We can talk in detail. Alright. Seeing that the girl didn't meet the hiring criteria, Jiang Knight was ready to take over the job. The site manager pulled a lollipop out of his pocket. It was reserved for my daughter. Now you take it over and eat it. The girl didn't take the lollipop. She turned sideways and looked at Jiang Knight. Dare to compete with me? She turned to the site manager and said, I'm stronger than he is. Jiang Yi wore a smile on his face and didn't take the girl's words seriously at all. On the contrary, he felt that the girl was even cuter. I'm sorry, brother is a bit busy today and can't compete with you in strength. Jiang Knight said. Yeah kid, just go home. If it's not possible, I can help you with your traveling expenses. The site manager said. If you don't match my strength, I'll kill you. The girl said faintly. This gentleman, there's no need for us to waste time. The person in charge of the construction site yawned. I was all set to go home, but since you're here, let's hurry up and finish the conversation. It's okay, just a few minutes. The girl's words reminded him once again of his own sister. When he was a child, her sister often had to compete with her, and if she didn't let her sister win, she would cry and not eat. Really miss that time. Jiang Knight's eyes covered with a layer of fog. Well, little sister, brother will compete with you. If you lose, then obediently go home. Oh. The girl nodded. If you lose, the job is mine. Alright then, let's arm wrestle. Jiang Knight casually sat down at the table and extended his left hand. First things first, no crying if you lose. Chapter 40, Friends. What is it? The author has received more and more gifts. Pinch. Thank you for the support of a new writer. You urge, comments, and gifts are the author's creative drive. Thank you. An extra chapter today is a thank you for all your support. In the future, if the total proceeds of the gifts received on a certain day exceeds 20, a new chapter will be added, and this will be set as a permanent activity. I wish all of you who like sickly pussy to be approached by a beautiful sickly pussy. Who first gets you up? then injects you hard, and finally just hangs you in a frenzy. Pinch. The girl sat down on the opposite side of Jong Knight and stretched out her white hand, setting it up on the table in a wrist wrestling stance. Jong Knight was slightly stunned as he looked at her hand. He looked up again, by the light of the table, and took a long, hard look at the girl's face. This skin is too white, he muttered in a low voice. Is she from a foreign country? Jong Yi imagined the cold white skins of the foreigners he had seen and shook his head slightly. Even if they were, their skin couldn't possibly be this white. It's simply not like human hands. The girl's hand was like a glazed marquee under the light, refracting a faint light. There wasn't much of a light source in the neighborhood, causing him to not notice it just now. Now, he felt a twinge of surprise at the light on the table. Come on. The girl's voice was unruffled, and she shook her small hand. Jong Knight didn't think too much about it and stretched out his own hand, coming close to the girl's hand and comparing it slightly. His palm was almost 2 knuckles larger than the girl's, and if the girl made a fist, Jong Knight was completely confident that he could wrap her entire palm tightly. Bullying such a little girl. I'm really. Jong Knight shook his head slightly. For a certain moment, he felt like a social scum who bullied the weak, just as well. It's so late. Let her go home early. Jong Knight held her hand. A cold sensation spread across his palm, and he felt that what he was holding wasn't his palm, but rather a large block of ice. I'll go. Is this really a living person? Jong Yi looked up at the young girl's face again. A pair of eyes, a nose, 2 ears, and a mouth. That's right. That's a human being. Have you seen enough? Look again and I'll kill you. The ghostly voice came again. Is that the only thing you know how to say? Jong Knight bellyached. He felt that describing the girl in terms of a man machine was overestimating her. After all, AIs don't even reply to their users like this. Although the girl's hands were cold, they were very soft and pleasant to the touch like most girls' hands. Okay, I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll push together. 3, 2, 1, begin. Jong Yi exerted a slight force, carefully testing the girl's strength. He didn't dare to use his full strength in an instant. He was afraid that would hurt the girl. Therefore, he decided to test the limits of the girl's strength before using slightly more force than her, so that he could protect the girl's safety in case he won and make it less embarrassing for the girl to lose. Jong Knight was very good at competing with small children. After all, when she was a child, she often used this method against Jiang Yanin in order to make her obedient, and there were even times when she actively lost to her. But how come I don't feel any force at all? Jong Knight felt the strength in his hand and felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be. Is the boy so weak? With so little strength, you still want to come and move bricks? How bad things have to be in this family. However, this child really understands things. Jong Knight had mixed feelings, feeling both sympathetic and touched at the same time. Or, I'll recognize her as a sister, or invite him to play at our house. Jong Knight thought, although he doesn't look too smart, but this kid is so cute. Not only me, but the chartered lady will surely like it too. He looked up with a kind smile on his face and asked, what is your name? Jong Knight had asked once earlier, only the girl didn't answer. I must not have acted kind enough, he thought. I need to act like a brother should. Ask again and I'll kill you. The dorky hairs on the top of the girl's head stood up a little, not drooping down on her head like before. The girl's reaction was within Jong Knight's expectations. He thought for a moment and added, so, are you willing to be my friend? On the side, the person in charge suspiciously sized up Jong Knight, as if he was looking at a pervert who was plotting against the girl. Cough cough. Jong Knight noticed the interviewer's reaction and coughed twice somewhat awkwardly. What is it? Friend? Great. This kid finally stopped yelling about killing people. Jong Knight nodded in satisfaction. However, he quickly reacted and stared in shock. No, what did you just say? You don't know what it means to be a friend? The person in charge also looked surprised. His daughter who had just started kindergarten knew what a friend was. How could she not know what it meant to be a friend? Friend? What is it? The girl's face was expressionless, but her dorky hairs moved, comparing a question mark on the top of her head. Jong Knight held his forehead with his other hand, momentarily unsure of how he should respond. Having a normal person explain what it means to be a friend would have been an abnormal thing to do. Jong Knight was certain that this girl must have a very miserable family. Otherwise, a normal person should not know what a friend was even if they didn't have one. A friend is, oops, how can this be explained? Jong Knight's CPU was running frantically. It is the person with whom you have built a deep relationship in life. Oh, the young girl paused for 2 seconds and then asked, feelings, what are they? Jong Knight? Head? Really fake. Jong Knight looked at the young girl's cold as ice face and fell silent. He instantly realized, she's not a facepalm, but she's literally got no desire to make expressions. Under all the buffs, Jong Knight's desire to protect out of his heart reached its peak. Such a simple girl in the middle of society. I'm afraid that she'll be eaten up, Jong Knight thought. He decided that he must protect the girl in front of him. Jong Knight couldn't wait to carry her straight to his home so that she would never be harmed. Such a simple girl in the middle of society. I'm afraid that she won't be eaten up, the person in charge thought, staring at Jong Knight with an unkind face. It was obvious that the teenager in front of him had misgivings about the girl. Feelings are what you think about a person, or something. Jong Knight tried to explain. The girl listened and nodded plausibly. I see. Let's get on with the game. Jong Knight nodded. He was about to forget about the whole arm-twisting thing. Good. Brother is going to push harder. Be careful. Jong Knight's wrist was slightly harder. This amount of strength should be enough. Chapter 41, Wrestling. Jong Knight slightly exerted a little bit of strength. At the same time, he carefully observed the young girl's expression. If she felt pain, Jong Knight would immediately withdraw his hand. Only, out of his Jong Knight's expectation, the girl still had a cloudy look. With a slate face, unable to see what she was thinking, the girl's hand didn't move at all, not affected in the slightest by Jong Knight's power. It's actually true that you still have some strength. It's brother who underestimated you. Jong Knight slandered and increased his strength some more. Will this be too heavy? He was a little worried. After all, when he was wrenching with the landlady, he had used about the same amount of force as he was using now. The chartered lady's strength was considered to be relatively large amongst the girls, and there should be no way for this little girl to withstand such a force. However, the little girl's hand remained steady in the air, like a statue. What are you doing? Make it quick. The person in charge stared at Jong Knight's hand clasped with the little girl. His face lowered. He suspected that Jong Knight was doing something demented in the name of arm wrestling. Is that all the strength you have? The little girl spoke faintly. Are you good or not? I'm going? Upon hearing these words, a nameless fire surged through Jong Knight's heart. After all, this involved the underlying code that a boy engraved into his DNA. A man can't say no. You can positively accuse a guy of doing something wrong, but you can't just say you can't in a vague way. Moreover, if a person who is not as good as you say you can't, the effect is even more doubled. In addition to the fact that the person in front of Jong Knight is a helpless girl, Jong Knight's face was scarlet, not because he used a lot of force, nor was he shy because he was holding the girl's hand, but simply, red warm. It's just a little kid. I can't be mad at her. Yeah, calm down and take a deep breath. Jong Knight tried his hardest to keep a kind smile on his face, but the wave of anger in his heart that had nowhere to be vented surged up to Jong Knight's head, making his face suffocate and turn red. Wisps of hot air drilled out from inside his nose, and now he was like a steam engine that was doing an exhaust stroke. He thought in his heart that he couldn't be affected by a child's words, but the strength in his hands involuntarily increased. There was no way around it. For a bloodthirsty lad like Jong Knight, this bottom code was impossible to violate. Only to his surprise, the little girl remained unaffected by his power, and both sides were still in a state of even strength. No way. Is she really that strong? Jong Knight's eyes were filled with disbelief. Wait, I shouldn't lose, right? A bad thought surged into Jong Knight's head as she looked at the skinny girl in front of her. No way. How could I possibly lose? During Jong Knight's high school years, there were few students in the class who could wrench him. Even if the gym class representative came, it didn't help. Except for his dad Zhang Ling, and Zhang Ting who had a restraining relationship with him. He, Jong Knight, had not met any enemy in this matter of wrenching. Do you have any strength left? What did you say? Jong Knight didn't react. Do you have any strength left? Jong Knight? Jong Knight snapped his eyes to the little girl in front of him, who was expressionlessly surveying herself. If this is your limit, I'm going to end the match. It was as if the little girl was talking about something unimportant. As if she could make Zhang Yi lose at any time if she wanted to. Open. What kind of joke? Jong Knight gasped. Together with this girl did not put him Jong Knight in the eyes at all? Good. Very good. Little friend. Today brother will give you a lesson. The sympathy for the girl in Jong Knight's eyes has dissipated. The nameless fire has taken away his sanity, and what remains is only the desire for victory. Jong Knight no longer held back, using all his strength and going all out. He imagined, in the next moment, the girl losing the game and then crying out. An inexplicable thrill washed over his every cell at the thought. Yes, kids who don't know any better should be taught a hard lesson. The obsession for victory caused Jong Knight to tickle the corners of his mouth as he shouted, "End it! End! Not! Jong Knight looked at the duo's hands incredulously, his pupils gradually dilating. The position of their hands had not changed in the slightest. Ha ha ha, too tired today then. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the person in charge couldn't help but speak. How much longer do you guys have to play? Hurry up and finish it for me. My wife and kids are still waiting for me inside the house. He stared at Jiang Knight unkindly. Jiang Knight raised his head to look at him, and their eyes met. Between them, Jiang Knight's head was covered in sweat. His eyes were wide, and he shook his head frantically at the person in charge. The person in charge was a bit confused. What's wrong with this young man? He's addicted to arm wrestling? Hurry up and finish. The person in charge urged Jiang Knight. Jiang Knight's entire face was bubbling with heat. His expression as agonized as if he had eaten Ali. Oh, the little girl responded. Then, bang, the two of them moved their hands, and Jiang Knight's hand was firmly suppressed within a split second. Holy man, what the hell? The person in charge finally broke his defense and cursed. I say you, are you here to apply for the job or to play with her? Lousy me. The words aren't finished. Click dash, the wooden table cracked a large slit from the center, then directly split into two halves. At the same time, inches of cracks appeared on the legs of the table, and it directly crumbled. Rumble dash, the table collapsed. Dash, Jiang Knight violently pulled his hand out of the young girl's hand. He felt that his bones were about to be cracked whole. At the same time, blood flowed from within the wound he had cut with the wood shavings, coloring the back of his hand red. The little girl sat mute as she stared at the back of Jiang Knight's hand, looking at the blood flowing from it, not knowing what she was thinking. You, the pupils of the person in charge of the earthquake, and unsteady, fell to the ground. Jiang Knight stared at the little girl in front of him. Who the hell are you? No, this isn't even a strength that a human can possess, is it? Jiang Knight covered his blood-covered hand and gritted his teeth. I shouldn't have encountered a ghost. Jiang Knight could only imagine this one possibility. The little girl slowly stood up and took one step at a time towards Jiang Knight's direction. You don't come over. Jiang Knight's legs trembled a little, slowly retreating toward the wall. He felt, for the second time today, that his life was threatened. The little girl just looked at his hand in silence, her throat wriggling imperceptibly for a few moments. After a long time, she raised her head, looked squarely into Jiang Knight's eyes, and spoke. Let's be friends. Chapter 42. My friend, that smells good. It's too late to explain. Get in the car. The person in charge of the site saw this and ran away. When he crossed over to the little girl, she ignored him and just looked at Jiang Knight. In the original spot, only Jiang Knight was left, as well as the little girl who was slowly approaching him. Let's be friends. I go. How can there be ghosts in this place in Magic City? Jiang Knight leaned against the wall, one hand dead against the wall, itching to learn the art of penetrating the wall right away, or to become one with the wall. He remembered what the little girl had said earlier. I'm 108 years old. Another, and I'll kill you. So it's all true. Ha! Mordor. It's horrible. He gasped and stared dead at the girl who was walking slowly towards her. He remembered the life-suppressing stern ghosts he had once seen in the middle of anime. Some of them would ask this question as well, and if they answered willingly, they would become the stern ghosts' playthings. If they answered unwillingly, they would be killed by the stern ghosts and pass away on the spot. So, it's a certain death situation. Dead brain. Think of something. Only, his mind went blank. Think of a way to run. But, how can I run? He was a fast runner, but he wasn't confident enough to match speed with a ghost. Seeing that Jiang Yi didn't respond, the girl repeated, will you be my friend? There's no way around it. I'm willing. Oh. Jiang Knight struggled to make a bemused smile. Really? That's great. The girl remained expressionless, but the dorky hair on top of her head kept wagging like a puppy wagging its tail. So, I'll take you home to your house. So get out of the way and I'll show you the way. The girl cocked her head in confusion. But why is your voice a little shaky? Because I'm so happy and excited to be friends with you, brother. Jiang Knight watched his eyes and nose. Nope, you're lying. The little girl moved closer towards Jiang Knight again. I've killed many people. Before they died, the expression on their face was the same as yours. At close range, a cold breeze accompanied by the unique fragrance of the young girl's body drifted into Jiang Knight's nose. So, you're afraid of me, right? The little girl's voice was soft, but it was like a demon's whisper in Jiang Knight's ears. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? Why can't I understand? Of course I want to be friends with you. I even asked you before. Did you forget? The girl thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Oh, and you asked me if I wanted to be friends with you. Right. So I do want to be friends with you. Jiang Knight was out of options. The front path was blocked by the little girl. He had no way to escape. Now we can only try to use our mouths to sensitize the night ghost. So, are we friends now? That's right. Jiang Knight nodded his head. Great. Let's play then. The little girl's voice grew hollow. Yeah, how do you want to play? Jiang Yi thought of a way to stall for time. By the time the sun rose, this ghost should have disappeared, right? Just get through the night. The little girl licked the corner of her mouth. Let's lick each other's palms. As she said that, the dull hairs on her head slowly stood up, forming the shape of a love heart. John Knight? What kind of weird playstyle is this? Licking palms? However, John Knight didn't think much about it. What the ghost said, he just did as he was told. After all, for him right now, surviving was most important. He nodded in agreement. Then, I'll go first. The girl's tone was rarely agitated as she took 2 steps forward and directly held John Knight's injured hand. The icy touch traveled down his arm to John Knight's brain, causing him to shiver. At the same time, he sensed a hint of something wrong. The girl now, and just a moment ago, were like 2 ghosts. The girl's eyes were filled with infatuation, staring at John Knight's hand as if she was looking at a worldly treasure. Ha! 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 Wisps of hot air hailed out of her mouth, the frequency getting faster and the amplitude grew larger and larger. The white mist lingered around John Knight's palm, causing John Knight's cold palm to feel the slightest bit of warmth. Holy, how can a ghost have a temperature? John Knight opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Immediately after, the girl gently propped Jonya's hand to her mouth, then slowly closed her eyes and kissed it gently. Where had John Knight ever experienced this kind of feeling? The moment the girl kissed him, his body shivered as if he was electrocuted. He subconsciously wanted to take his hand back, but the girl's hand was like a vice, holding John Knight's wrist with a death grip. Immediately afterward, an indescribably soft touch came from his palm there, and the young girl gently probed her tongue, dabbing at John Knight's skin one after another as if she were a dragonfly. This reminded John Knight of how pet cats always lick the inside of the bowl with their tongues one after another when they drank water. It's quite comfortable. The young girl's tongue carried a bit of warmth, and John Knight momentarily sank into this fantastical feeling. Nope, what was I thinking? After a few minutes, John Knight pulled his thoughts back from the clouds. Is it okay? John Knight asked. As if she heard it completely, the girl came closer again, holding Jonya's wrist with one hand and holding Jonya's fingers with the other, placing Jonya's palm flat in front of her. Then she changed her angle and brushed it on as slowly and carefully as if she were spreading sauce on bread. Hissed John Knight, sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is too much. Miraculously, his palm no longer hurt, and all that spilled blood was licked clean by the girl. Is it over? John Knight thought. Soon, the young girl opened her eyes, her scarlet pupils staring straight at John Knight. It's so nice to be friends with you, she gasped in ecstasy. Why, my friend, you smell good, John Knight? Without waiting for John Knight to react, the young girl stretched out again, but this time the target was clear, precisely the wound on the back of John Knight's hand. The softness was accompanied by tingling, making John Knight feel a rush. The girl pressed hard on his wounds, and soon, her wounds were oozing silt blood. Wait a minute, how is this picture so wrong? Like the girl is using her strong John Knight's palm. The action of the young girl had an effect, and John Knight's wound that had been healed was as high as a general flow of blood again. Then, she greedily ate the midnight snack. Let John Knight how to talk. She as if she could not hear, obsessed with the meal. Chapter 43, Let's Play Hide and Seek. Strangely enough, Jonya's wound was clearly bleeding, but he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. On the contrary, this tingling sensation was strangely comfortable. Moreover, John Knight felt his head start to become drowsy, as if he was going to completely fall asleep in the next second. Why do I feel good when I'm hurt? It's not right, it's not right. I shouldn't. It's an adoration. No, 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 no. What am I thinking? He looked over to the little girl who was licking her wounds, and casting away his distractions. A guess quickly came to his mind. Could it be that I'm feeling this way because of her? She has some sort of special ability that can paralyze my senses? John Knight instantly felt creeped out when he thought of this. That's right. This little girl in front of her was definitely not a human being, but an evil spirit that was plotting against her. The reason why she didn't reveal her nature right away was because she wanted to boil the frog in warm water and enjoy the thrill of playing with her prey. He almost fell into her trap. If he continued like this, he was afraid that he would pass out and then fall into her dish. John Knight forced himself to calm down, frowned, and immediately began to think of a way to break the situation. Only, the girl didn't notice the change in John Knight's demeanor as she buried her face in the back of John Knight's hand, the dull hairs on her head drawing circles in the air excitedly. This ghost, it seems like it doesn't look too smart. Why don't I try the same thing I did earlier with my sister? John Knight possessed a wealth of experience in dealing with his own sister. After all, when he was a child, his sister clung to him every day, especially when he was at home. His sister could appear from anywhere, including but not limited to John Knight's closet, under John Knight's desk, under John Knight's comforter, the bathtub in John Knight's bathroom. Thus, in order to gain free space for himself, Jiang Knight summarized his experience in one attempt after another. Having just started elementary school, he possessed a wealth of experience in controlling girls. Jiang Knight consolidated it into a whole collection of experiences and named it 100 means to tame a wild kissing sister. Rule 21, if my sister disturbs me while I am studying, I can pretend to play hide and seek with her. Let my sister be the one who hides, and when the game starts, I can use the catching time to study. Her sister could hide all day long when she hid, and Jiang Knight's method was tried and true, at least until his parents divorced and his sister left. Her sister always thought that she was the one who hid so well that her brother couldn't find her. Yes, that's the way to do it. Jiang Knight patted the girl's shoulder. Wake up, let's play other games. The girl looked like she was drunk. Her eyes were mesmerized, and she simply ignored Jiang Knight. Wake up, wake up. Jiang Knight tried many times. The girl just didn't care about him. Just as Jiang Knight was pondering, he saw the dull hairs that were turning on top of the girl's head. What's this? Why is her hair moving? Jiang Yi was a bit curious for a moment and reached out his hand. Just as Jiang Knight's hand was about to touch the dull hair, the girl snapped her eyes open and shook as if she had been electrocuted, then forcefully slapped Jiang Knight's hand back. There, no touching, she said with a grimace. Why? Ask again and I'll kill you. Jiang Knight shook his head and simply stopped asking. But it just so happened that the girl seemed to have woken up, which was just what he wanted. Let's play some other games. What a game! The dorky hairs on the top of the girl's head stopped spinning. Let's play hide and seek. How do you play hide and seek? Jiang Knight has gotten used to the girl's lack of common sense. Hide and seek is. After listening, the girl nodded. I see. Okay then. First round. I'll get you. How about you catch me again in the second game? The girl nodded in confusion. What happens when you catch it? Jiang Knight thought for a moment. Whoever wins, the other side will give the other side a reward. How about that? Good. The girl's dorky hairs rejuvenated once more and stood up. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Knight covered his eyes and started counting in a pretense. At the same time, he listened to the movements around him. 20, 21, 22. Should be gone. Jiang Knight's fingers were not honestly penetrating a slit. Sure enough, the girl was gone. A smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Jiang Knight's mouth. He lowered his hand and sprinted towards the distance with all his strength. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect it. This is my Jiang Knight's escape route. Jiang Knight let out a loud laugh as he ran. His palms gradually regained their senses, and the drilling pain was etched into his head. Except that the thrill of escaping from death made him forget about it for the time being. There were gradually more lights around, and just a few kilometers further on, we would be back in the center of town. As long as I can reach that place, I, Jiang Yi, will be completely safe. The girl hid next to a large pillar within the construction site, revealing her own little head as she searched for Jiang Knight. Obviously, she was hiding very well, and Jiang Knight couldn't find her at all. What reward should I ask for later? The little girl's face was expressionless, but the dull hairs on her head began to sway from side to side. 5 minutes passed. Why hasn't my friend come yet? Am I hiding too well? That's right, 2-0. Usually when I'm on a quest, there's no one who can spot me, she thought. Should I give him some tips? Her figure flickered like a black lightning bolt and instantly disappeared in place. That ghost should be gone by now. By the parapet, a sneaky figure looked cautiously around. He is none other than the person in charge of the site. I just ran in a hurry and left my bag here. There were very important things in the bag. Concerning this whole construction site project, if he lost it, the people above him could definitely rip his head off. That's why he risked his life and turned back for his bag. Right, that's the front. He saw the wooden table that had broken in half and was collapsing on the floor in its original state. Only, the teenager and the girl were both gone by now. Poor lad. Ah, hey. The person in charge had already imagined Jiang Knight's tragic death, which made him even more scared. Therefore, he was 12% alert to all the winds and grasses around him. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past his ears. Who? He was startled and subconsciously leaned his back against the guardrail. No one. Phew. Scared myself. He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. But, how do you feel that you're back? Is cool. Chapter 44, Hide and Seek. Session 2. That's not right. Behind me. Isn't that a construction site guardrail? The person in charge's pupils instantly contracted, and like a broken robot, he mechanically turned his head slowly. Ah! He fell a few steps to the side, unsteady, and fell heavily to the ground. On the guardrail were a few extra large letters carved out by what appeared to be a knife. The handwriting was a little crooked, like the graffiti of a 3-year-old, but it was vaguely obvious that the words were, I'm here, and an arrow towards the site entrance. Ghost! Ghost! The man in charge was so scared that he turned around and ran. He darted in the opposite direction from the arrow. As long as I run in the opposite direction, That ghost shouldn't be able to find me. He couldn't care less about any important documents. Right now, the desire to survive demanded that everything be done in order to survive. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva blessing. Bodhisattva blessing. Don't ever let me be found by that ghost. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me to come home for dinner. The man in charge prayed with a sniffle and a tear. A few minutes later. Who? The man in charge hunched over, breathing heavily. In this way, it should be safe. As a middle-aged uncle who was over 40 years old, he really can't run anymore. The cool breeze against his neck sent shivers down his spine. He slowly raised his head, only for his pupils to contract violently as he took in the scene before him. I'm here, arrow. I'm here, arrow. I'm here, arrow. The trunks of the trees, the ground, the walls, are littered with such carvings. To make it easier to see the words, they were painted in bright red, as if someone was writing in blood. A text was like a big invisible net that enveloped the person in charge. Aha! The person in charge rolled both eyes and fell straight to the ground. On the other side, the girl was sitting on a large tree with her head hanging down. The trunk of that tree was marked with an upward arrow. Strange. Where are my friends? She thought darkly. Am I hiding too well still? 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes had passed, and young Knight still hadn't appeared. Does this mean that I won? The girl's dull hairs instantly branched out at the thought. She jumped down from the tree and clapped her hands. So, the second game of hide-and-seek. It's going to start. Oh, it's my turn to catch you. Her dorky hairs began to turn up once again, and her figure instantly disappeared in place. What's going on today? Why do I feel like I'm running away all the time? Young Knight ran while frantically spitting inside. But luckily, I have a great life. No matter what, I survived. Ha ha ha. If he sent today's experience to those friends of his, he himself would be able to play hard to get in front of them. Just with you, a brat with no hair. You want to eat me? Are you kidding? At this moment, he had already arrived at the city center. That's right, he ran those kilometers at twice the speed of his usual physical test, and at this moment, he was like a candle in the wind, and at any moment, he might fall to the ground and die on the spot. Find a place to rest a little. Young Knight dragged his tired body, holding onto the wall, and walked into a restaurant. Today is a special situation, so let's be extravagant and have a late night snack. Normally, young Knight wouldn't go for a late night snack at all. He didn't have that financial condition after all. But today was different. Having come back from the dead twice, no matter what, he had to eat a late night snack to reward himself. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles. Young Knight found a seat by the window and sat down. Then he tore off the few remaining pieces of fabric from his undershirt and bandaged his injured palm. Then, he took a picture of his palm, and sent it to his friends. The accompanying text reads, chased by two beautiful women today. Forehead slightly bruised, palms slightly dirty, helpless. Soon there were comments at the bottom. Son, too, how come the chartered lady didn't respond? Young Knight was a bit surprised. Usually when he posted a friend's circle, the chartered lady was always the first to like and reply. He treated Shen Luoying as his best buddy, so of course he wanted to pretend in front of her. Beef noodles are here. The boss brought a bowl of beef noodles to the table. Maybe she's asleep. Young Knight didn't think much about it, picked up the beef noodles, and started spinning furiously. It's so delicious. I've never had such delicious beef noodles before. Perhaps he was too tired. Young Knight actually felt that a mediocre bowl of beef noodles could be this delicious. Knock knock knock. The window on Young Knight's side was knocked on a few times. Young Knight ignored it, thinking that it was due to the wind blowing. Knock knock. Which bear child is knocking on the window? Young Knight was a bit dissatisfied that this bear child was disturbing his noodle-eating mood. This store owner doesn't care. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. This is just a small hiccup, and it doesn't stop Young Knight from continuing to spin the noodles. Knock, knock, knock. Still knocking. Whose kid? So uneducated. Young Knight squinted his eyes and glanced out the window. A little girl was lying on the window, one hand tapping on the window and the other pushing on it. Her face was pressed against the window, her eyes staring straight at Young Knight. Sure enough, it's a little kid, and it feels a bit like that ghost. Hey, it really is once bitten by a snake. 10 years in fear of a well rope. I'm hallucinating. Young Knight tilted his head and downed the noodle soup in one gulp. Click, 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 came an unexplained rattle from a nearby window. Wait, it can't be. It's what I think it is. Ha ha ha, how can it be? This is the center of the city. There are so many people. Even if it is a ghost, it is not possible to take me here. Bang dash, the window produced several cracks and shattered. You lost. I found you. The girl's face was expressionless, but her dorky fur was wagging rapidly, like a happy puppy wagging its tail. Ah ha ha. With strength he didn't know where, John Knight rushed out of the store. All the customers next to him stopped moving, and it was as if time had stood still. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The store manager was furious, pointing at John Knight's departing back and cursing. And you, destroying my window, pay for it. The shopkeeper turned his head and stared at the little girl who had suddenly intruded with a bad expression. Although you're still young, you can't deny it. Oh, the big guys are watching. Call your parents over. However, the shopkeeper didn't expect that in just a blink of an eye, the little girl disappeared from inside his field of vision. Where did it go? The store owner rubbed his eyes. Everyone in the restaurant rubbed their eyes. Holy, where is everyone? The store instantly exploded, with people talking about what had just happened. The shopkeeper reacted and looked in John Knight's direction. However, where was John Knight's shadow still in the original spot? Chapter 45, Feeding You Good Food. Hold on to your seats. We're on our way. John Knight was running alone on the street. The long run before had drained almost all of his physical strength. Now, he was completely hanging on to his breath by adrenaline. Why can this ghost still find me? John Knight looked desperate, his two legs mechanically alternating steps. I'm hero. Ahead. The little girl appeared a few meters in front of him as if she had flashed into existence, her scarlet pupils glowing with a faint red light under the streetlight. I see. John Knight hurriedly turned back and doubled back in the direction he came from. It's no use. Oh, you smell so good of fresh blood that I can tell where you are no matter how far you run. So, the game of hide and seek is mine to win. The girl twirled her dorky hair, her voice soft. River Knight was drained of his last ounce of strength, and he stumbled and collapsed next to a streetlight. What's the matter with this young man? What's wrong with being young and running a little bit? Who is this little girl next to him? Is she his sister? So cute. Yeah, it seems like he's playing hide and seek with his sister. I'm so envious. I also want to have such a cute sister. Help! Help! Ah! John Knight leaned helplessly against the street lamp, inwardly screaming frantically, but the only thing that responded to him was the indifferent cell phone camera and the flashlights that came from time to time. Let's go. You said you'd give me a reward if I won. The girl approached John Knight expressionlessly, tugged on John Knight's collar with one hand, and gently dragged John Knight on the ground, slowly walking towards the shadowy alley in the distance. Wow, what a great little sister. I also want to be dragged around by such a cute little sister. The lad's a real piece of work too, with the eyes of a stranded and then sun-dried stray fish, and I'd be absolutely thrilled to death if I were him. The crowd was pointing at the image and there was an instant buzz around it. They all thought that this was John Knight's sister pulling John Knight to play a little game between brother and sister. After all, how could such a cute girl have bad intentions? People don't have the same sorrows and joys. And at this time, John Knight was thinking about his aftermath. Soon, the girl dragged him into the alley. Reward? I want a reward. The red light within the girl's scarlet eye pupils increased. What to do? What to do? John Knight's clever brain began to work quickly. With the adrenaline boost, he quickly figured out a logical loophole. Who said you won? John Knight leaned against the wall and spoke faintly. The girl remained expressionless, except for the dorky hair on her head, then became a question mark. I caught you, so I win. No, no, no. John Knight shook his head slightly. You did catch me, but since we're staying together now, doesn't that also mean I caught you? After all, I didn't say how long the first game would last. So now, I've caught you too, and we've both lost. The corner of John Knight's mouth hooked up into a bad smile. The girl cocked her head, pondering John Knight's logic. After a long time, she nodded. What a hateful human. But what you say is fine. So, we both lost. That's right, we both lost. So how about the rewards just cancel out? The girl froze, the dull hairs on her head drooping as if they had lost their vigor. So, we're too clear. Can I leave now? John Knight's heart instantly lit up with hope when he saw the girl in this state. He looked at the girl hopefully. If she nodded, he would have survived. There! The dorky hairs on top of the girl's head branched out. Since we both lost, let's each give the other a reward. Ha! Damn! Why didn't I think of this? John Knight wailed inwardly in pain. It's a pain in the ass to prepare gifts and stuff. You have to find out what I want before you go to the store. So let's just offset the gift. The girl shook her head. It's no trouble. Oh, I've already figured out what I'm going to get you. Under John Knight's shocked gaze, the girl slowly knelt down and sat beside him. Her two slender and graceful jade legs unreservedly displayed in front of John Knight. She patted her thigh. You can lie up now. What are you doing? John Knight looked at the girl dumbfounded. The CPU was a little bit unable to function for a moment. The word knee pillow wasn't even in John Knight's lexicon, so he felt slightly puzzled and confused by the girl's behavior. Lie up here and I'll feed you something tasty, the girl said faintly. What is it that you have to lie down to eat? John Knight belabored. Come on, if the reward is just food. Big deal. I'll just buy her some in a while. Jong Knight obediently rested his head on the girl's thigh. It's soft, cold, and bouncy. What kind of delicious food are you going to feed me? Jong Knight inexplicably became a bit expectant. It's delicious. Oh, I've never given it to anyone before, the girl said lightly. What snack? So mysterious? Jong Knight belabored. In the next second, Jong Knight's pupils instantly dilated. The girl gently touched Jong Knight's cheek with one hand, while the other reached into her mouth and bit through her finger. What are you doing? Jong Knight had a bad feeling. I can feed you and drink my blood. Oh, the girl spoke faintly. What? Don't. Jong Knight shook his head and struggled. Only, the girl's other hand instantly exerted force, wrapping an arm around Jong Knight's head, causing his head to move upward a bit, pressing it against the small of her back. Jong Knight's head was like a part waiting to be processed in a factory, firmly fixed on top of a machine tool. Then, before Jong Knight could agree, the girl's fingers came to Jong Knight's lips and went straight in. The slightest hint of fishy sweetness melted in Jong Knight's mouth, and he opened his eyes in despair as blood spread out in his mouth. Oh, his mouth was gagged and he couldn't get a word out. I'm a blood. My blood is delicious. Oh, what do you think? Whoa, too good to drink already? I'm so happy if you like it. Whoa, still want to drink more? Sure, I'll feed it to you. The girl bit through 2 more fingers and placed them by Jong Knight's lips. Jong Knight's eyes were hollow, as if he had completely lost his vitality. Should be almost full. The girl calculated the time. Usually, this is how her mom fed her. At the thought, the girl slowly withdrew her hand. Cough. Vomit. Jong Knight couldn't wait to pick up his stomach, pour out the contents, and then wash it inside and out with distilled water. What's wrong with you? Vomit. Jong Knight said without saying a word. The girl looked at this appearance of Jong Knight in confusion and was a bit puzzled. After all, their blood race never had such a physical reaction. Now, it's your turn to give me a reward. Oh. Chapter 46, pack your bags and take them away. I don't have anything to give you. Jong Knight held onto the wall and looked in horror at the girl who was slowly approaching towards him. You smell delicious. You give me your body. Become my blood slave. When the time comes, the girl cocked her head, longing in her eyes. I'll give you all my best stuff, and you can drink my blood every day. Seeing that Jian Yi didn't respond, the girl thought for a moment and added, I also allow you to touch my head. Except for that hair that's standing up. You can touch anywhere else. You don't have to do anything every day. Just every day. Let me taste your blood a little. I can give you lots and lots of money. All my money. As much as you want. The girl looked at Jong Knight excitedly. She had slightly understood that humans seemed to be particularly interested in a thing called money. She felt that, as a human, Jong Knight should have no way to refuse such a tempting offer. Your body is the reward you gave me. And now, it's mine. The girl moved up to Jong Knight's neck, buried her head into his collar, and took a deep breath. Well, her eyes instantly became mesmerized, and her cheeks were tinted with a slight blush. Human, I can give myself to you. You give yourself to me as well. Half conscious, the girl stood on her tiptoes, her face gently rubbing against Jong Knight's neck before gently pressing her lips together. A cold touch caused Jong Knight to jolt, instantly sobering up. Ha. Jong Knight laughed softly for no reason. Hitchhiker, verbal Walua. Jong Knight used the last of his strength to press down on the girl's shoulders and pushed her out with one hand. One of my favorite things to do at River Night is to say no to self-righteous guys. The girl took a few steps backward, squinting her eyes, not yet having gotten over the mood she had just been in. A smile emerged from the corner of Jong Ye's mouth. Yes, the girl's conditions were indeed enticing. However, Jong Knight he also had pride that belonged to a man. To become this girl's blood bag every day like this, it would be better for him to just die. Jong Knight knew that there was no way for him to escape from the girl's hands. However, it was impossible to make him the girl's exclusive food. He, Jong Knight, was such a hardcore person. Some people were destined to not be able to be shut down, and every cell in his body shone with the light of freedom. He, Jong Knight, was such a man who yearned for freedom. The night wind blew on his tattered down jacket, which was like a tattered red cape, swaying with the night wind. The light outside the alley impartially illuminated a corner of his cheek, and under the dim light, his eyes were sharp, and the corner of his mouth carried a relieved smile. The girl froze in place, her dull hairs then into a big question mark. I, Jong Knight, am I going to perish here today? Father, I'm sorry. Mother, sister, I'm sorry. I may never see you again. Charters, you need to stop staying up so often. After I leave, there may be no one who can force you into bed. He looked up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, as if remembering his short life. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. I'm afraid I won't make it to the other side, but let me burn out. In the last moments of my life, all that I am, let me behead you, evil spirit of evil, for the sake of mankind. Wisps of heat rose from Jiang Ye's body, his blood boiling and burning. The teenager could feel that his body was heating up and burning, and his face was turning red with blood from such excitement. Everything, it's like a last flashback before death. The girl froze in place, her face expressionless, but her mouth watered, uncontrollably, from the corners of her mouth. Boss, do you have any sacks here? The kind that can hold one person. A little girl walked into the restaurant where Jiang Knight had dined earlier. When the boss heard these words, he stared at the visitor with strange eyes. Then, he instantly reacted, and his face became incomparably gloomy. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Where are your parents? Let me tell you, the glass windows in my store are old and expensive. Don't think that just because you are a child, you can do whatever you want. I tell you, you today, must pay this money. Feed the letter to collect $100,000. Boss, do you have any sacks here? The kind that can fit a person? The little girl asked again. Yes, sister. Yes, there is. Of course there is more than one sack as big as this. There are 9 in total, all of which are current super sacks with a capacity of T05 in the store. Little sister, do you prefer pink, yellow, or red? The boss instantly changed her face and asked with a smiling face. I'll take the red one. The owner immediately fetched a red sack and handed it to the little girl. Little sister, what do you need such a big sack for? The food is too much to eat. I'm going to pack it up and take it home for dinner. The young girl licked the corner of her mouth. I go. Can't you see that the little girl is such a big eater? The boss surveyed the little girl in front of him, his eyes widening. The girl walked into a shadowy alley, and soon, she stepped out from the middle of it. The red sack in her hand turned bulging without the slightest movement. With that, the young girl dragged the sack and faded into the night. Inside some remote villa, 2 dumpy girls lay unimaginatively on the floor. The body of the girl with the white hair curled around her body, and even though she was unconscious, the corners of her mouth rose out of instinct. The girl with pink hair was different. She was frowning, her hands in a clawed position, and even though she was unconscious, she maintained the same chokehold she had earlier. It was only by some coincidence that their fingers happened to touch. Zip, zip, zip. A white light rose again in the villa, and the 2 girls, for reasons unknown and opportunistic, instinctively wriggled as they drew a little closer together. Then their fingers touched again. Zip, zip, zip. They moved a little closer. Their bodies touched again. Zip, zip, zip. Touchdown. Zip, zip, zip. Soon, Xiao Qingshue's accumulated power was thus exhausted. Master, is there no more? Xiao Qingxue beamed, her face full of unhappiness. Master, where are you? Jiang Knight, where are you? Shen Luoying frowned with a pained expression. They were so close that their hands were constantly groping the floor. Soon, Xiao Qingxue found the master, and at the same time, Shen Luoying also found Jiang Knight. Chapter 47, Lin Jian'er. Gift value over $20 pinch. Today an extra chapter. Hey, Jiang Knight, how can you and other friends? Shen Luoying subconsciously toward the Jiang Knight a few points closer. Master, hug. Xiao Qingshue's hand was not honestly attached to her master's body without being conscious of it. Jiang Knight, I love, so much. Shen Luoying felt the Jiang Knight embrace, so warmly responded to it. Is this the reward that, master, gave Qingxue? Xiao Qingxue felt the hug from her master and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. River Knight, master. The 2 girls were close together, like close sisters. If, on the other hand, both girls were normal, then the image must have been harmonious and healing. Only, they weren't. As a result, the picture quickly took a turn for the worse. Dear, why always leave me to find other friends to play? Shen Luoying murmured, feeling the body temperature of Jiang Knight inside her arms. An instinctive urge filled every cell of her body. Honey, I have to give you punishment yet. Master, I don't want a reward. I just want to be hard. Enchanted smiles appeared on both of their faces, and no one was sure what had happened in their dreams. Soon, the room. Omit 10,000 words here. Mother, I'm home. Lin family manor. Inside the ancient castle, a little girl, dragging a red sack, pushed open the huge iron door at the entrance of the ancient castle. Her name is Lin Jian'er, and she is a blood. At the same time, she has another identity, the executor of the Lin family. She went to the construction site to move bricks and just wanted to experience human work. Creak dash a heavy sound was made as the iron door was closed. Fiber, human society. Is it fun? A beautiful woman was dressed in a pitch-black cheongsam. Her plump and tantalizing legs were hidden underneath the cheongsam. The cheongsam had been designed to be very loose, but it still couldn't hide his huge evil, and the spring light filled the ancient castle, and a tantalizing aroma filled the large ancient castle. Aha! Lin Qian'er nodded. Mother, I have found my blood slave. Oh, the beautiful woman shook the wine glass in her hand that was filled with red liquid and reeked of blood. That's great. Fiber. The people in the family have been urging me to find you a suitable blood slave. Unfortunately, you don't like any of those blood slaves offered by the family. The woman stared at the red sack, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked. She got up from the throne of the ancient castle, slowly came to Lin Qian'er's side, bent down, put her mouth next to Lin Qian'er's, and exhaled. What are you going to? What are you going to do with him? He's my friend. He can stay in my room. Lin Qian'er was a bit dumbfounded and spoke indifferently. Oh, a friend? That's kind of interesting. The woman's eyes narrowed into slits. Fiber. You know, what does it mean to be a friend? Lin Qian'er's dull hairs drooped, and she didn't know what a friend was, so she could only repeat what Jiang Knight had told her. A friend is someone who has built a deep bond with you in life. Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed her head off. Fire, I didn't expect that you, who usually doesn't say a word, are quite humorous. So tell me again, what are feelings? An emotion is what I think about a person, or something. Ha 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 ha. The woman seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke. Not controlling the strength of her hand, the glass was crushed by her. The scarlet blood within the wineglass blended into the crimson carpet of the ancient castle and was instantly swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. Then what is your final word on this blood slave? The woman held Lin Qian'er's chin, her slender nails gently cutting into the girl's soft face as she stared into the girl's eyes with interest. Lin Qian'er slightly sidled her head. He is delicious. That's really funny. Fiber. Ha 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 ha. The woman's covered her stomach and laughed unimaginatively. I didn't realize that the you who just became an adult is really quite different from the earlier you. Alright, let me taste what the blood slave that Fiber likes actually tastes like. The woman instantly disappeared in place, and when she reappeared, she had already come to the edge of the sack. Before Lin Qian'er could react, she used her hand to gently tear it, and then with a jerk, Jiang Knight inside the sack rolled a few more times on top of the carpet due to his own inertia, and then sprawled on the ground like a corpse. Mother, she is my. Lin Qian'er opened her arms and stopped in front of her mother. But, Fiber, just how delicious is he? The woman became even more curious as she came in front of the girl. Let mother have a taste. I'm also curious to know just how tricky Fire's taste is. No way. Lin Qian'er said firmly. Okay then. The woman shook her head. I'll just take a whiff. That'll always do. Lin Qian'er thought about it and nodded. The woman approached Jiang Knight's body, leaned down, and sniffed. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she realized something was wrong. She wasn't sure and sniffed again. This flavor. Mother, what's wrong? Lin Qian'er saw her mother get up and hurriedly dragged Jiang Knight behind her. Can't say. His scent, so familiar. I love it. Oh. Lin Qian'er looked at her mother in a mute manner, and her mother's expression gradually became a little twisted. Mother, she's mine. Lin Qian'er looked at her mother with slight caution. Fiber, do you know, what's his name? Lin Qian'er shook her head. You now, go and investigate for me his information. The woman collected herself and became serious. Lin Qian'er glanced at Jiang Knight and hesitated for a moment. Yes, mother. Ha ha ha. Fire, you don't think I'll steal food while you're not around, do you? The beautiful woman licked her lips. Don't worry, your mother, I'm not that kind of person. I just feel that the smell, it's so familiar. The woman looked like she had fallen into memories, her eyes gradually becoming mesmerized and infatuated. Lin Qian'er nodded half-heartedly and disappeared into the darkness. This flavor, it really seems like you are. He. I'll sneak a taste. Just one bite. Fiber shouldn't find out. The woman licked her red lips, a little unable to control her inner desire. Boom dash. The villa door was pushed open, and Lin Qian'er walked in with large strides. She carried Jiang Knight on her shoulders. Fire, what are you doing? The woman's eyes widened in surprise. It's fine. I'll just carry him as if it's training. Lin Qian'er quickly disappeared again. How petty. The woman rolled her eyes. Chapter 48, Jiang Knight, have other friends? Children, the bus to kindergarten is here. Get on. Lin Qian'er carried Jiang Knight and arrived at the outskirts of the ancient castle. She placed Jiang Knight in a hidden place to hide. Then her figure flickered and disappeared. Soon she turned back. How is it possible? How could it not be investigated? She hung her head down, contemplating. She had utilized the Lin family's intelligence network and exhausted her means. Yet she could only investigate information about him after he came to Magic City. It was as if his past had been deliberately hidden. As one of the 4 great families of the Magic City, the Lin family had intelligence networks all over the world. Anyone who could do this would have to be at least at the level of the 4 great families of Magic City to be able to do so. Who the hell is he? Lin Xianer got a little curious. For now, there is only one way left. Lin Xianer came to the location where she hid Zhang Knight's body, felt around on Zhang Knight's body, and quickly rummaged through his cell phone. After unlocking it with Zhang Knight's fingerprints, Lin Xianer began flipping through his phone. First was the feed letter. He opened it and quickly flipped through it. It was full of Zhang Knight's daily chats with others. It did contain a lot of information, and Lin Xianer wrote them down one by one. She then opened her cell phone's browser and began flipping through Zhang Knight's browsing history. The browsing history was cleanly deleted by Zhang Knight, but it was hard to beat Lin Xianer. After she did some tinkering, Zhang Knight's browsing records for the past 3 years were revealed in their original form. It's full of study materials, conic curve level 2 conclusions, a fast algorithm for normal vectors, a book of exercises related to the momentum theorem. Lin Xianer was bewildered. She hadn't received any education in this area, and from a young age, she had received her family's training as an executor. She was proficient in human language, but her attainments in mathematics and science were not even as good as a human elementary school student. Zhang Knight's browsing record is full of these useless things. Not even as serious learning materials cannot be found. Lin Xianer quickly lost interest in continuing to flip through it. She closed the browser and opened Zhang Knight's photo album. Inside were some cell phone screenshots, all of which were screenshots that Zhang Knight used to submit his homework online during his high school years, or screenshots of web pages filled with knowledge points. From the screenshots of certain assignments, Lin Xianer learned Zhang Knight's name. Zhang Knight didn't have the habit of cleaning up his photo albums and usually didn't take many pictures. The last time he tried to take pictures of Xiao Qingxue, he also failed due to some uncontrollable reasons. These screenshots were kept in their original form and almost took up his entire photo album. There are only a few images, sandwiched in amongst the many screenshots, that stand out. Inside the photo, a girl with pink hair, lying on a bed, her face red. These photos perfectly showed the young girl's sleeping posture from all angles, and they were exactly the photos that Zhang Knight had secretly taken when Shen Luoying had a fever. Originally, he wanted to use the photos to coerce Shen Luoying to return the medicine money to him, but until now, it hadn't come in handy. She, who is she? Lin Xianer stared blankly at the girl in the photo. River Knight, sleeping with a girl? The girl froze in place. Mother said that men and women sleep by touching each other's bodies, and one side will suddenly have an animalistic outburst and eat the other side. Obviously, Lin Xianer did not pay attention to the meaning of the word eat. The dull hairs on her head stood up as she seemed to think of something. Then, could Zhang Knight have already been eaten by her? At the thought of this, Lin Xianer's body involuntarily began to tremble. Zhang Knight has been eaten by someone else. Zhang Knight's body has been touched by another human being. Lin Xianer thought of this possibility. The purple pupils of her eyes contracted for a rare moment, then gradually shifted towards scarlet red. No, 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 maybe it was Zhang Knight who ate her. Lin Xianer thought of another possibility, but that possibility was equally unacceptable to her. No, Zhang Knight can't drink human blood. She can only drink mine. I can't let a lowly human taint the quality of his blood. What to do? My food is not clean. What to do? What to do? What to do? There, I'll cut off Jianya's skin with a knife, and then he can grow a new skin law. That way, even if he's been touched by a human it doesn't matter. Oh, then, I'll take out his stomach and clean it a little bit, so that it won't matter even if Zhang Knight has drunk the blood of another human. And in the future, he'll only have my blood in his stomach. The blood he produces after drinking mine must be even better than it is now. The more Lin Xianer thought about it, the more excited she became, and the dull hairs on her head whirled pleasantly. She substituted her blood race's physical qualities into Zhang Knight's physical qualities. A wry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as her fingers skimmed over the short group she wore, and a dagger emitting a chilling aura appeared in her hand. It'll be fine in a while. It doesn't hurt. Oh, Fire, have you investigated? The woman opened the gate of the ancient castle and looked in Lin Xianer's direction. She had just heard a rustling at the door and came out to look. It was a shock not to see it. If he came out a little later, Fiber's blood slave would have become disposable food. It was not easy for Fiery to catch a blood slave she liked, so she had to be captive and use it for sustainable development before she could do so. She snatched the dagger from Lin Xianer's hand, thinking that she was going to do her best to kill the blood slave and then suck this blood slave dry in one go. As if Lin Xianer had reacted, the scarlet in her eyes faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mother? Lin Xianer stared at the woman in stupefaction. Then, her pupils were like an earthquake. Himself, actually having such a crazy thought just now. He was well aware of what the human body's physical qualities were like, but she had actually missed such a crucial thing for a moment just now. This wasn't like her usual self at all. As the family's executive, she could calmly deal with any unexpected situation. It was just that the moment she thought about what happened to Jiang Knight, it was as if her sanity had been emptied in an instant. She almost killed Jiang Knight just now. What is wrong with me? Lin Qian'er shook her head, unsure. She carried Jiang Knight and entered within the ancient castle with her mother. How's that for an investigation? Her mother spoke. Lin Qian'er reported truthfully, his name is Jiang Knight, and he attends Chuan Chang. She had wanted to directly tell her mother the information she had collected within Jiang Knight's cell phone. Wait, what did you say his name was? The woman spoke, her voice slightly shaky. Lin Qian'er was stunned, but still answered. His name is Jiang Knight. The woman stood up from her throne and instantly came to Lin Qian'er's side, holding her shoulders. Were you unable to find out information about him through our family's network of connections? Lin Qian'er lowered her head, thinking that her mother was trying to punish her for not doing her job properly. Ha 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 ha, Bai Yulan, you really do have two brushes. Do you think that you can hide this little mongrel forever? I didn't expect it. I didn't find your husband, but your son was found by me. The woman laughed insanely without reason. For so many years, you used the power of your Bai family to hide the two of you. Ha 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 ha, I've been searching for you guys for decades. And now, you actually even have a child? It's okay, ha 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 ha, it's only a few decades, and I'm so glad it's only a few decades. I had thought that I would never see you again until you died. She reached out. Fiber, give me Jiang Knight's cell phone. Then, you take him and back off. Lin Qian'er's dull hairs stood up, then became an exclamation point. She had never seen her mother look like this before. Soon, only Lin Qian'er's mother was left inside the large old castle. Seeing her daughter go out, the woman finally couldn't hold back and covered a certain part of her cheongsam. Her face flushed. Really, after all these years, you didn't even give me a phone number. The woman opened her cell phone's address book and excerpted a number. Do you know how much I want this phone number? The woman, misty-eyed, slipped the slip of paper with the phone number on it, as if the person she had been thinking about day and night was discussing evil with her. Let's see. How have you been after all these years, my dear? Jiang Ling? Chapter 49 Jiang Ling. Ha 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 ha, this isn't the bus to kindergarten. You've been tricked. The doors are welded shut. No one leaves. The corners of the woman's mouth lifted as she dialed the number with Jiang Knight's cell phone. She wanted to give Jiang Ling a surprise. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed has blacklisted you. Woman, who's a good person to pull the plug on their own son? But doesn't that just show that there is disharmony within their family? The more the woman thought about it, the more excited she became that she might be able to capitalize on it and take a shot across the bow. With a slight smile, she pulled out her own cell phone and dialed the number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed has blacklisted you. Snap. The woman's cell phone was directly crushed by her. A terrifying light flashed through her scarlet pupils. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ling, didn't you forget to pull the plug on me even after you changed your cell phone number? Little mongrel, not good at all. I haven't been this angry for a long time. Snap. In her other hand, Jiang Knight's cell phone shattered in response. Oh, but it doesn't matter. I have as many cell phone numbers as I need for something like this. The woman pulled out another cell phone from somewhere and dialed. The ringing of the phone echoed through the silence of the old castle. Da, hello, Night City No. 37 male technician at your service. May I ask, are you trying to book me? On the other side of the phone, a tired middle-aged male voice came out. On both ends of the phone, no one spoke again, and silence filled the air. Hello, I'm male technician number 37 in the City of Night. May I ask, are you here for a service? We have a variety of services here, such as old man wheelbarrow, one-on-one sauna massage, full body ultra comfort spa, etc. Do you want me to continue to recommend for you? If you would like to get a membership card, you can contact the number, and if you choose me as your exclusive technician, I can personally give you 2 extra bells and whistles. Long time no see. Jiang Ling? The woman spoke with some hesitation. Yes, I am No. 37 male technician Jiang Ling. May I ask who you are? On the other end of the phone, the middle-aged man's voice froze. Darling, I've finally found you. The woman laughed excitedly, her body trembling violently under the excitement. This voice, why does it feel so familiar? WC, it's you. How the hell did you find me? Jiang Ling exclaimed, about to hang up the phone. Honey, wait a minute. Your son is in my hands. Oh, if you hang up the phone, something bad might happen to your son. Jiang Yu, oh, darling, haven't you missed your little bat at all after all these years? The woman's eyes were closed, one hand resting on her white chin, and she blushed a little shyly. Damn, what the hell is he up to? Jiang Knight, I told him to be careful with everything after coming to Magic City. How come he still got arrested? But Elisa, I do miss you quite a bit. Jiang Ling's voice was low. The woman's cheeks reddened even more. Darn it, to actually say that in front of a girl. Do you know, dear, just how much of a killer it is to me? I'm about to lose control of my own blood then. My dear, so much that I want to pour all of my blood, not a drop of it left, into your stomach. In this way, nourished by my blood, your blood will emit an aroma that is even more intense and mesmerizing to me than it was back then. The sense of the two of us converge, collide, and merge inside you. No, 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 you misunderstood me. Jiang Ling hastily interrupted Elisa's imagination. I mean, I kind of regret that I didn't just make soup out of you back in the day and feed it to that annoying dog that my big brother's family has next door. That way, that dog can be poisoned by you, and then you'll be a pile of that the dog pulls off, too. Why didn't I think of such a twofold solution back then? That's why I think about it day and night, wanting to go back to that year and make up for all the years I've regretted. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ling, you two will only show off your tongue, except for the fact that you might be able to beat me in bed. Other than that, you're just a weak mongrel. Let me guess. The woman licked her tongue and exhaled her breath like orchids. If I'm not wrong, between you and Bai Yulan, something bad happened, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be working at a place in such an unorthodox place. How are you going to fight me when you don't have the means to utilize the power of the White family? Wrong, very wrong. Jiang Knight's voice was serious, exuding a faint confidence and majesty. Oh, am I wrong? Elisa asked with interest. Night City is not an unorthodox place. We are a formal, legal, foot wash, massage, ear picking, spa and other wellness programs in one. Cough, 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 cough. Sorry, I just triggered a small streak. Jiang Ling snapped. Honey, are you playing with me? The corners of Irina's mouth rose in a dangerous curve. I'm curious, what happened between you and that stupid woman to bring you to this point? Honey, if that woman doesn't want you, I'll take care of you. She can't be worthy of you in the beginning. Anyway, back then, she was just a White family abandoned. Don't you dare talk about her like that. Jiang Ling's deafening roar traveled down the phone, almost making Irina's ears bleed. Parasites of the Lin family. I tell you, if you dare to touch a single hair on Yulan or Jiang Knight, I'm gonna make you. Life is worse than death. The sound echoed in the ancient castle, and it was only after a long time that Jiang Ling's roar disappeared into thin air. Ha 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 ha, make my life worse than death. Ha 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 ha, Elisa laughed her ass off. With you? You really love her. I'm really, really envious of her. Let's see, what would you do to me? It's about wagging your tail at the woman who graced you with her presence and abandoned you. Or do you want to lick your face and go back to using your pathetic power against the Lin family, which is one of the 4 great families of the Magic City? Irina didn't take Jiang Ling's threat in her eyes at all. Had, don't bother. You're not entirely wrong. Though, I do need to make a little sacrifice to get back to the Sylph. And then what? Use the Bai family against me? Same as the 4 great families of Magic City. They can't help me. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, if I were in bed with Phantom, and then made a video of the process and sent it to you. And what are you going to do about it? I'm an old man with broken bones. It doesn't matter. But, this is enough to make you worse than death. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ling unimaginatively let out a loud laugh, like a rogue gangster who just had a little girl. You. Irina bit her red lips, which oozed out a trace of blood. Everything in the Lin family was manipulated by her behind the scenes. She had imagined Jiang Ling utilizing all sorts of means to deal with her. However, she never expected that Jiang Ling he had no bottom line at all. Irina rolled her eyes as if she was going to foam at the mouth and fall unconscious in the next second. Jiang Ling, after so many years, you've really changed a lot. Little bat, you've really lived these thousands of years in vain. Your brain isn't as good as mine. A retarded middle-aged man. Jiang Ling laughed so hard that he was about to turn his back. Alright, that's it. Release my son early. I'm hanging up. Jiang Ling said, and was about to hang up. Wait, one more question. Okay, ask. What's the phone number for your Night City membership processing? Again? 6. And then what? What's the rest of the number? Asterisk. Da. The number you have dialed has been blacklisted by you. Chapter 50, second phone call. Ha. Jiang Ling, you really are getting more and more interesting. Elisa laughed madly. Was going to give you a slight reward when I found you. But honey, you're not behaving at all. So I'll just have to punish you hard. Fiber, come in. Lin Jianer pushed open the door and walked in. She looked at the mess inside the house. her dull hairs standing up in some surprise. Elisa took out another wineglass from somewhere and handed it to Lin Xianer. Take it to your father. He knows what to do. Lin Xianer nodded and was about to leave. Also, I accidentally broke Jiang Knight's cell phone just now. You take it and fix it. Recover all the data. There can't be a single missing piece. Lin Xianer looked at the pile of broken iron shavings on the floor and fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, she left the room in the old castle. But dear, what has happened after all these years? I really want to know it. She opened her cell phone and dialed another number. Mom, who's calling? Is it your brother calling? A melodious girlish voice came. Nothing. Stringy, she's an old acquaintance of mine. A lazy female voice came. Elisa, what is it? Elisa laughed softly. White Phantom, why are you willing to answer my calls? I'm in a good mood today. I don't mind the company. Say, what is it? He, White Phantom Orchid. I'll be blunt then. Elisa had no interest in beating around the bush with Bai Yulan. Jiang Ling he isn't with you now, is he? On the other end of the phone, Bai Yulan froze for 2 seconds. How can that be? He's been with me all along. Ah. Ha ha ha, Bai Yulan, you're also underestimating me too much. Die. You can't fool me. You're really hard-hearted. What kind of hard life Jiang Ling is living now? You actually don't know. No. You misunderstand. Though his body is not with me, but his heart, it's always been with me. Oh, Bai Yulan was like a shy little girl in love with her brain. Whispering, she added, my heart, too, is with him. Oh, bad Jiang Ling, stole my heart and secretly hid it to keep me from getting your body. Obviously I could have traded myself, but it doesn't matter. His body will soon be mine. Oh, Elisa? No, it can't be. You're lying to me. Ha ha ha, Bai Yulan, your relationship is broken, right? Let me guess. He must have done something really over the top. Do you now want to find him and punish him ruthlessly? Take revenge on him? I tell you, White Phantom, I will find him before you do. And then forever captive in my room. I will protect him so that you will never find him. On the other end of the phone, Bai Yulan was silent. Ha ha ha, White Phantom, I guessed right. Asterisk. 2 words floated lightly out of the receiver. You're in a hurry. You really are. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ling, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I can also let you live forever, so you can stay by my side forever. Family Master, the city of night has been surrounded by us. Now, do it. Bai Yulan ignored Elisa as she had more important things to do. He. Jiang Ling, the game of hide and seek will soon be over. Oh, you lost. At that time, he. What tool should I use to punish you? What? You. Elisa instantly pressed herself to her feet at the words. I'm sorry, oh Jiang Ling's body. I'll take it first. Oh yeah, Elisa, you've been pretty lonely these past few decades, too. After I bring Jiang Ling home and in bed, I can be merciful and make some little videos to send to you so you don't have to be that empty at night. Oh, you. Elisa instantly broke her defenses. The wounds that had just healed a few minutes ago were ripped open again. The wounds that had just healed a few minutes ago were torn open once again. Bai Yulan, after a pause, put away her lovebrain's generally delicate and naive voice, and turned serious. Moreover, Jiang Ling can only be punished by me. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I, Bai Yulan, swear on my life, I'm gonna make you. Life is worse than death. Bai Yulan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Put, snapped Eliza, spewing out a mouthful of blood. White Phantom Orchid. You guys, you're all colluding to piss me off. Elisa finally couldn't hold back and exploded. Bai Yulan was a bit puzzled. You guys? Alicia, realizing that she had slipped up and wasn't going to continue to be aggravated, was just about to hang up the phone. It's no good, Family Master. It seems like Master Jiang he somehow got wind of it a few minutes ago and has fled. However, our men have found him. He's now at the Tianjiang Bridge. The bridge has been blocked off by us. We'll catch him soon. Where's brother? Have you found brother? We only saw Master Jiang. As for young Master Jiang no, I have to find my brother today. He must be right next to Dad. Brother, you can't get away. Miss, watch out for the car. Stringy is really composed. Not like me at all. A big lady should have a big lady's temperament. Bai Yulan opened her mouth faintly, her voice starting to become mesmerized. Jiang Ling, tonight we can. Not good, Family Master. Jiang Ling Master he jumped into the river. It's not good, Family Master. Master Jiang Ling was swept away by the river water. What? Da. The old castle fell silent once more. It doesn't matter, Jiang Ling. Elisa was shaking with anger, radiating a morose chill. It doesn't matter even if your heart isn't with me. As soon as I get a head start and get your body, then, gently remove your heart. Ha ha ha, John Ling, don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle and won't let you feel a single ounce of pain. She took out a large strawberry from the fruit plate by the throne, and her fingertips gently stroked John Ling's heart. However, she didn't seem to control her strength well, and the heart was cut by her fingertips, and crimson blood, strawberry juice, flowed out. She was so lost in her own world, though, that she didn't notice it at all. She tilted her head and gently took in the tip of the strawberry. Then, I'll take your heart and slowly swallow it into my body. Don't worry, I won't let your heart have a single wound. She put one finger against the other end of the strawberry, and her finger slowly exerted force, and pushed the strawberry into her throat without chewing. That's it, I'll get your complete heart. Soon, with the help of her long fingers, the strawberry was pressed hard into her stomach. John Ling, that's fantastic. In that case, our hearts will be together forever. Ha 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 ha. The insane laughter echoed through the old castle for a long time. Chapter 51, Fathers. The author has a fan skirt. The number is in the last chapter of The Author Has Something to Say. Harmonized terrain. You all know. Lin Xianer held her wineglass and walked at a slow pace within a dimly lit stone pathway. On the stone wall, a few wall lamps emitted a faint light. The light hit the girl's pale face, setting it off like a glazed lamp in the darkness. The rocky pathway was silent, the sound of the girl's footsteps echoing between the rock walls, crisp and loud. She walked up to a huge stone door, reached out her hand, and pushed it in. Clatter clatter. Many tiny stone chips and dust fell from the ceiling of the stone room along with the opening of the stone door. The lighting inside the stone room was even dimmer than outside, and a small wooden table was placed in the center of the room, with a few slowly burning candles sticking out of it. An old man with gray hair leaned against a rock wall, his eyes closed. Above his head were bottles and jars, large and small, containing various liquids. A catheter was inserted into various parts of his body, and drop by drop, the liquid traveled down the catheter and seeped into his body. Miraculously, although he had gray hair, however, his body did not show any signs of aging. He had a strong physique, and a few abdominal muscles could still be seen vaguely. Only, his face was pale and wrinkles covered his face. Father, the girl called out, her voice not rising or falling. The pupils of her violet eyes shone in the darkness as she gazed at the man before her. The man's eyelids twitched a few times, then slowly opened. Fiber. Oh, the man spoke, his voice husky. What are you doing here? Fiber. Father. Lin Jianer's face was indifferent. I came to see you. Come to see me. Does your mom know? He reached out his hand, wanting to touch the girl's face. Fiber's good. Don't worry. Daddy's fine here. This time, it was Mom who asked me to come. The man's hand paused in the air for a long moment before he slowly withdrew it. All of this was seen by Lin Xianer. Alyssa sent you, ya. What did she call Fiber for? The man's face wore a faint smile. Lin Xianer handed the man his glass of wine. The man froze for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Somewhat feebly, he reached out and picked up one of the daggers on the small wooden table, then extended his other arm and rolled up his shattered sleeve, revealing his wrist. Father, let me help you. Lin Xianer stared tightly at the man's wrist, still expressionless. No, I'll do it. Crimson blood ran down his wrist and pooled into this one glass. With a trembling hand, the man handed the cup back to Lin Xianer. You take the cup to your mother, the man said. Lin Xianer nodded and took the wineglass. A brief silence fell over the stone room. Lin Xianer gazed into his father's eyes, while the man just looked at Lin Xianer twice before closing his eyes again. Fiber, is there anything else? Father, I was, yesterday, an adult. Lin Xianer spoke faintly. The man's eyes opened instantly, some of the luster returning to his empty eyes. Fiber, you're an adult? The man spoke a little faster than just now, but soon he lowered his head again, his eyes full of despondency. Have I been here for over 100 years? Fiber, me, happy adulthood. The man's eyes held a faint tear in them. Father, are you unhappy? Lin Xianer asked. Dad happy? Ah, how can I not be happy? Dad had thought that I would just die in silence before you came of age. Dad actually got to see you grow up. Ming Ming, at that time, you were just a little bat, and Daddy could still hold you in the palm of his hand. Fiber, do you want any gifts? It's just that Daddy can't, right now, give you anything. It's not just now. You've grown up with nothing that Dad could give you. Fiber. The man slowly raised his head, but his eyes averted to the candle on the table. The candle flame was imprinted in the man's moist eyes, reflecting a faint light. Do you blame Dad? Lin Xianer froze in place somewhat woodenly. After a long time, she spoke faintly. What do you mean by strange? It's like thinking that Daddy's not good for you, or you think that I don't deserve to be your father. The man clenched his hands into fists. his thick arms actually trembling slightly. Father. Lin Xianer lowered her head. What would a human father do when his daughter comes of age? There's a lot of things that will be done. They will buy their daughter the nicest clothes, and give her the grandest birth feast in a hotel. The man's voice grew smaller. Snap, snap, tears flowed slowly down his shapely face. Then they would touch their daughter's head and say, okay, this is it. Lin Xianer suddenly said. Then, in the midst of the man's shocked eyes, he brought his head to the man. Fiber, what are you? The man froze. Within the pupils of his eyes was imprinted Lin Xianer's indifferent face. I'm an adult, and my father can touch my head. The man froze for a long moment, then slowly extended his hand. The hand slowly lifted to mid-air, at which point, Lin Xianer grabbed the man's wrist and placed his hand on her head. And then what? Father, what will they say to their daughter? Seeing that the man still didn't move, Lin Xianer rubbed her head against the man's hand. At the same time, her dull hair swept over the back of the man's hand one after another, and in the end, directly pressed against the back of the man's hand. For example, a sleeping child, lying in his father's arms. They'll say. The man's voice was tinged with sobs. Fiber, Daddy loves you. Father, Fiber doesn't understand. Lin fiery confusion flickered in her eyes. Love, what is it? It's okay, it's better not to understand, the man said to himself. The man stroked the girl's head tenderly. For you, it's for the best. Fiber, if you can understand the meaning of the word in the future, promise Daddy you won't fall in love with a human, okay? Lin Xianer nodded sluggishly. I remember. But why? Because human lifespan is limited. Fiber, no one can stay with you forever, whether it's Dad or anyone else. Humans get old and die, though, but at that time, Fiber is still Fiber, and nothing will change. But, Dad, didn't you also live until now? Just stick to your meds. The man just laughed softly and shook his head. Dad shouldn't have lived this long. Everything now is. The man's eyes gradually lowered, but then stretched out in a moment of relief. I'm to blame. Ahem. No cows. Feel free to watch. Chapter 52, Make Him Love You. Lin Xianer curled up in her father's embrace for a long time before she slowly got up. Alright Fiber, it's almost time. Your mother is going to be upset if you don't go back. The man finally touched Lin Xianer's head. He looked at the girls departing back. Fiber, the man spoke. Lin Xianer's footsteps paused. Fiber, the man lowered his eyes for a long time before he concocted the last 5 words. Live well. Lin Xianer slightly turned her head sideways, looked at the man one last time, nodded, and then left this dungeon located underneath the ancient castle. Mother, I'm back. Lin Xianer handed her wineglass to Elisa. Mother, what's wrong with you? The girl asked woodenly, looking at her mother's face, which was half red and half purple with anger. It's okay, Fiber. I'm just, ha 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 ha. Jiang Ling, you can't escape. You can't escape. Lin Xianer just stayed by her mother's side, waiting for the next instruction. Only, Elisa just laughed insanely and had no time for her. Mother, I'll take him to my room first. Lin Xianer looked at Jiang Knight, who was still lying on the ground, and a slight change appeared on her face, which was generally paralyzed. The corners of her mouth, unconsciously, hooked up a few pixelated dots. Wait. Hearing these words, Elisa violently withdrew from her own imagination and looked at Jiang Knight on the ground. Pondering, Lin Xianer hurriedly stood in front of Jiang Knight, blocking Elisa's unkind sight. Mother, he's mine, and I'm taking him with me. Fiber, you can't do this to this blood slave. Elisa's eyes rolled, and the corner of her mouth brought up an unkind smile. Why? Lin Xianer's dull hairs stood up then became a big question mark. The flavor of human blood changes with their emotions. If they are more excited, then the flavor of the fresh blood will be more mellow. On the contrary, if they are depressed all day, then the taste of the fresh blood will be much worse. Lin Xianer cocked her head, somewhat unsure. It's all mother's experience. How could mother lie to you? Elisa said, eye to eye. Lin Xianer thought about it and nodded as she felt as if there was some truth to it. So, if you want to taste more delicious blood, you have to make this blood slave. Like you, Lin Fear? Like, what is it? Oh, that's it. Elisa licked the corner of her mouth. Fiber, you don't need to know what liking is. All you have to do is, do what I say. I promise that I will make this blood slave, forever and ever, fall in love with you and obsess over you. Love. Lin Xianer hesitated a little when she heard this term. Mother, can you tell me what love is? Upon hearing this, Elisa jerked her head towards Lin Xianer, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. You actually would be interested in this word? Elisa stood up from her throne and arrived beside Lin Xianer in an instant. Let me guess. It was that old thing. That said something to you, wasn't it? Oh, this old guy. He really doesn't listen. Elisa pushed again. The blood she just caught spreading out across the carpet along with the crumbs of broken glass. It's been a long time since I've been to see him. It seems necessary for me to make the trip myself. She bent down and said in Lin Xianer's ear. You don't need to know what love is. All you need to know is that if you do what I say, this boy will follow you forever and always be by your side. He will do whatever you tell him to do. You can manipulate him as much as you want, dominate him, and make her sing out loud in your room *, the melodious songs that originated in human DNA. Lin Xianer understood this time. Feel free to manipulate, dominate. Lin Xianer seemed to be firmly attracted to these words, muttering and repeating them over and over again. An inexplicable feeling of excitement surged through her mind, causing the pupils of her eyes to turn scarlet. Mother, can you really make him forever obey my orders? The corners of Lin Xianer's mouth rose strangely. Ha. Fiber. Mother has lived a few thousand years longer than you, and those preferences of humans, especially human males, are well known to your mother. Don't worry, not only can I make him obediently be your blood slave, he can also be your forbidden asterisk as long as you want. Mother, what is the forbidden asterisk? Ahem, talk too much. Just now you said that you investigated that he would be attending Mordor University soon, right? Lin Xianer nodded as he saw his acceptance letter from Zhang Knight's photo album. Very well, Fiber. Next, you'll approach him as a human inside the Magic City University. Get close to him, and then and make him fall hopelessly in love with you. Now, you can lift the restrictions a little. Mother, I understand. Lin Xianer raised her hand and touched the one skull hairpin on top of her head. The skeleton haircard immediately emitted a scarlet light that enveloped the girl's entire body. The red light faded away, and within the ancient castle, the girl's figure disappeared, and a young pavilion girl appeared in her original position. The young girl was wearing a black sari, the hem of which reached her knees. Her features were exquisite, just like the dark elves that appeared in anime. She bent back slightly, stretching her long suppressed body. Her blouse was slightly brought up by her movements, and her flat belly as well as her slim waist were exposed to the air. The young girl opened her eyes, her violet eyes slightly curved in a seductive way, similar to Elisa's, only her dull eyes gave such a chic sense of contrast. Elisa sized up Lin Xianer and nodded in satisfaction. When you enter Mordor University, remember to keep your distance from other people. Otherwise, I don't even know how many human males will pester you. Then I'll kill them all. Lin Xianer opened her mouth, her voice as clear and melodious as a lark's. No way, oh Fiber. When you enter the school, you must find a place where no one is around to kill someone in secret. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. Next, Elisa handed Lin Xianer an earphone, as well as a string of necklaces. The necklace was made of a string of purple agates, and on one of them, a red light that was hard to detect with the naked eye flickered. Here's the camera and headset. You'll take them with you when you go to school so I can know what's going on over there and guide you through the action from here. When the time comes, just do what I tell you. Lin Xianer nodded and took the two devices. Now, you take him home. And remember, don't let anyone find out. Lin Xianer nodded her head, shouldered Zhang Knight, and walked out of the ancient castle. Ha. Zhang Ling, you're still underestimating me too much. Since I can't handle you, wouldn't it be fine if I just let Fiber handle your son? When your son becomes madly obsessed with Fiber, will we too, as parents, still be afraid that we won't have a reason to be together? At that time, you can be completely. There is no way to escape. Ha. Chapter 53 Zhang Knight, surely already. There are already 150 fans in the fan skirt, so hurry up if you want to join. Just like that, Zhang Knight spent a long and fulfilling day. Lin Xianer carried Zhang Knight and walked out of the ancient castle. She stuffed a new Samsung cell phone into Zhang Knight's pants pocket. There was really no way for her to recover that pile of iron shavings, and it was already a miracle that she was able to recover the data. The duo passed through the streets and alleys like ghosts, and soon, Lin Xianer found Zhang Knight's residence. The lights in the villa were turned off. Lin Xianer placed Zhang Knight on the grass at the entrance, looked around the villa, and after realizing that there was no one inside, she stealthily fished out the key from Zhang Knight's body, and then led Zhang Knight inside. She looked around the living room of this villa with some curiosity and didn't find anything worth her attention. So, she carried Zhang Knight and went to the second floor. Two rooms appeared side by side in the corridor of the second floor. The one near the stairway was Shen Luoying's room, while the other was Zhang Knight's. Lin Xianer wanted to put Zhang Knight on the bed, but she didn't know which room Zhang Knight's room actually was. So, Lin Xianer pushed open the door closest to her and walked in. As soon as she entered the room, the dull hairs on top of Lin Xianer's head moved, as if she had sensed something that excited her. In this room, there was the smell he was most familiar with. The very smell of Jong Night. In fact, that one room next door Jong Night hadn't had the time to go in yet. As soon as he came to Magic City, he was betrayed by his old sister on the first night and spent the night in Shen Luoying's room. It was also only the third day since he had arrived in Mordor. Is this Jong Night's room? Lin Qian'er sniffled, somewhat intoxicated. Only, this flavor seemed a bit less pure. Inside the room, there was another odor, and it was none other than Shen Luoying. In this room, there are other human beings who have come. Moreover, it's a woman. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Qian'er's dull hairs filled with power and instantly stood up, then became an exclamation mark. Could it be that woman? Lin Qian'er remembered the woman who was sleeping in Jong Night's photo. Lin Qian'er walked around inside the room and realized that the place with the strongest smell was the bed inside the room. Lin Qian'er placed Jong Night on the floor and walked towards the bed, sniffing it carefully. That's right, two odors mingled, wafting if anything from the bed. Sure enough, River Knight, you slept with another human and, it's still a woman. Lin Qian'er recalled the woman's appearance within the photo, and a little red light projected out from her eyes. Jong Night has been eaten by this woman. Elisa had told her that human males and females would eat each other when they slept, but Lin Qian'er had a little misunderstanding of the word eat. What should I do? My blood slave, by another human. The corner of Lin Qian'er's mouth rose in a dangerous arc. No, no, everything in Jong Night's body is mine. Not a single drop of his blood shall fall into the mouths of other humans. She had previously wanted to use skin swapping, stomach cleansing, and a series of other methods on Jong Night to solve this problem. Only, she now realized that there was a limit to the human body's ability to recover. So, she needed to solve this problem in a different way. What to do? What to do? There. Her drooping dorky hairs stood up instantly. As long as I kill that woman and suck her dry, so that the blood inside her body, including the blood of Jong Night that she sucked out, will all be mine. Her eyes froze as she imagined the scene. Although a woman's blood, it's not tasty. However, with Jong Night's blood in it, it will become delicious. It's just like adding sugar to coffee makes it less bitter. So where the hell are you? Lin Qian'er picked up Jong Night's cell phone and made a copy of Shen Luoying's photo and sent it within the Lin family's intelligence network. In the dark room, Lin Qian'er's scarlet pupils stared at the cell phone screen in death. A few minutes later, the results of the investigation from the Lin family's intelligence network came back. How could it be? How could it be impossible to find out? Lin Qian'er's three views were about to be turned upside down. Today, first it was Jong Night, whose information was protected by whoever. Now, this woman's information, she couldn't find out either. This was the first time she had been in such a situation since she had been the family executor. Shen Luoying was the eldest young lady of the Shen family, but she hadn't shown her face in public. But that didn't mean that her information could be found out so easily by the Lin family, which was also a member of the four great families of Magic City. During the special period of turmoil in the Shen family, Shen's father and mother were particularly protective of Shen Luoying in this regard. Jong Night, you really do have a lot of secrets. Lin Qian'er looked at Jong Night on the ground, who was already almost sucked dry by her in the alley, and revealed a wry smile. She remembered what her mother Elisa had said to her, that she could order and dominate Jong Night at will in the future, and felt that, especially, when the time comes, I will order you to take off all of your disguises, and then, take all of your secrets and put them in my, and only taste them by me. Lin Qian'er's body exuded an icy cold aura as she once again took a mouthful of Jong Night's blood before she slowly calmed down. Once again, she focused on the room. The place with the strong odor was not only the bed, but also, Shen Luoying's closet. Lin Qian'er didn't have as much baggage as Jong Night, and with a push, she directly ripped off the cabinet door. To the eye, there were all kinds of clothes of Shen Luoying, as well as, secretly pressed by her under her clothes, a few pieces of cloth. It is her yesterday from the body of the harvested Jong Night brand battery, used to supplement the Jong Night power. Lin Qian'er had no interest in Shen Luoying's clothes. She stared straight at the batteries and came close to smell them. After a moment of intoxication, without the slightest hesitation, she stuffed all of Shen Luoying's reserve batteries into her clothes in a single brain. This cabinet door is a little too badly vandalized to seem to fit. Only, to Lin Qian'er, it didn't matter. She had wanted to kill this woman in the first place, so what was wrong with destroying a little bit of what was inside her room? It also gave her another idea. If I steal all this woman's clothes, won't she have nothing to wear? The dorky hairs on top of her head swayed pleasantly from side to side at the thought. She carried out Shen Luoying's clothes in her head. There wasn't much left inside this room that was worth her attention, and judging from the clothes inside the closet, this room wasn't Jong Night's. Therefore, Lin Qian'er knew, Jong Night's room must be the one next door. She pushed right through the door. Strange, How come there's no smell of him here? Lin Xianer was a bit puzzled. However, in the next second, the executor's keen senses allowed her to notice that something was wrong in the room. Her figure instantly disappeared in place and came to one of the room's walls. There was a painting hanging on the wall, and Lin Xianer was staring dead at a certain spot on the frame. Is this the microcam? Chapter 24, Chirp, Chirp, Chirp. 2 fans in the fan skirt have impressed me with their true feelings, so I'll do another 4,000 words tonight. It's the evening rush hour, so watch out for cars on your way home. Lin Xianer looked around, and the blood's keen insight made her narrow her eyes. The room was pitch black, but, in Lin Xianer's eyes, the room was flashing with countless red dots, as if it was full of stars, spreading all over the room. There are these flashing red cameras all over the roof, the walls, the pillows, the bathtub, and even the toilet bowl in the restroom. Is this Jiang Knight being watched? Lin Xianer indifferently held a face. Impossible. How could someone be watching him? Judging from the contents of Jiang Knight's cell phone, Jiang Knight was just an obscure ordinary person. No, if he is an ordinary person, how could the Lin family not be able to investigate information about his past? All of the phenomena indicated that Jiang Knight was really harboring quite a few secrets. She threw Jiang Knight on the bed, covered him up, and then put away all these cameras. After this was done, Lin Xianer untied the bloodied bandana on Jiang Knight's head, which was left behind from earlier when Jiang Knight crashed into a pole and was wrapped around him by Xiao Qingxue herself. Lin Xianer took a deep breath obsessively. Then, raising her head, she stuffed this dessert into her mouth. The snow, which had solidified, melted in the middle of her mouth, and snowy air filled it. She slowly closed her eyes, gumming up the dessert, the roughness of the cloth colliding with the softness of her sherried head, the blood jumping in the young girl's mouth like a spark from the friction of the two of them. It was a long time before she slowly opened her eyes and pulled the cloth fondly from her throat. There was very little snow left on the cloth, but it didn't matter. Lin Xianer went to the kitchen and boiled a pot of hot water, then soaked the cloth into it. A few minutes later, Lin Xianer finished drinking tea, and after restoring everything to its original state, she quietly left the villa. The only thing that was different from before was Shen Luoying's closet, the door of which had been damaged so badly that it couldn't be closed at the moment. So she came up with an excellent way to throw a few pieces of Shen Luoying's underwear in Jiang Knight's room. In that case, this bad woman would think that Jiang Knight had stolen her clothes, and in that case, she would hate Jiang Knight. Then, she wouldn't pester Jiang Knight. After Lin Xianer did this, she closed the door and left the villa. And by now, a faint glimmer of light had appeared in the sky, and the sun was about to rise. Chirp, 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 chirp. The early bird gets the worm, and 2 industrious birds climbed up early in the morning, ready to start their day's routine. They stopped above the treetops. A bird said, "Chirp, chirp, chirp, can't you see?" The branch fell to the ground. "Jojo, don't know. Oh, Jojo, look, the glass door of that house seems to be broken. Oh, chirp, 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 we can go in and see if there's anything good to eat." The 2 little birds flew inside the villa and found the 2 girls lying on the floor. "Jojo, what happened to them?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp, I don't know. Let's go check it out." They bounced across the floor to the 2 women. They were hugging each other tightly, with a little bit of fine sweat on their heads. Obviously, they were very close girlfriends who had worked out all night together. Chirp dash, a little bird popped up on the white-haired girl's head, and then pecked her hard on the head. Chirp, they seem to be asleep. So the other bird, jumping onto the pink-haired girl's head like a hard-working woodpecker, began to peck the young girl's head. Just then, a soft hand suddenly came from behind it and grabbed the naughty bird. Chirp dash, the mischievous bird couldn't avoid it and was caught firmly in his hand. Begging for mercy will not loosen it. Shen Luoying's face inexplicably floated in a gush of flushing, as if she had grabbed a treasure of the world. She moved gently, her thumb stroking the bird's head one after the other. Chirp, the little bird above the white-haired girl's head, saw her companion caught and let out a sharp popping sound. With a flap of its wings, it was ready to fly to Shen Luoying's hand and rescue its companion. "Hey, master, master, punishment is over. It's time to give Qingxue some rewards." Oh, before the bird could fly, it was firmly held in Xiao Qingxue's hands. "Fantastic, master, Qingxue, it's on." Oh, Xiao Qingxue's neck rose and she was about to bring the bird she had just caught into her mouth. "Chirp, chirp, don't eat the little bird." A mouth teeth. The little bird made all the effort to wriggle itself out of Xiao Qingxue's hands and then flew away without looking back. The little bird used all its strength and twisted its body to break away from Xiao Qingxue's hands, and then flew away without looking back. Shen Luoying grabbed in her hand, like a little doll, at Shen Luoying's mercy. "River Knight, this sparrow, hands down, master, is so petty." Chirp, being a free bird, being caressed by a human like this is just too insulting to it. It twisted its body and frantically pecked at Shen Luoying's tiger's mouth. Chirp, good opportunity, taking advantage of Shen Luoying's lack of attention. The little bird in its hand seized the opportunity and broke free, and after a long chirp, it sailed away. This is the story of husband and wife are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in great distress. Well, Shen Luoying rolled over, and the early morning sunlight shone on her face through the shattered balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows. Tears flickered above Shen Luoying's eyelashes. Her eyelids moved. Then, slightly, she opened her eyes. The early morning sunlight reflected in her peach-colored pupils, and in her eyes, the world was first a blur, and then, gradually, it became clear. She tried to stand up, but felt a little sore all over. It reminded her of her 5,000-meter run training in high school, and she felt even harder now than she did then. Behind her, Xiao Qingxue yawned and rubbed her eyes before slowly sitting up. Shen Luoying turned back, her eyes resting on Xiao Qingxue, and for a moment, she was in a bit of a trance. Xiao Qingxue squinted her eyes as if she was still adjusting to the changing light in the room. However, the moment she saw Shen Luoying, the pupils of her eyes instantly dilated. Who are you? Who are you? The two looked at each other in disbelief. Apparently, they seemed to have forgotten something that happened last night. Chapter 55, Rivals. 2 extra chapters today. For that matter, could the author ask you all for a little power with love? How did you get inside my home? Xiao Qingxue panicked and took a few steps backward, her cute and small face carrying a great deal of surprise and panic. Aside from facing her family and River Knight, it was just a fragrant and soft little social terror. Shen Luoying was similarly caught up in thought when she heard this question. She didn't seem to know, either, how she had gotten in. She didn't seem to remember anything after she pressed the button to increase her punishment. The two looked together again at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. What is going on? Xiao Qingxue was even more confused. She was doing well, treating herself inside her home. After waking up with a sleep, how did a stranger appear in the house? Moreover, how did this ground of glass slag come about? Shen Luoying lowered her head and looked at the dotted wounds on her hands. Did I do this? Shen Luoying thought back to last night's experience. As if she remembered something, her eyes lowered, her face with a huff, pointing at Xiao Qingxue's nose. You're that junior? Little junior? Xiao Qingxue panicked and waved her small hand, lowered her head, not daring to meet Shen Luoying's eyes. Are you mistaken? I didn't do this kind of. Wait. Shen Luoying stared at the familiar face in front of her. You are Xiao Qingxue? As Jiang Knight's childhood friend, she certainly knew about Jiang Knight's one and only favorite singer. What? I don't know. What Xiao? What Qing? What Snow? Xiao Qingxue snapped as her eyes looked at her nose and her nose looked at her heart. She was afraid to show her face in public. And now, in the face of this uninvited guest, she was even less likely to admit who she was. She felt that the person in front of her was a brainwashed fan who had come to cause trouble. Although she had been a big singer for a few years, she didn't have the slightest experience in dealing with this kind of situation. Well, I recognized it wrong? Shen Luoying's impression was that Xiao Qingxue's character shouldn't be like this. However, this person in front of him was clearly Xiao Qingxue's appearance. I see. So that's how. I understand. Shen Luoying stood up and stared at Xiao Qingxue unkindly. You're the one who's seducing Jiang Knight, right? Jiang Knight? Xiao Qingxue heard the word and froze in place. Seeing this, Shen Luoying became even more certain of the speculation in her heart. You, Xiao Qingxue, I didn't expect that you, as a big star, would actually come to this with your fans. It's not good for you to seduce anyone but my family's Jiang Knight. Ha. What about unforgivable? You, hearing Jiang Knight's name, Xiao Qingxue's heart felt like an earthquake. She looked at the beautiful and moving young girl in front of her and was in a bit of a trance. She, too, likes Jiang Knight? Somehow, the cowardice that had lurked within her was swept away in an instant. You know Jiang Knight? What kind of person are you to him? Xiao Qingxue closed her eyes and after taking a deep breath, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes locking with Shen Luoying. The corners of Shen Luoying's mouth rose slightly, but her eyes were a bit evasive. I'm his girlfriend, and you, are Junior, are you, his girlfriend? Xiao Qingxue stared into Shen Luoying's eyes as if she had changed into a different person. That's right, where is he now? Xiao Qingxue's face was as normal, and her eyes rolled. But how come I haven't heard that he has a girlfriend? Jiang Knight, last night, I even asked him specifically, and he told me everything, including whether or not he has a girlfriend and how many brothers he has. He told me everything. You, guys, Shen Luoying heard, gritted her teeth and clenched her two small fists tightly together. My dear, you actually said this to her. A scarlet red color gradually rose in the pupils of her eyes. No, She looked at Xiao Qingshue's pair of turquoise blue-eye pupils, and Xiao Qingshue's face carried a faint smile. You're bombing me. Shen Luoying understood. She had been listening to the movements inside the room last night, and from the beginning to the end, Zhang Knight hadn't said a word. She had just been momentarily overwhelmed by anger and hadn't thought of that. Since you are not her girlfriend, we, then, are just in a competitive relationship, Xiao Qingxue faintly said, her demeanor self-conscious. Why is she so calm? Am I being underestimated? Shen Luoying secretly slandered. What are you going to compete with me? Shen Luoying smiled contemptuously. I'm his childhood friend. We grew up together. You, how can you compare with me? Ao mame? But, I'm his favorite idol. Oh, you should know that. It's a green plum. So what? Can it compare to Skyfall? Then let's wait and see. Shen Luoying skimmed her head. Where's Zhang Knight? Where the hell did he go? Shen Luoying asked, her eyes gazing at the villa's floor. Only, in the next second, she caught a glimpse of the cloth that had fallen to the floor. This is Zhang Knight's. Her eyes widened, turned her back, quietly pulled out a battery from her own pocket. And once she compared it, she instantly discovered the cat. This is Zhang Knight's underwear. What did you do to Honey? Shen Luoying ran over and picked up the strip of cloth on the ground. Zhang Knight has already left last night. He was very powerful. Xiao Qingxue faintly said. You guys, you actually did that kind of thing. Shen Luoying failed to stand still and fell a few steps backward. She fell to the ground, and the glass slag on the ground carved into her palm, the sharp pain snapping her out of the brink of collapse. No! If Jiang Yi was here yesterday, he should have been electrocuted by my punishment long ago. How could he do that kind of thing with this junior? Shen Luoying had suffered a loss once and wouldn't fall for it again. Xiao Qingxue saw that Shen Luoying had responded, and her brows furrowed slightly. My name is Xiao Qingxue. What is your name? Xiao Qingxue asked. Shen Luoying sneered and stood up. Shen Luoying. She limped, heading for the stairway to the villa. She pulled a card out of her own pocket and placed it on a table. This is my way of making it up to you. I shouldn't have broken into your home and shattered your glass. It was my fault and I apologize. But for dear. She snapped back, locking eyes with Xiao Qingxue, her silver teeth clenched together. I won't back down half a step. Xiao Qingxue still wore a smile on her face as she quietly looked at her departing back. She walked over and picked up the one card, her pupils instantly contracting. This was a black card issued by the Shin family in Mordor, and even though it was said to be a black card, it was not open to anyone other than the Shin family. This one black card is enough to say the identity of the young girl. Shen Luoying. Xiao Qingxue gently bit her lips, and the corner of her lips oozed out a trace of blood. Bang! The door of the villa was slammed heavily. Inside the villa, the young girl sat down on the floor with a thud as the heavy door closed, revealing a very different look from earlier. Xiao Qingxue gasped for air, her pupils resembling an earthquake. She had just put on a mask for herself. It was the result of years of training in the mirror, and no one could recognize her disguise about her inner self. Not even herself. The person she is now is the real her. She braced herself against the ground, breathing heavily. Splat! Splat! Teardrops rolled down the young girl's cheeks. A thought surged into her mind. Lingering. It was like a seed lurking deep inside her, taking root in an instant. River Knight. There's a chance that someone else will snatch it away. Moreover, she was Jiang Knight's childhood friend, accompanying Jiang Knight to grow up, and experiencing every bit of life with Jiang Knight. Qingxue is nothing more than a competitor. Qingxue, you can do it. Chapter 56, Confessing to him. Outside the villa, Shen Luoying leaned against the side of the villa door and lowered her head. Miss, you are here. The housekeeper trotted over in a hurry. Miss, what are you? He looked at Shen Luoying's scarred palm and sucked in a breath of cool air. He took out the medical kit from the car and carefully bandaged Shen Luoying up. Miss, remember to talk to me if it hurts. The housekeeper carefully wrapped the bandage around her palm one after another. Shen Luoying's wound was still dripping blood outwards. The housekeeper frowned. This clearly looked painful. However, Shen Luoying also just lowered her head and didn't say a word. A few minutes later, the butler finished treating Shen Luoying's wounds and brought Shen Luoying to the car. The car let out a roar and drove off into the distance. Miss, what's going on? Where is he? Jiang Knight, the housekeeper asked with concern. Shen Luoying was silent, resting her head on her other hand to look out the window. The window reflected her stunning beauty as car after car swept past it, the street trees on one side coloring the background of the window green. When the housekeeper saw the young lady's appearance, he guessed a general idea. Miss, who is she? Shen Luoying was silent for a long time, and she slowly lowered the window. The howling wind outside the window poured into the car in a flash, curling the tips of her pink hair. She slowly closed her eyes as she felt the harsh wind blowing. The butler looked in the rearview mirror and narrowed his eyes. After a long time, the butler raised the car window for Shen Luoying. The car became warm and cozy once again. Miss, who is she? Shen Luoying stretched out a finger and curled a strand of hair. Xiao Qing Xue, she said faintly. Hearing this word, the butler froze, then spoke blandly. So it is. Shen Luoying turned her head sideways and looked at the butler's calm as water expression in the rearview mirror. Somewhat puzzled, aren't you surprised? The butler smiled and shook his head. It must be a tricky competitor to make you look like this. Miss, Shen Luoying didn't deny it. In high school, or even middle school, there were many girls in the class who liked Zhang Knight. Zhang Knight was not only handsome, but also had an easygoing personality, belonging to the type that could get acquainted with anyone. However, Shen Luoying didn't put them in her eyes at all. She was the eldest miss of the Shen family, and at the same time, she was also clear about the attractiveness of her looks. Those girls weren't even the slightest bit competitive to her. But this time is different. She was the second miss of the Xiao family, possessing the same power and position as herself, as well as looks comparable to her own. Such a girl, like herself, like Zhang Knight. Shen Luoying thought that as long as she kept following Zhang Knight around, under softening, Zhang Knight would definitely be able to slowly understand, and then fall in love with her and confess to her, and everything would just be a matter of time. But now, she kept her head down, not sure what she was thinking. Miss, have you ever tried to chase after Zhang Knight? How is it possible that I haven't chased? I've put locators inside his clothes, cameras in his house, and spiked his drinks. Cough cough cough. The butler was shocked, and he felt as if his lady had some misunderstanding of the word chase. Miss, what I mean is that you can send a bouquet of flowers to Zhang Knight, a gift that he likes, or confess to him directly. Shen Luoying's face swished red. How could I possibly confess to him? I'm the first lady of the Shen family. How could I possibly confess to Cricket's a river knight? I must let him confess to me. Only he can confess to me. Shen Luoying gritted her teeth and said indignantly. Put. Shen Luoying instantly stared at housekeeper Xiang and said hatefully, you're laughing again. Don't you really think, miss, that you're conflicted? What do you mean? Miss, have you forgotten all the tampering you did inside the villa? The housekeeper was referring to the day that Zhang Knight had escaped the house and came to spend the night at Shen Luoying's house. Shen Luoying had gone to great lengths to make Zhang Knight notice her feelings. She thought that as long as she let Zhang Yi understand her feelings, with her beauty and the foundation of her relationship with Zhang Yi for so many years, Zhang Yi would definitely fall in love with her and in turn confess to her. Unfortunately, Zhang Knight he all prevented out, so that Shen Luoying's this little heart into a bubble. Miss, not that I'm saying, but since you've gone this far, it means that you're eager to let him know that you like him, too, right? So what exactly are you hesitating about? Young lady? Confession. It's the most effective and straightforward way. The butler finished, smiling at his lady's reaction through the rearview mirror. Shen Luoying, with a red face, looked away and said decisively, no. Why? She just thinks of me as a brother now, but not like me. If he rejects it. The vehicle drove into a dark tunnel, with wall lamp after wall lamp, regularly lined up on either side. Shen Luoying's face was illuminated sometimes brightly and sometimes darkly by the dim light. Inside the car, the butler couldn't see his lady's face. I'm so afraid that he and I won't even be brothers. The butler shook his head and sighed deeply. Miss, not I say you. He was just about to continue to persuade his own young lady. But, as long as it's not this, Shen Luoying whispered. It's not impossible for me to show him a little more of my heart. The butler was silent and, I must let him like me, even if he is more mute, more oil and salt. When saying these two words, Shen Luoying's tone is full of complexity. At that time, Shen Luoying clenched her fists, the sedan word and drove out of the tunnel, the early morning sunlight brushing gently across the young girl's face, driving tears from the corners of her eyes. I'll just confess to him. Chapter 57, The Crouching Dragon. Feng Daisy. But how do I make him like me? Shen Luoying spoke sullenly. Miss, the butler had complicated eyes. Shen Luoying's fondness for Zhang Knight was something he really saw in his eyes one by one. For so many years, he was entrusted by Shen's father to stay in Sichuan City and take care of the young Shen Luoying. The bits and pieces between her and Zhang Knight were all still clearly remembered by the housekeeper. Moreover, both Shen's father and mother, and him, felt that Zhang Knight was a very good boy, because he really made Shen Luoying change a lot. The housekeeper fell into reminiscence. The Shen Luoying from before, and now, were two completely different people. It's just that this should have been a match made in heaven, but it hasn't worked out so far. Now, another outsider had come to compete with her. If this went on, it might be possible that her own young lady might really give Zhang Knight away. For so many years, The butler had long regarded Shen Luoying as his goddaughter. How could he possibly be willing to see his daughter fall into the shackles of her emotions? With all the buffs added, the butler just couldn't stand to watch. He decided that he must help Shen Luoying. Ahem. He coughed lightly. Actually, I can help you in this matter. You? Shen Luoying glanced at the butler and said disdainfully. Don't. I don't need anyone else to help me. I can take down Jiang Knight on my own. Obviously, she didn't believe the butler's words at all. If you can, then why isn't Jiang Knight yours now? The housekeeper said. That is just because I'm not serious. If this young lady is serious about chasing him, crickets or river night. Shen Luoying's voice is getting smaller and smaller. This was all within the butler's expectations. After so many years, could he not understand his young lady's dead-set character? He raised a confident smile. Know how your dad chased your mom back in the day? Shen Luoying frowned. Then, as if she guessed something, her expression was a bit wonderful, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. It's hard to believe that you want to say that you're the one who put my mom and my dad. That's right. The butler smiled, except that there was something stiff about the way he smiled. Thinking back to college, the housekeeper gave Shen Luoying a colorful account of a piece of her mom and dad's love history from their college days, and in the midst of it, slightly added a little bit about her own non-existent feats. That guy, Shen Wen, is really similar to you. At that time, your mother was recognized as the flower of the High Ridge in school, and the first time that Hangman Shen Wen saw him, his two eyes were as if they were glued together, and he simply couldn't stay away from her. At that time, Shen Wen and I were also both just a poor boy, while your mom, Yan Lingshi, was the miss of the Yin family at that time. The Yin family was second only to Lin Xiaobai's 3 families in Magic City at that time, and was quite powerful. Your father likes her, but how dare he think half-heartedly of her? But, the corners of the butler's mouth turned up. I gave him a trick. Shen Luoying came to be interested, both eyes staring straight at the housekeeper, momentarily forgetting the bad things, concentrated on listening. First, I sent your dad to, and then I had your dad go and get it for your mom again. In the end, your dad took your mom straight. At the end of the day, your dad confessed to your mom. And then your mom fell so deeply in love with your dad that she did whatever your dad said. Shen Luoying listened with great interest, while her mouth opened wide in shock. Shen's father and mother had never told Shen Luoying about their romantic experiences, and this was the first time she had heard that her own father had originally chased after her mother with the help of the housekeeper. The butler's story is a mixture of fiction and reality, with little to break, and with the butler's colorful narration and the many details that the butler fictionalizes, it makes the butler's story incredibly real and vivid. Shen Luoying didn't notice anything wrong in the story. After listening to it, she instantly had a different opinion of the housekeeper in front of her. Seeing that his flimflam was having an effect, the butler continued to add fuel to the fire. Do you know what nickname your father gave me after this? Good Dale? Wrong. What's that? Mr. Crouching Dragon. The butler patted his chest. You are Mr. Wulong? Shen Luoying opened her mouth wide. She had once heard her father say that there was a Mr. Wulong who helped him in his most difficult time. He was far-sighted, step by step, and helped his father solve many things. However, Shen's father did not tell her who this Mr. Crouching Dragon was, but only told her that this Mr. Crouching Dragon, far away from the sky, is close at hand. Now, Shen Luoying finally understood. This person, in fact, was the butler who had been taking care of him. The butler admired his own young lady's look of astonishment and some admiration, and immediately made a proud gesture of superiority, stroking his non-existent beard. His eyes were reminiscent, like an old courtier reminiscing about how he had fought in the sands together with the late saint. I had, in the first place, stopped planning to come out. However, if the lady sincerely begged, the old minister, then again help you a hand, but also be considered to return the favor. Shinwen University went 3 times to the latrine, bring me paper, please me out of the mountain of knowledge and kindness. But, Shen Luoying had some puzzlement. You are obviously so powerful. Why are you still single now? Cough cough cough. The butler almost choked on his own saliva. I've said I'm Mr. Wulong. When have you ever seen Mr. Wulong personally go into battle? As if, it's a bit reasonable. Shen Luoying stared at her beautiful eyes and nodded her head as if she understood. So in that case, good. Shen Luoying clenched her teeth and made up her mind. Please sir teach me. Hey, take the bait. He was indeed Mr. Wulong, and he did help Shen's father when he was in trouble. At that time, there were only 3 big families in Magic City. Later, Shen Wen, with the help of his good brother Mr. Crouching Dragon, started his business from scratch, fought step by step, and finally established the Shen family. After the dust settled, Shinwen wanted the butler to take a key position in the Shin family's company. But Mr. Wulong does not care to enjoy the glory and wealth. Thus, this biggest contributor behind the Shin family became a common housekeeper of the Shin family. He and Shinwen grew up together and knew their roots. They also shared their suffering and were like brothers. And together they built the Shin family. That was why Shin's father was relieved to entrust his daughter to him during the Shin family's time of distress. Only, the struggle above the relationship should be similar to the shopping mall. The butler was confident that he could make his opponent unable to take advantage of him in the midst of any business battle. Otherwise, he couldn't have helped Shinwen establish the Shin family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City. In just a few decades, seeing Shin Luoying with this look of vainly seeking advice, the housekeeper was more confident. When I get back, I'll get a headset as well as a portable camera, and you'll keep them on you during school, and I'll tell you what to do. Don't worry, with me, Mr. Crouching Dragon, there will be no accidents. I guarantee that Jiang Knight will be held to death just like your mom was in the beginning. Shin family manor. Shen's mother, Yan Lingshi, leaned back on a fluffy white sofa with a mask on her face. Behind him, Shinwen was diligently squeezing her shoulders. Ah cut. Ah cut. For some reason, he had sneezed several times in a row since just now. Honey, is this strength okay? Well, so, are you agreeing? Shinwen asked weakly. Geez, hubby, I know you really want to visit that Luoying girl. It's just that it's not easy for Luoying to live with Jiang Knight. So if we go now, won't we become a light bulb that disturbs them? I wouldn't want to spoil their fun yet. And, if they're in bed when we go over. No way. Shinwen imagined that scene and exploded on the spot. At least, before they get married. This kind of thing must not be allowed. Shinwen gritted his teeth and said with hatred, hubby, I'm just teasing you. Shin mother laughed out loud. You know that kid Jiang Knight, he doesn't have that kind of mind at all. But wife, our daughter is so beautiful. Can Jiang Knight really hold on to her? Alright, really can't argue with you. Yan Lingshi turned around and nudged Shinwen's nose. Then tonight, let's take advantage of their sleep and sneak off to see what they're actually doing. So that you, as an old father, can rest assured. Great, favorite wifey. If they sleep peacefully, it's fine. But if Jiang Knight dares to do anything bad to my daughter, Shinwen grimaced, secretly turned around, and stuffed the scissors that were on the tabletop into his pocket. Inside the villa, Xiao Qingxue sat on her knees. She had not yet recovered from the shock and panic she had just experienced. At this time, her cell phone rang. It was her sister Xiao Qingying's call. Sister. Xiao Qingxue picked up the phone and tried her best to calm her emotions. Qingxue, today my sister is free and there's nothing going on over at the company. Do you want to go out for a stroll with my sister today? No, sis, has things to do today. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qingying detected something wrong in her sister's voice. Sister, Xiao Qingxue took a deep breath. I've decided that I'm going to go to Mordor University as myself. Xiao Qingying felt strange. Clearly yesterday, she had not convinced her sister with her good words. After a night's sleep, her own perverted sister got the hang of it and wasn't going to use the delivery method to win Jiang Knight's favor? Sister, I'm scared. What? I'm so afraid that Jiang Knight will be snatched away by someone else. Xiao Qingxue sobbed in a small voice with a sobbing tone. You wait, sister will come over right away. Xiao Qingxue felt that things were not that simple. Half an hour later, Xiao Qingxue appeared inside the villa. Sister? Xiao Qingxue sat on the sofa, arching her back like a tired kitten. What, are you? Xiao Qingxue froze as she looked at the crumbs of broken glass on the ground. Xiao Qingxue broke off and told her sister what she had just experienced. Actually happened this kind of thing. Xiao Qingying frowned. After she came back to her senses, she patted Xiao Qingxue's shoulder. What's this? It's not just that little girl from Shin's family who likes Jiang Knight. Think about it, they haven't been together for so many years. Doesn't that mean that Jiang Knight doesn't like him at all? Hearing her sister's words, Xiao Qingxue looked like she had an epiphany, and the high light in her eyes recovered a bit. But you're different, Qingxue, you're a big singer now, and he's a fan of you. Jiang Knight, as long as you slightly seduce slightly reveal a little bit of your heart. Take Jiang Knight is not easy. Xiao Qingying took her sister into her arms and patted her back as if she was coaxing a frightened little pet. But sister, I did so many bad things to Jiang Knight before. He must hate me. In case, he knows, those things in my past. Her body began to tremble once again at the thought. Xiao Qingying patted her back. If you don't say it, if I don't say it, how could he? Jiang Yi. No. The current Qingxue is no longer the Qingxue of the past. The current Qingxue is a beloved beauty queen and his Jiang Knight's favorite singer. River Knight can definitely like you. After a long time, she spoke faintly. But, I don't know what I should do. How am I going to? Make him understand my feelings? Xiao Qingxue was confused. She hadn't had any other favorite boys, and other boys had stayed away from her because of her flashy status. She really didn't know how to attract Zhang Knight and gain his favor. Qingxue, it's okay. Xiao Qingying revealed a confident smile for no reason. Sister will teach you. Sister? I told you before. My sister is very good at things like relationships. My sister has read not thousands of romance novels. But my sister has never had a boyfriend at all. Really? Can I? A nameless fire surged up Xiao Qingying's head, and with a red face, she knocked Xiao Qingxue's skull. You know what those girlfriends of mine call me? What? Xiao Qingxue was curious. MS. Feng Xiao. Xiao Qingying raised her eyebrows. What's the matter, sister? Don't believe it? Nothing. I always felt that the title was weird. Xiao Qingying's eyes flickered. She was indeed MS. Phoenix. But the thing was actually like this. Xiao Qingying also had a few girlfriends in the aristocratic circle of Magic City. The following is the chat log of Xiao Qingying's feed letter group. Sweetie, sisters, my boyfriend seems to be ignoring me lately. What should I do? I don't eat fish. This side suggests a direct breakup. Me, how can you break up? Little sweetheart, Changing, what do you think I should do? Crying. I, split the body directly. Little sweetheart. Sweetie, can you two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks keep your mouths shut? As a result, Xiao Qingying was awarded the top title of MS. Phoenix in the relationship industry, and it was widely spread in the circle. Don't worry, Qingxue, just with the experience that my sister has accumulated from reading books for so many years, coupled with your condition, no little boy will be able to resist your attack. Xiao Qingxue froze, then nodded. She grew up believing in her sister, who could run the company in an orderly fashion, who could figure out how to make her happy when she was unhappy, and who could help her get anything she wanted. In her eyes, her sister was an omnipotent being. She, for one, chose to trust her sister unconditionally. That's settled then. I'll bring you a headset and miniature camera later. You'll keep them with you so I can guide your words and actions at all times. Good. Xiao Qingxue's eyes were ablaze with the light of hope. With such an almighty sister who could fulfill all her wishes, she was slightly relieved. Just Qingxue, how do you? Xiao Qingying noticed the white silk Xiao Qingxue was wearing on her legs. Ah, this is Xiao Qingxue last night in order to better interact with the master to increase the sense of immersion in the interaction. Put on white silk. I felt comfortable and wore it. Xiao Qingying frowned and stared tightly into his sister's eyes. Xiao Qingxue pretended to be calm as she met her gaze, but her eyes were somewhat evasive. Oh well, get comfortable. Xiao Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. But hey, Kyo Su, you're so cute like this. Xiao Qingxue raised her head blankly. Come, let's sister Kong Kong. Xiao Qingying licked her tongue and her hand was not honestly reaching for her sister's soft underbelly. Don't wow sis. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 58, The Depleted Zhang Knight Power. Shen Luoying followed the housekeeper to prepare some of the necessary gadgets for the raid on Zhang Knight, and then returned to the villa when it was already evening. Night, quiet. Beside the villa, vaguely a few pedestrians pass by. Clattering footsteps can be heard even from a distance. A limousine pulled up to the villa. Miss, school will start the day after tomorrow. Remember to do as I said and get the equipment ready. The housekeeper reminded. Shen Luoying answered and got out of the car, dragging her tired body into the villa. So, what in the world happened with Xiao Qingxue? Dear, Shen Luoying had been rambling all day, and was eager to find Zhang Knight now to ask for an explanation. In case Zhang Knight really did something with Xiao Qingxue. No way, Shen Luoying shook her head, trying to shake the idea out of her head. But the less she thought about it, the more she thought about it, the more unsettled Shen Luoying felt. Although Zhang Knight did not have that kind of thing with Xiao Qingxue, but this day, will he secretly go shopping with Xiao Qingxue? Go to the movies? Go to the amusement park? Honey, I must find you to ask for an understanding. Shen Luoying pushed open the villa door and walked in. Strange, why are the lights all off? Shen Luoying was a bit strange as she turned on the lights and realized that Zhang Knight's slippers were gone. Is honey back already? She expected, running quickly up the stairs. The hallway was dim, and there were no lights on in Zhang Knight's room. Shen Luoying came to Zhang Knight's room door and quietly pressed her ear against it. The faint snoring of Zhang Knight came from inside the room. Honey is actually asleep. So what should I do? Should I not disturb my darling's sleep? But I really want to know. If she didn't know today, Shen Luoying was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. If she couldn't sleep, she would definitely run to Zhang Knight, and then River Knight would be kept awake by her as well. In other words, she could only be forced to wake up Zhang Knight and ask for clarification in order for both of them to have a good night's sleep tonight. Hey, honey, It's all for you to have a good night's sleep. Shun Luoying convinced herself with strange logic, turned the door handle, and was ready to go in. Only, after several attempts, the doorknob just wouldn't budge. Why did you lock the door, dear? Shun Luoying beamed. Did you secretly do something bad behind my back? She knew that Zhang Knight didn't have the habit of locking the door when he slept. Only, Lin Xian'er didn't know that in order to perfectly conceal the traces of her visit, so she used some small tricks and unlocked the door from the outside when she left. Dear, really? How ladyproof. Also, Shun Luoying muttered. But it doesn't matter. Luckily I was prepared. Shun Luoying had her housekeeper secretly do something to this villa long before she moved here, including but not limited to, the gate door lock mechanism that once prevented Zhang Ting from escaping, as well as the spare key to Zhang Knight's room. Honey, I'll come find you as soon as I get some energy. She yawned. She was really tired today. Whether it was the war of words with Xiao Qingshui in the morning, or following the housekeeper to prepare the gadgets for the day, all of them made her exhausted. What's more, there was no posting with Zhang Knight all day today, and the Zhang Knight power inside his body was about to be insufficient. She was prepared, first to go back inside her room to get the spare key, then lie down on Zhang Knight to recharge for a while, then wake him up and ask about today's events. Saying so, she went back into her room and turned on the light. There was nothing strange inside the room, and Shen Luoying came to her closet. Yes, her spare key was hidden in the closet, pressed under her clothes. She came to the closet expectantly and reached out to touch the door. Boom! The cabinet door collapsed suddenly. Shen Luoying was startled and took a few steps backward. Then she saw her empty closet. The corner of her mouth twitched and she frowned. A burglar in the villa? But nothing else of value was stolen from the villa. The only thing that has disappeared is the inside of the closet. She came back to her senses, but realized the inevitable point. Her spare key, along with her clothes, was gone. When Lin Xian'er took away her clothes, she rolled them along with the spare key that she had hidden in them. In that case, she wouldn't be able to charge directly on Zhang Knight. Luckily I was prepared. Shen Luoying fumbled in the closet. Where are my batteries? She searched for a long time, but couldn't find her stockpile of batteries. What to do? Shen Luoying covered her chest and gasped. Shen Luoying needed to regularly replenish Zhang Knight's energy. Earlier in high school, they were at the same table, which was more convenient. When she was on vacation, Shen Luoying would ask Zhang Knight out to play from time to time. At the moment the River Knight energy inside the body has been consumed. No River Knight energy then. It's okay, there's one last way. Shen Luoying was like a person who had been walking in the desert for several days and found an oasis that could quench her thirst. She turned on her cell phone and prepared to use the camera she had hidden in Zhang Knight's room to watch him sleep so that she could remotely charge it. How did this happen? Came 3 words from all the surveillance devices on her cell phone screen. No signal. One last means of recharging. And it's gone. Honey, I'm almost not going to make it with the last trace of Zhang Knight's energy depleted. Shen Luoying looked like she had shut down, lost all her strength, and lowered her head. Dear, honey, I need your... Shen Luoying mumbled unconsciously with her eyes still closed. Honey, give me. She slowly opened her eyes, her scarlet pupils bubbling with a morose red light, just like a long-hungry beast that smelled its prey. And the prey, now next door to her. Knock knock. The door to the room was pushed open, and a fragrant breeze whisked through the corridor of the villa. A red light flashed and she arrived in front of Zhang Knight's room. Zhang Knight was still huffing and puffing, not realizing in the slightest that something was wrong. The night was quiet, and the sparse chirping of insects could be vaguely heard within the grass outside the villa. Only a voice broke the silence. Gada gada. Gada 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 gada. The doorknob of Zhang Knight's room door began to shake for unknown reasons, just like the image of a stern ghost turning the doorknob in a horror movie. The amplitude and frequency of the sound increased, and the doorknob shook like a pillowy jelly stick tuned to maximum power. Click click click. Even the door of the room has a crack. Dear. Bang! The doorknob was yanked down hard by a tremendous force. Accordingly, a large doorway broke where the doorknob had originally existed, and a piece of the room door was yanked right off. I'm coming. As soon as the words fell, a scarlet eye suddenly appeared outside the doorway. Chapter 59, Hot Food for My Darling. Squeak! The door of the room was pushed open, and Shen Luoying came into Zhang Knight's room. A smile of excitement hung at the corner of her mouth as she suddenly made a flying leap towards Zhang Knight's bed. Ha! She lay down on Zhang Knight's quilt and took a deep breath, probably feeling that it wasn't enough. She moved her head towards a place where the odor was even stronger. Her head followed the scent all the way to Zhang Knight's comforter. River Knight's comforter emitted a slight heat, making the surrounding temperature out of place in the cold room. For Shen Luoying, this place was a bonfire in the middle of the icy sky and snow, and there was quite a lot of fragrant food roasting on the bonfire. Well, Shen Luoying buried her head in, Breathing in, Jiang Knight sent in a big breath. Honey, you smell so good. I love. So much. Shen Luoying, guided by instinct, kicked off the slippers on her feet and climbed onto the bed. My dear, is so warm. Would like to. Directly take my dear. Shen Luoying heatedly giggled and drilled headfirst into that sacred realm, Jiang Knight's comforter. Gradually, Jiang Knight's quilt arched in an exaggerated arc, twisting weirdly. Honey, I'm dying. I'm really hungry. Shen Luoying whispered in a voice she couldn't even hear. Then, the soft hand climbed onto Jiang Knight's collar and pulled hard. Jiang Knight's last line of defense was also completely broken, and Shen Luoying rubbed herself hard against him, her nose twitching as she smelled the flavor she liked the most. It was the purest of flavors, the most primal taste of prey that had not been consumed by any spread. Shen Luoying pulled open Jiang Knight's collar and shoved her head in. Only, such a small entrance was simply not enough to accommodate Shen Luoying's head. And not surprisingly, Shen Luoying's head was stuck inside. But she didn't give up, and continued to do her best, like a veteran adventurer exploring a cave, interpreting the supreme spirit of exploration in every move. So annoying. Honey, why are you so small? Shen Luoying slowly turned her head, and Jiang Knight's sweater was instantly like the sea meeting a storm, raising shocking waves. Prickle, said the sweater when it was still in the factory, and it had no idea that it would one day have to go through such an ordeal. Even if it is Elisa big, it is confident that it can be accommodated. But what is this thing as big as a head? Is this what it's supposed to bear? Obviously not. So it simply went on strike and quit. And whoever was in line went on. It became fragmented in a flash, turning into piece after piece of cloth. I have to say, the pop rate is really high. Shen Luoying's Jiang Knight power had been replenished almost to the point that at this moment, with the bursting of Jiang Knight's clothing, she gradually regained consciousness. She lifted her head in a daze, drooping her eyelids as she surveyed everything around her. Where am I? She was clearly in her room just now. She looked down at Jiang Knight on the bed again. Feeling the warmth of the comforter's scent, she instantly understood. She actually came to Jiang Knight's room and climbed onto Jiang Knight's bed. I didn't do anything, did I? She worried, crawling out of the warmth of her comforter with fondness. After all, she didn't know if Jiang Knight would be woken up by such a big commotion. Only, her worries were actually redundant. Jiang Knight had almost been drained before, and now that he was pale and unconscious, he wouldn't regain consciousness at all for a while. Shen Luoying was just about to try and wake Jiang Knight up when she realized that there was a hint of something wrong in the middle of the room. On the floor of the room lay something that shouldn't belong here. Shen Luoying rubbed her eyes, a bit incredulous. She looked closer again and was stunned. Is this, her underwear? Shen Luoying was a bit confused. How could her underwear be here? This is the underwear that Lin Xianer purposely left behind before she left, wanting to put the charge of stealing the clothes on Jiang Knight's head, thus making the bad woman hate Jiang Knight. Wait, an idea rose inside Shen Luoying's head. Couldn't it be that my dear stole my clothes? Shen Luoying thought about this possibility and looked at the innocent Jiang Knight with a jerk. Shen Luoying will produce this kind of thought is not without reason. Her subconscious always felt that Jiang Knight seems to have stolen her. At some point. It's just that this part was just like a dream, making her unable to distinguish between true and false. Moreover, besides Jiang Knight, who could waltz into the villa and steal her clothes without even breaking the door lock? Regardless of the motive, or the possibility of the crime, Jiang Knight was the one who was most suspected. Shen Luoying turned her head, and the look she gave Jiang Knight produced a slight change in her eyes. The innocent Jiang Knight didn't realize that he had already been branded as a thief. Obviously, Lin Xianer's graft was successful. Only, honey, you're so greedy. Shen Luoying couldn't care less about the pain in her hand, tiptoed up to Jiang Knight's side, looking dully at Jiang Knight's sleeping face, the corners of her mouth hooked up in a strange arc, and drool couldn't be controlled to flow down from the corners of her mouth. Obviously you already have my underwear and fat ass, and you don't know enough to want more? Hey. Honey, though, you're asking a lot. It's just that, I love you so much. Of course I'll fulfill you. She reached for her duffel coat and slowly unzipped it. I've had those clothes for days. The smell has faded. Hey, honey, how could I let you eat cold food? It's so cold in winter. If you want to eat, honey, you have to eat hot. Shoo, keep your voice down. In the grass outside the villa, two sneaky silhouettes used the grass to hide their forms and slowly moved towards the villa's gate. Your honorable wife. I have observed. There is no light inside the room. We can move. Shenwen crouched in the grass and whispered. Okay, action begins. Yan Lingsher's pink hair fluttered with the night breeze. At her command, the two of them quickly crossed the lawn next to the villa and quietly arrived by the villa's door. Shenwen took out a spare key for the villa and opened the villa door. He lowered his face. Let me see. Luoying and Jiang Knight, What exactly are they doing at night? Chapter 60, Catching an Adulterer in Bed. It's so late. They should have already slept. Yan Lingshur took a look at the dimly lit villa. It's better if we don't wake them up. They'll be going to school soon. We have to let them have a good rest in these days. That's right. We can't scare the snakes. Shinwen's focus is completely different from Yan Lingshur. The two took off their shoes and placed them outside the villa, thus lowering the sound of their footsteps. With Shinwen in front and Yan Lingshur behind, the two of them quietly slipped into the villa and tiptoed through the corridor to the stairway on the first floor. Shoo! Yan Lingshur put her index finger to her mouth and made a silent gesture. The two men crouched in place, ears perked up, listening for movement upstairs. Wife, have you heard strange sounds? Shinwen said. It seems like there is. Hubby, is this Luo Ying's voice? Yan Lingshur said with some surprise. That's right, it's Luo Ying's voice. Shinwen peered over his head and glanced at the corner of the stairs, his head full of black lines. Damn it, I can't hear what she's saying. Wife, let's rush up. Luo Ying is not even sleeping now. She must be doing something. Shinwen was a little anxious, and he touched the bulging stuff in his pocket. A husband, going up now will only scare them. Yan Lingshur slowly moved a few steps in Shinwen's direction and said in his ear, let's quietly feel our way up and listen to what Luo Ying is saying first. Shinwen thought about it and thought it made sense. Okay, when we get up there in a bit, we'll communicate with hand signals, so they don't spot us. The two of them held their breath. Yan Lingshur in the front, Shinwen in the back. The two of them climbed up the stairs step by step, and came to the corner of the stairs. Yan Lingshur raised her hand in a stop sign. Shinwen understood and stopped where he was. Shinwen stared dead ahead in the direction of the hallway above the stairs, almost wanting to project his vision right into the duo's room. Luo Ying wasn't sleeping now, and the lights in his room were still off. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. These two people, they definitely weren't doing anything good. Seeing that Yan Lingshur hadn't made a move yet, he kept scowling towards Yan Lingshur. Seeing her husband in this state, Yan Lingshur cocked her head, unsure. Shinwen pointed to his ears. Seeing this, Yan Lingshur's mouth made an O shape before slowly nodding, signaling that she understood. Thus, Yan Lingshur turned her head sideways, pointed one ear in the direction of the corridor, and listened attentively. The villa was so quiet that the two could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Meanwhile, honey, I'll give you my here, honey, I'm all over it. It's not too much to ask for a reward. Yan Lingshur frowned. The distance was still too far now. She could only vaguely hear a few keywords. She actually shouted dear. At Jiang Night, Yan Lingshur's eyes glowed. Can it be that she's already taken it? Thinking about it, she couldn't resist her urge to eat her melon and wanted to see it with her own eyes. She turned her head and faced Shinwen. Then, she pointed at herself. Then at the corridor. Then at Shinwen. Then below herself. It meant that she was going to go up and take a look, leaving Shinwen to stay where he was. Shinwen translated her meaning inside his head. Only, now he brought a little bit of his own thoughts when translating. He translated it to mean, I'll go first, and you'll bury Jiang Night directly into the ground. Shinwen nodded solemnly, signaling that he understood. Yan Lingshur started to move, and just as she took a step, Shinwen lifted the restriction, and at the speed of light, he pulled out scissors from his own pocket, and was ready to rush into the room and put Jiang Night in his place. Yan Lingshur hurriedly tugged on Shinwen's clothes. Shinwen looked back in disbelief, and before he could react, he received a blow to the head. She held up her fist, her peach-colored eyes narrowed slightly, and rolled her eyes towards Shinwen. Honey, they must be doing something bad. Let's hurry and stop them. I don't want to be a grandfather yet. Shinwen innocently came to Yan Lingshur's ear and muttered in a small voice. Seeing this, Yan Lingshur covered her own mouth and let out a soft laugh. Then, taking advantage of Shinwen's lack of reaction, she kissed Shinwen's forehead. The building was plunged into silence, and Shinwen was rigidly controlled in place, unable to move. Yan Lingshur gently patted Shinwen's shoulder to show comfort, signaling him not to worry, and then went upstairs alone. She quietly poked her head out and surveyed the hallway. It was good that the movement just now didn't seem to have been detected by Shin Luoying. She tiptoed slowly down the corridor, and when she moved to the door of Shin Luoying's room, she pressed her ear to the door. Squeak dash, and the door to the room opened. The room was pitch black, and Shin Luoying hadn't forgotten to turn off the lights on her way out without realizing it. Meaning, she wasn't going to return to this room tonight, so there was no need to turn on the lights. Yan Lingshur sucked in a breath of cool air. Taken aback, she had originally thought that the door to this room was locked. She didn't realize that the door lock had already been destroyed by Jiang Ting with a similar action as hers. Therefore, the door was open just like that with a light touch from her. It's over. It's over. It's going to be discovered by Luo Ying. Yan Lingshi belabored as she held her breath and stared at the door of another room in the corridor. Only, nothing happened. Shen Luoying was still whispering something, seemingly already intoxicated, not noticing the movement outside in the slightest. Thus, Yan Lingshi continued to move, feeling the darkness, slowly exploring towards the source of the sound. In no time, she touched the door of Jiang Knight's room. Only, due to the darkness in the corridor, she couldn't see what was under her feet. At a certain moment, her foot seemed to have kicked something, and it hit the wall at the end of the corridor, making two clunks. Inside the room, Shen Luoying's voice ended abruptly. There's no way out. It's now. Yan Lingshi pushed hard and the door of the room opened wide in an instant. Before Shen Luoying could react, Yan Lingshi leapt into the room with an arrow step and turned on the lights. Inside Jiang Knight's comforter, Shen Luoying violently poked out her small head. The two pairs of peach-colored eyes stared at each other, both with great surprise in their eyes. Mommy, you, listen to my explanation. Shen Luoying slipped out from inside Jiang Knight's comforter. However, a strange thing fell out from inside the comforter along with Shen Luoying's movement. It's a piece of underwear. So, both pairs of eyes looked in unison at the unknown object on the floor, and the two fell into a long silence. Mommy, actually, Luoying, you properly tell Mom. Yan Lingshi put her hand on Shen Luoying's shoulder, her beautiful eyes staring at Shen Luoying's eyes that kept dodging. Shen Luoying stammered, but couldn't think of how to explain. Mommy, why are you up there? Yan Lingshi frowned with a serious expression. Shen Luoying? A moment of silence passed. Mommy, what did you just say? Shen Luoying suspected that she had misheard. Just then, another voice came from the hallway. Honey, Luoying, I heard you guys talking. Oh, I'm coming up. Ha ha ha, Luoying. Jiang Knight will be your good sister from now on. You guys have to get along well. Luoying, don't worry. He won't have any pain. It will be over in a flash. Chapter 61, Mother and Daughter Together. Shen Luoying was so scared that she shrunk towards Jiang Knight's side. Mom, you listen to me explain. Things really aren't. Ahem. I get it. Yan Lingshi smiled, casting a meaningful look toward Shen Luoying. Jiang Knight, he's sick. You're taking care of him, right? Yan Lingshi blinked towards her daughter. Ah. Shen Luoying was dumbfounded and had not yet reacted. Ahem. Yan Lingshi gently raised her hand and pointed to the door. In the corridor outside the door, Shen's father stepped towards the room step by step with heavy footsteps. Oh, I get it. Shen Luoying came to a sudden realization and looked at her mother-sama with a hopeful face. Yan Lingshi narrowed her eyes and nodded at Shen Luoying. The two of them reached a subtle tacit understanding in an instant. A tacit understanding that belonged exclusively to the mother-daughter duo. Jiang Knight, where is it? Shen Wen's figure suddenly appeared outside the door, the scissors firmly held in his hand, emitting a bit of cold aura in the darkness. Hush, husband, keep your voice down. Our Luoying is taking care of Jiang Knight. Shen Wen stood in place, looking at his wife's honor with an incredulous face. What did you say? Our family, Luoying, is taking care of Jiang Knight? Right, Dad. Shen Luoying ran to Jiang Knight's bed and touched Jiang Knight's pale face. Look, Jiang Knight, he did a part-time job for a day, and now he's so tired that his face is white, so I wanted to take care of him on the sly. After all, he before, like that to take care of me. Shen Luoying eyes dodge. Face cannot help but some hot. Shen Wen stared at this appearance of her own daughter. She thought that Shen Luoying was blushing because she was shy. Luoying, are you really just taking care of Jiang Knight? Shen Wen asked again. Shen Wen, our Luoying is so well behaved. How could she possibly do something out of the ordinary? Yan Lingshi spoke up at the right time. Right, Dad. How could I possibly bully Jiang Knight? Shen Luoying blinked her tearful eyes. Shen Wen froze, and then, as if he had discovered something, his eyes instantly clouded over, pointing at the unidentified object that revealed a corner from the bottom of the bed. So what do you say? What is this? The two women looked in the direction Shen Wen was pointing and felt bad. This is Shen Luoying's underwear. Due to the time constraints, the underwear didn't quite have time to be tucked in and hidden before Shen's father was already standing in the doorway. Ahem, husband, this is actually. Yan Lingshi red face, for a moment did not know how to cover for his baby girl. Actually, it's not, for the two of them to be like this. This is actually Jiang Knight's underwear. I saw that he was sweating more today, so I wanted to help him change it. Shen Luoying spoke faintly. Jiang Knight's underwear? Shen Wen sneered and rolled his eyes at the mother-daughter duo. Luoying, this is yours, right? This size, no matter how you look at it, it won't be worn by Jiang Knight. This is the O of the River Knight. Before, when Jiang Knight's family had an accident and came to my house to spend the night, I went out to buy a change of clothes for Jiang Knight and didn't pay attention to the size, And the underwear I bought was rather small. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can ask Jung Knight-oh. Humph. Who knows if the two of you are colluding to trick me. Shinwon didn't believe it at all. Whether it's true or not, I'll know if he's wearing underwear or not. Shinwon walked slowly in the direction of Jung Knight. What about Luoying? Yan Lingshir tugged at Shen Luoying's sleeve and whispered. It's okay, Mom. Because. Shen Luoying blushed and didn't continue. Shinwon flipped open Jung Knight's collar and stretched his neck to take a look. Then his eyes instantly widened. Jung-yi, he really didn't wear any underwear? Due to Jung Knight's wonderful encounter yesterday, his underwear, for a variety of unknown reasons, was divided up by the major powers, for Xiao Qingxue to bandage her wounds, in the alley by Lin Jian'er. The last little bit of fabric is in Shen Luoying's pocket, as a new battery, divided, completely disappeared from the world. Dad, I really don't know what you're thinking. Shen Luoying rolled her eyes at Shinwon. Luoying, you actually, really are taking care of Jung Knight. Shenwen murmured. That's right, Dad. Now you believe it. Shen Luoying and Yan Lingshir both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But, Shinwon suddenly got excited for no reason. Ooh, why? Luoying is obviously my daughter, but she never took care of me. I also want to experience what it's like to be taken care of by my daughter. Damn Jung Knight, how come he can enjoy Luoying's care ahead of me? Evil Jung Knight brat, old man will take you. Here, Shinwon stuck the scissors into Jung Knight's comforter. Dad, calm down, Shen Luoying exclaimed, going up and pulling Shinwon's sleeve. Ha ha ha, Jung Knight, ready to become a girl? Shen Luoying couldn't pull her father at all. Seeing that Shinwon was about to succeed, Bang Yan Lingshir raised the fist in her hand. Hubby, you're not ashamed to do this in front of our children. Under the education of love, Shinwen's eyes gradually became clear and transparent, and he was completely honest. Cough cough, Luoying. In fact, we just came to see you. Yan Lingshir grabbed Shinwen's ear and pulled him toward the outside. Go wait for me outside first. I still have some things to say to Luoying. Shinwen nodded sardonically and took the lead down the stairs. In the room, only the sleeping Jung Knight and the two pink-haired girls remained. Mommy, me, hey, Luoying, this is actually no big deal. Yan Lingshir's peach-colored eyes reflected his own daughter's tearful look, as if he had seen himself when he was young. That's it. What Mommy wants to tell you is, when you do that kind of thing, you have to think about Enya's feelings too. Can't always have you on top. Got it? Mom, what are you talking about? Shen Luoying was really about to cry out. I'm just with him. I've said it all. Luoying, there's no need to explain. Mom was young as well. Yan Lingshir coughed twice. Anyway, take precautions. Shen Luoying didn't have a chance to retort at all. That's it then. I'm leaving. Oh, have fun with Jung Knight. Yan Lingshir turned sideways and winked at Shen Luoying. That, Mommy. Shen Luoying raised her head, her eyes glancing away. I don't have any more clothes. Oh, Mom understands. Yan Lingshir nodded. Isn't it just sending Jung Knight a bit of clothing? When I was chasing your father back then, I even sent him mine. Shen Luoying tilted her head sideways. Shouldn't Daddy be the one chasing you? Oh yeah, it was Shinwon who chased after me. I've messed up and forgotten. Yan Lingshir watched his eyes and nose. That dress. Don't worry, I'll get you a couple more sets right here. Luoying I didn't realize that you're really like me. Oh, Yan Lingshir said for no reason before leaving. In the future, no matter what you want to do to Jung Knight, I will support you. Oh. Yan Lingshir tossed her long pink hair, her peach-colored pupils becoming even more vibrant and colorful in the night.